Yes, greetings esports fans. Welcome to day 2 of the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're going to be breaking down today's action on our analysis desk. That doesn't even have a desk. It's got tables and glasses and everything but a desk. But whatever, we're calling it a desk. We've got Maui Snake. We've got Dus Murray. How are you doing today, gentlemen?
Fantastic. I feel like what we always want from these RMRs is the favorites to go through, right? Right, guys? No upsets.
Yeah.
Practically no upsets at all.
No, actually true, though. Big true, as the kids used to say 10 years ago. What about you, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of tagging along the upset line. I mean, think about how important it is to make sure you don't get at least one upset because you want to be one of those top 4 spots to skip the initial stage of this major and have your way already at the elimination portion. So big games today to kind of help determine that.
Well, let's take a look at the standings. There were 2 best of ones played yesterday for these teams, and you can see down at the bottom, as we already alluded to, not a lot of upsets, not a lot of shocks. The names you probably would be expecting to be staring at 0-3 down there. The middle of the pack are indeed in the middle, and then at the top, it's the big names. It's the Navis, it's the FaZe Clans, it's the Vitalities, it's the MOUZ. They haven't dropped a map despite the opposition that they fielded. A few thoughts about that, guys?
Yeah, I mean, much like holding up a giant Kappa sign, I have to hold an L on that Nemiga pick from yesterday, unfortunately.
I mean,
that is,
we're all...
we all make a mistake every now and then.
We're all holding L's.
Yeah,
you know, I mean...
Just how deep it goes.
Yeah, exactly. We're all going to... It's how many can you stack up over the course of a broadcast?
How many does the public know about?
Yeah, also that. Yeah. That's also true. This was just to remind you all about that. This was our Magnificent 7. This was the 7 teams that we were picking to go through. You can see there, Maui...
I got 3.
He's doing better.
Well, yeah. I got all the 3 teams that are not 2-0 are all 1-1.
Yeah.
That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, no, it turns out you watch a bit of Counter-Strike now and then.
I
Dust,
do.
on the other hand, he's just been out there watching. You've been deluded by watching all the tier 2 stuff. That's what's it's blown your mind. There's no room for that. Favorites only are going to be here.
You know, I tried to take a Hail Mary. Didn't quite work.
No,
but there's still hope. They're 0-2. They're still in the tournament.
There's room for a comeback.
They can make the most magical comeback of all time.
Just say they're a BO3 team.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the cope.
Okay.
That's the classic cope.
Yeah.
Great cope. Well, look, let's talk about yesterday's games. What really stood out for you, you know, in terms of the action? Because obviously we switched you out halfway through.
Right. Well, watching it from my hotel room without pants on, I felt like the obviously most entertaining game was Falcons FaZe. I feel like that one was so close. In fact, actually, both the games for Falcons were quite close, quite entertaining. But I feel like for the favorites coming in, they have all looked incredibly strong. And now Falcons, I actually feel like they're playing to the level of their opponents in both of these games. Because obviously, they took FaZe to overtime, but they also took Eclot to overtime. So yeah, I just don't think you know what you're going to get from this kind of team right now. And that's a little bit concerning for me, Dust.
It is certainly concerning when you look at Falcons. I mean, one thing I will say is that you did see kind of a couple of players perform like well above what they have been lately. Like Dupree had some pop-off moments yesterday, even though he's been struggling for quite some time. Same can be said for Snappy. Not a guy you normally expect to do some fragging, but he was massive on that Anubis win over Eclot. So the supporting cast is actually doing pretty well around Simple. And honestly, Simple, he's done okay, but he's had a couple of shaky moments too. So you feel like you see flashes and his overall numbers are good, but you also sometimes see some criminal rounds where he misses shots you wouldn't expect. But this Duke game was certainly...
he also lets people just kind of pass him, and like he sold some of his teammates on some of these rounds. Like he was responsible for the outside yard defense, and sometimes they would just throw a wall of smokes and then flank his teammates in hell or heaven or walk by him, and he's just stuck in the garage just kind of holding on for dear life. So yeah, some concerning things in terms of communication rotation.
That was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this was the nail in the coffin right here. Snappy missing the back shot. No pun intended there.
Okay.
And then Rain able to clutch. I mean, it's Rain at a major on Nuke.
Speaking of Rain, he has been unreal in the 2 games that they have played. It's kind of one of those weird seesaws where, like, every time I think, oh, maybe Rain should retire, maybe FaZe should pick up a new player, all of a sudden he just like starts popping off again, having massive impact, and you're like, that's the Rain I remember. That's my Rain.
FaZe is in a position for me also where to me it's just like mentality. Like I actually can't pick one person that's failing on a consistent enough basis for me to say get Rain out or get Rops out. I guess they're generally the two weakest performers, but Kerrigan also sometimes just stinks the whole place up with the calls and sometimes his own individual performance. So I right now I just think they need a change for the sake of change. It's kind of annoying to look at a group of veterans like this and say something like that, but it's like the mentality in this group is just not championship caliber.
I mean, I'll say this, like, you know, not to get too deep into the weeds, but Kerrigan is by far the worst IGL when it comes to entry fragging. Like, his success rate is below 30% in some cases, which is absurd.
Wow.
Even some of like the worst IGLs you can think of are at least breaking like mid-30s or something like that. You know, that's probably another good shout. That would you could maybe slot in right there next to
stop hating that guy. You are never going to stop hating that guy. I understand that the take aged well, but like you got to keep bringing it up. It's like doing the greatest hits.
You got to pat yourself on the back. Okay,
I thought you apologized to Anthony already. What happened with that?
Everybody says, "Oh, you thought Big was a top 5 team." It's like, okay, I'm holding that L for eternity. I got to celebrate some wins too.
That is an eternal L. That is a bad one.
They got to 7th. They were 7th.
Just quickly as well, while we're talking about Falcons, I want to just elaborate more because obviously we're going to be watching them with some interest. The game against Eclot we already alluded to. It was a big surprise because everyone was saying you've got Eclot, it's super easy, Falcons out the gate with a 1-0, and it just didn't pan out like that. I mean, it was a laborious overtime win over opposition that I know everyone likes to LARP as an intellectual, like on Reddit and on Twitter and all that stuff. If I was to say to the average CS fan, name the Eclot lineup, they would. You know what I mean?
I would crumble.
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
I would crumble right now.
We work in this
live
space.
on broadcast. I'm crumbling right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So let's talk a little bit about that and kind of where it went wrong.
That's a tough one to ask, man. Like, that was on the B stream while we were covering. I tried to go back and kind of glance at it a little bit, and I think it's just one of those things where Falcons just look like the most disjointed team of any team kind of in or near the top 20 in the world. Like, they're basically a glorified pug at this point. Yes, they have some kind of roles established. Yes, they have some grounding of some sort of default. But for a lot of it, it just comes down to scrappy playmaking and, you know, it's flying by the seat of their pants, basically. And I think that, you know, teams that are organized, even if they have weaker individual levels, are able to exploit those, you know, sloppy plays.
And what was weird about it also is that, sure, Simple had that crazy highlight, but Snappy was doing pretty well in openers in general, and that usually just means, okay, if Snappy's having a good game, you're going to just win handily. But in fact, yeah, we get the Simple clutch here, which should have, by the way, never happened. This is where Eclot's nerves got the best of them, by all means, but like, you know, Jisk has a great moment there, a double kill for him, Modern comes in with 1, and Simple with 13 HP, tagged by the nade, in fact, and jumping down, rolls it back. Like, that felt vintage.
I mean, what was hilarious was everyone was like, oh, he's so back.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, guys, it's
12-11.
Can we all calm down? There was like people on Reddit, like, does he get a graffiti for this? No, guys, he does not. Grow up. What are you talking
It's like
about?
anytime he makes a big play, people think that he's back and they just kind of overlook the fact that he missed his like 3 sitters in a row or something like that. And look, I mean, this is to be expected. Simple is just getting his feet wet, you know, in CS2 competition at LAN. He only played Katowice prior to this. He was off for the entire year. I don't think anyone's expecting him to just be Simple of old, like right away, but you're seeing flashes of it, which is kind of interesting, which will hopefully mean like long term we get some cool stories.
And we all want that. We do
of course we do.
Right. So let's take a look at the schedule for today. I'm going to bring it up, guys. We're talking too much. They want us to show the schedule.
Zywu doesn't want that, by the way,
No, he doesn't. You can see, working our way back. This is going to be on the B stream. We've got GamerLegion versus Unity, Nemiga versus Rebels, Fnatic versus BB Team. That's an interesting one. Don't be surprised to see a BB Team win. I'm calling it now. And Sinners versus Eclot.
Wow. Shouts out CCT for this one. Shouts out CCT. All the data you need for those kind of games, they probably all played each other at this point.
Oh, of course, yeah. They'll all be super familiar with each other's
Absolutely.
game. This is what's going to be going on the main stream for you guys. We'll be talking a lot about this. There it is. Now you know you're at a major. We got FaZe Clan versus Vitality to close out the day in a best of 3. We've got Navi versus MOUZ in a best of 3. The 2 fantastic best of 3s. Before that, Falcons versus SAW, a rematch from Katowice in a best of 1. And to start us off, which we're going to talk about now, Cloud9 versus Sangal. So, Maui, I'm coming to you, our resident Cloud9 expert, another one of the pundits that thought they were going to be amazing when
Super team.
Yeah, it was
not this one though.
No, but I mean the one before,
Right.
and then even now, you were still in on them, right, when they made the changes?
I mean, I love Heavy God. I think Heavy God is fantastic. I think that the addition of Icy, though, was needed. You just needed an opper, okay? Boomich, he's a funny guy, but he's not an opper, okay?
Yeah.
So when he was picking that AWP up, obviously it left a lot to be desired. Icy's been doing okay for himself. I'm not going to go out and say this guy's going to be the next big Eastern European superstar with AWP, but in terms of synergy, unfortunately, this team just hasn't found it in online competition. Frequently failing to make it through these close qualifiers, frequently failing after that initial blast fall groups where they assembled and showed, yeah, they have a little bit of spunk to them. Unfortunately, they just couldn't turn that really into anything other than qualifying to this year RMR. And right now, I think we're all still in a period where it's like, are they a LAN team? Are they? Why are they failing so badly online? And I just think that they're adjusting to a lot of different roles because there was overlap. Heavy God himself talks about the fact that he doesn't mind what role he has to do or what he needs to do in the server. He's just going to fit the team. He's going to be as universal as possible.
I love that picture as well because he looks like he's about to tell Config he can't come into the nightclub. It's actually like a really
Universal,
good
yeah. He's omnipresent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I mean, look, let's be real, Dust. Ever since Cloud9 went in this direction with this lineup and the changes that they've made, everything they've tried hasn't worked out for them. And I think probably in Tier 1 CS, actually, all of the criticism Falcons get, I think Cloud9 are equally as dubious in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really tough because it's like you refer back to that Blast Fall groups. They actually had a super close series against FaZe, one of the best teams in the world, and you were like, man, there's a little bit of something there. But then they lose to NIP, which is probably only second in being a laugh to what Falcons is today. So I mean, it's like that one tournament right there almost summarizes what their entire start has been so far. The only other thing that they qualified for was that TWC tournament, but then once they got there, they didn't even make it to the LAN portion. So yeah, it's been kind of tough pickings. I also just feel like they don't really have like one true map they can call home. Like the closest thing is their Mirage has been pretty good online, and they play Vertigo to a high level online. But in the LAN environment, we've yet to really see them come up with anything other than winning a couple of games on Inferno, one of which was FaZe. So
we've
they've
got
had
the
a couple
veto
of
about
things,
to
but
come
yeah.
in here, so we'll talk about Sangal after this, just to refresh everyone, because they had a pretty rough time at the office against MOUZ. I hope they haven't dwelled on that overnight. But what map do you see this going to?
I could see this one, unfortunately, going to like a Vertigo. I feel like, yeah, Sangal's been wanting to play that one lately. They played it yesterday, of course, losing to Sinners. Cloud9 themselves didn't play it yesterday, but I feel like, yeah, Anubis is going to be out of the way, along with Nuke.
No Inferno either.
Yeah, for Sangal, they don't like that one, so... Any other possibilities? I guess Ancient was the only other one I was kind of toying with in my head. Okay,
yeah.
well then it's probably here going to be. Oh, they banned Vertigo and they go with Mirage.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. I mean, look, obviously Sangal, we know they had a tough time yesterday, so let's just talk a little bit about them. For me, I was very surprised at how flat they were against MOUZ. I thought this could be one of the teams that surprise people. I might still back them here. I think stylistically, they might go up against Cloud9 a little bit better than MOUZ.
I feel like with the way that Cloud9 play right now, I feel like they at least have defined their roles quite a bit. I feel like that's one thing that has been strengthening them overall. Like the fact that Heavy God talks about the fact that he's had to change a lot of roles. Like for example, I think on most maps he's kind of moved from anchor to rotator positions. He's still putting up insane numbers, having a ton of impact in general, along with Axile himself too, who's got some of his favorite spots still. But for Sangal, I just think the problem with them in terms of what I've seen yesterday and in the past is that I talked about it yesterday, I just can't rely on their op presence. Yeah. And Cloud9 are a tricky team to play against. Like Boomich is one of the guys that's just like always jumping through smokes, always trying to be a space creator, disruptor in general. And if an op presence can't shut him down, well, he's going to pave the way for his riflers, who are insane trade fraggers, by the way. And that's going to just lead to such mayhem that Sangal's going to have to put back together.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage is definitely common ground between these two teams. I mean, you look at Sangal, a team that's been dominating the online online scene. You know, Mirage is their most played map and their most successful. I would say the same for Cloud9. It's their most successful map so far online. What I think is going to be cool about this matchup is stylistically, these two teams are very different. Cloud9's kind of followed more of the trend that you see a lot of teams do nowadays in Mirage, where you rarely default. It's really more about like these 4-1 executes or 3-2s or just like these really fast mids or set pieces, and you just kind of vary and cycle through to try to keep your team guessing. Whereas a team like, you know, Sangal actually like to play more of a default style. They have a couple different opening variations to their default they're going to want to use, but they will mix in the occasional pacing change. So you're going to see a little bit of a tempo difference between the two teams, I think. And yeah, these two players are, you know, going to be really huge, you know, for the side of Sangal. Jota being a guy who can kind of play the extremities, but also can be important in their entry and trade fragging. Then Heavy God is kind of that main mid controller for Cloud9, as well as one of the guys who's going to be taking a lot of entries as well. So those are going to be the very key players to see who's going to be able to have, you know, success, particularly on the T side.
Well, thanks for that, guys. We are ready to get into the game, so thanks for all of your thoughts. And now I get to throw to two people from the ancient history of UK esports, like myself, my old chums, Jackie and Vince.
Well, there we go. Ancient history is what we're going to be looking for, but no ancient on the Veto, Vince. We're starting off on Mirage, so let's see who this is going to be an oasis for. If there'll be some UK CS-style plays on the server, maybe someone will be bringing out the Ramsey, doing a bit of stabbing. We'll see. We'll get into it then, mate. Kicking off the pistol here. Cloud9, the T side. Sangal over on the CT side. To start us off with our first BO1 of day 2 of the Perfect World RMRs for Europe.
A 1-1 matchup as well. And a great opportunity for one of these teams to secure a huge advantage to make it through to the major. And meanwhile, though, xFlower going to take the first contact up on ramp, but gets gooshed at range by Boomich. It's all a bit of smoke and mirrors, though, as the bulk of the T's now headed straight onto the B site. And Heavy God once again delivering with a P250 headshot from range, and that will afford the luxury of a post plant.
Axile up close, waiting for the run out. xFlower taking a few tap shots. And it gives him a window of opportunity to strike. So it's a nice two-piece already from Axile with Inters supporting the back line. Ooh, hello. There's one to start things off, though. Uncomfortable round to be left in the 1v3, but let's see if there's anything that can be done.
Kid has been picked up, but they would have heard him from a mile off, moving through the market. Taking a couple of stray shots, and Heavy God once again opens up the round and closes it off. To put it in perspective, by the way, after 2 maps played, which of course every team has thus far, Heavy God is 8th top on the ratings. Slightly behind ZywOo, 0.1 behind him. And keep in mind, there's only one player that's above him in that top 8, and that's BlameF, that have actually lost one of their opening matches. And obviously BlameF was smurfing on Fnatic. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. Just to give you an idea of how damn good Heavy God has been.
Yeah, he's been swinging for the 9s in each and every game so far. 16-14 individual KD for him versus FaZe, and then a 22-10 versus Nemiga. And we know how talented he can be. Obviously in the runnings for his first major right at Shanghai, that's the big storyline for this team. Icy's been there before. He made it with Amcal last time around in Copenhagen. So it's Heavy God that's looking to get his opportunity. Youngster though, up close and personal here. 5-7 in his hands. It's Boomich ahead of the smoke.
Oh, slight gap in that smoke, and Axile exploits it. Should be a pretty straightforward conclusion to this round. The question is whether Cloud9 can maybe take a player or two with them, but looks like they're going to be saving for the next. Obviously, they did fully invest into this. Scout has been eliminated. LNZ needs to be careful. Low HP already, could be finalized. Jota's trying to set up for some exit frags, but he's going to find a whole slew of T's moving in his direction. Gets the first, but traded out. Well, and then Z looks like he will be able to hold on to that scout. And it should also be mentioned as well, you know, we were discussing this, I remember, on the B stream to kick off yesterday about Axile, who's had this resurgence. Yeah. This kind of recapturing a bit of form. He's not quite to his dizzying heights where he was at his absolute peak, but he's also up there as well, a 1.18 rating in their first 2 maps. So he's had a pretty good show of it too. And he's off to a cracking start here at 4 kills already.
We were setting that up yesterday, right? Obviously with their opening game versus FaZe. We were saying Axile individually, weirdly, he always performs versus FaZe over the course of his career. The stats are always there from him. As much as it wasn't an incredible individual game, like a huge pop-off one, Vince, it was the impact. Quality of the frags he was finding was still damn good. He was cutting off rotates, he was very switched on. So mechanically, he was coming out swinging. This is a matchup where there should be a bit more room for him to expand and show that skill level as well. It's Heavy God straight in, Dink down, left on 9 HP, but claims the opener. You want to get through this one as cleanly as possible. Obviously just minor upgrades on the pistols, Scout in their hands as well.
I think what's especially enticing about how Exile has started the tournament so far is Jota is about to burn live, flashbang on top of it, is that Exile's got a lot of entry frags. You see it in this round, of course, up against an eco, basically, so can't get too carried away, but I'm thinking back to Ancient, who's getting a lot of entries, didn't have a ton of kills, like you said, but the impact was certainly there. Grenades, ooh, right on the face of Youngster as he tried to pull the plug. It was a bit of a jump scare. It was like in 3D or something, just coming towards him.
He's got the goggles on, Vince.
Yeah.
You saw it coming out of the screen. Call that one a snowball, actually, in the hands of Icy, right? If he's got the HE.
Yeah.
There's some weather-related banter we can work in.
Mate, that hurts as well, by the way. If you're on like a cold winter's day, you get smacked by a snowball, especially if it's like one of those scrunched up ones.
Oh, yeah.
Bruh.
They used to put them in the fridge where I grew up, Vince. Oh. Yeah, they really hurt. They get caught with one of those. Similar amount of damage to what the orb can do. And that's what's brought out here. First time we'll see it on the side for Sangal. Going into the 4th round. Real matchup's going to start to begin here. We get a bit of a taste of how they're playing coming into today, bright and early. So they can give as good as they get on Mirage. Slow down Cloud9 to allow him to rack up a big buffer of rounds early on. Axel looking for the jump spot out, trade of information between him and Youngster.
It's a bit of damage as well onto Youngster. I mean, there is a lack of utility on a couple of these plays. They'd like to have a few more incendiaries, especially. Try and cordon off those choke points, especially over on the B side. Mid control pretty much established as well from Cloud9 with a minute left on the clock. It's kind of their first true test for Sangal, but so far they're bypassing a lot of the map control. The timing though for LNZ and xFloud is exquisite, and they exploit it too. Not a single casualty, considering that Cloud9 had mid control for a good 20-30 seconds. That's a hell of a hold.
Nice defense, good first round on the board. Keep the weapons alive as well. Make sure that orb has future impact. And this is a team that I feel like, for Sangal, there could have been better results for them. You know, back at Pro League, it was a bit of a rough finish. They went out 17th to 20th at Season 20. And it's a bit of a poor result when you think about the fact they opened up the event beating FaZe, went on to lose to Eternal Fire. They can do some damage, Vince, and this would be an opportunity to show that. Axel, though, going back to basics once again. You were talking about his entry pathing here. He barged out towards the site. Only good for one, though. xFloud doubles straight back up, but they're still flip-flopping this round. Down to a 2v2 here.
Youngster's not going to be affected by the flash, but the smoke straight in his face. Down to 13, but able to muster up the strength to deal with Boomich. And although Inters has the bomb and time, health is the concern. Only 15. To make a fast track for the B site, anticipate and roll the dice that they have stacked on A, which would be the correct decision. And he's not slowing down, so I think he's just gone all in on this one, assuming that they're going to stack on A, get that bomb down as fast as possible, try and reposition and catch them unawares. There is a way forward here for Inters, but this first kill needs to be clean.
Posts himself up, like you say, only 15 HP to his name, so a single bullet could shut him down. Lucky repositions there. HE would have blown him clean out of the server. Instead, he's playing on the close angle. There's the first one out, straight control. Waiting to see if they'll push straight back in. He's able to find it again. Okay, Inters picking that one up. An uncomfortable round. Sangal looked like they found the answer with xFloud's two-piece on the A site. Wraps off, gets the plant down, plays up close, so manages to convert that one into a 4th. That's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Sangal early on.
Yeah, it looked like it was dead and buried once xFloud and Jota both teed off, but it's that kill from Boomich onto Connector that opens it back up again. It's a great clutch from Inters, but if you're Sangal, man, you've got to grab onto those opportunities with both hands. Both coming up the same claustrophobic choke point always gives that one player the advantage. And Inters will oblige in kind. 4-1. Sangal on the back foot again. Economically can come through with a decent buy, but LNZ, xFlow, both with 0 utility. Only a smoke for Jota on top of it. They're playing a little bit more aggressive up in the face. Smoke has been deployed onto ramp. Axel thinking about blowing open the smoke here. That's a flop. They're going to push behind it as well, though. Flash is coming in alongside the Molotovs, and it's Heavy God once again that kicks it off with Inters.
They slam down the barricades, zone them out with the smokes, but they don't give a damn. Heavy God throwing caution to the wind on entry, but it's xFlow again with another 2-piece. Picks the round straight back up and gives them an opportunity to fight a springboard into the 6th round here. Spamming back across. Limited utility left to play with. 1 flash.
Whereas there's a flash and a smoke for Sangal. They did so much damage early on after that reposition. They're in a good position, but Sammy's missed his shot. And now Youngster has to clutch. Heavy God 1 bullet away from his demise, but Inters is the problem on Firebox. Hasn't been spotted. Youngster has no idea. He's about to get close line with an AK to the side of the head. And Inters dials in a 5th.
Probably about the time you do want to take the tactical pause. 2 uncomfortable rounds to lose there where you had fair chances, especially the 2v1 versus Inters previously. Back on the B-bomb site, we pulled that one off in the close angle towards the market. Slow it down a little bit. Figure out an adjustment. Some close rounds there. Heavy God just run straight outright, had the back up there, but it was xFlow. Spam, spray control was nice. Visualizing the frag on the follow-up towards Boomich. But it all goes wrong towards the tail end.
The thing is, normally when a player says something as audacious as like, I can play anywhere, I'm universal, you're thinking, all right, mate, pipe down a little bit. But in Heavy God's case, like, yeah, fair enough.
That's what he does, yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty good, it turns out.
Mr. Universe himself. He's got the title. Previously, Mr. World, but obviously he's evolved past that now. You're in the big leagues. And he can be such a talent. Very fun to watch. Like, he's a demon with a deagle. Gets up close and personal with rifles. It never feels like he really is someone that counts himself out of a round. If he's low HP, if it's an uncomfortable position, you can trust in Heavy God to lock it down. Heavy is the hand of a god, and this time he looks to open a pathway in towards the B-bomb site. Broken by, of course, limited investment. MP9 up close and personal. You can't be giving him freebies like this, though. This will be problematic. Heavy God with the flick straight back. Blind, still killing them. LNZ, Eagle connection. Boomich looking for the reposition. He's dinked down to 4 HP, supported by Inters, and it's only Yota. They're so low, that MP9. If it got in their faces, they could have sent this one into a tailspin. They convert it in the end, though. Close, but still around.
So many missed duels, though, by Sangal, man. Like, you consider how low both of them were, and Jota has the MP9. I mean, it's kind of tailor-made to finish off these low and limping players. But a bit too apprehensive on the peak. You want him to just wide swing, just go for it. Take the game by the throat. Impose your will. Because right now, you're just being bullied on this half. Youngsters had a couple of good moments, a couple of MP9 kills there, really well played. But apart from that, I mean, we've not seen the AWP activate so far. LNZ, who's typically a pretty good prospect, not really hitting the mark either. But there we go, Jota getting the opening pick onto Heavy God, and that is a very big part of their entry fragging capabilities that's gone down with it. This is a round that Sangal desperately need to convert now.
Minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Samai's had limited opportunities to activate himself in the game, but this time around, if they put pressure back on the A-bomb site towards ramp, he's pre-scoped up. Back towards triple. Can find an opening shot, keep himself alive. Play the late round towards CT. 2 smokes, restricting vision, back round. Making it a little bit harder for the run out. Goes for the shot, but there's no connection. At least Jota's able to double back up. Inters. His head's been knocked clean off, and Axel, this has been the late play in the round, developing, looking for information out through B. There is a snake in the grass, though, and it's Youngster. Playing on the off angle, finds the head, threads the needle, gives them a halfway in. They can wrap back round on this now and look to still try and take this round. It's all about the retake for Sangal.
It's a long rotation, though, so Cloud9 should be able to get the bomb planted and get into a decent crossfire post-plant. They've got enough utility to cordon off the market. What could be the ace up the sleeve, though, is LNZ's positioning, but IC has a good read of this. And there's 2 players in this position. Barrel the gun, protruding the peak. Easy pickings for IC. Repositions in a bit of an off angle of his own. He's got a good read, but he second guesses himself. But the insta shot round the side from xFloud gives it away. And IC punishes him, and with that, the round is over. Sangal pick off Heavy God, and still can't get across the finish line.
And as much as there's another kill going the way of Samay, the impact really isn't there. Oh, he won't even get to save the weapon either. Hunted down by Boomich. That can be grabbed, passed back over if they want it. Give it to IC. It's been mostly rifles. They've been wolf packing, going for these faster styles of plays, quick rotate. They haven't really needed the AWP as much, but of course, if it's a freebie, you're going to take it.
Can't say I've seen that one before.
This is it's a bit of a cheeky spray, mate. People use this one because you can put it on some boxes, and because of the head, it looks like a player. This is like one of the most in-demand sprays, Vince. People love this one.
Makes a bit more sense now. Oh, Sangal really struggling to get anything going in this half. And IC boosted up, nailing his opposite number. Samay will play no further part in this round. Just 2 kills. And one of them, as you highlight, was an exit frag when the round was already done in the previous round. So there's really not much to get excited about with Sangal here on the CT side of Mirage. And I mean, they're just drowning. Cloud9 taking those deep depths. Heavy God once again opens up middle. And it's a collective effort as well. 9 kills to Inters. Actually top fragging for his team, not something you see very often. But welcome as far as Cloud9 are concerned.
And the welcome mat is down on the A-bomb site. Cloud9 have been invited in with very muddy shoes. They can run on in, get the bomb planted from this one. Sangal just looking to hold on to what they've got. Again, xFloud with this A1S. He's had 2 rounds with major impact on the site hits towards A. Multi-frags both times, but no room for his team really to be able to convert it. You can hunt a little bit more with the lesser buys, the Deagle, the MP9 here. The Heavy God, he's got this cut off. Should be a simple flick across if Youngster shows himself. The barrel gives the game away, but he will win out on the duel.
I think you can see that Youngster really does have lightning fast reactions with really good aim. Mechanically a gifted player. But they're just being overwhelmed. Completely outpositioned at every given turn. Youngster playing to save the AK. He's being hunted down. It is Boomich though on low HP. Could be another one added to the scoreboard. The Youngster needs to tread lightly as there's an AWP also peering him down in the form of IC. Good headshot from Boomich. And also denying himself the death from the bomb as he moves into the T-spawn. So 8-1 already. This has been such a fast map so far, Jackie. Like, rapid takes from Cloud9 and just steamrolling over Sangal.
Yeah, we had Rich talking about ancient history. That's what this matchup might very well be in a few moments' time. If Sangal can't dig deep, find an answer to fight back. You see for Cloud9, Boomich fired up. IC enjoying himself with the giggles as well. And this is the difference, right? Obviously, IC's AWP hasn't really been required as sort of a round-winning maneuver. He hasn't had to be this huge feat of the team. Whereas for Samay, he's just not been able to get himself on the board. Impact hasn't really been there. He's had the AWP multiple times, but just got to find a way to switch up the play. Get involved early. Instigate an opportunity for Sangal to get themselves a second on the board. Squeeze out as much as you can from this half.
I think the problem as well, like typically, hold that thought, because Axel's just about to push the trigger here. Oh, gets caught in such an awkward spot. The Heavy's God's there to help him out. Another HE does divide the 2 of them. The spray alongside the HE is going to take him down as well. Jota picks up 2, but he's Molotov'd out of position. Needs to use the smoke just to survive. Boomich so low, but still gets the upper hand onto Jota. Surviving with 2 HP, and IC finally putting that AWP to use. And Samay, you feel sorry for him. Like, he's kind of looking through the window at the party that's going on. He just hasn't been invited.
It's rough, bud. There's no birthday cake for him. He's got to run back on home. Clutch onto the AWP, drag it into another round. But it's that spin cycle, bud, that he just can't break out of, right? You're keeping the weapon alive, but where's the play? Where's the opportunity for him to show what he can do with it? And again here, they're finding 2 frags on the run out towards the A site. It looked like it was going completely wrong. Heavy God finds both of those. There's a bit of response back from Jota, but it's the same round again and again. They're going to take 9 off the back of this. He takes 1 weapon out of their hands, but it really doesn't matter too much. You look at the cash flow they've been able to build up. They're going to comfortably buy straight back in, have weapons to work with. The same cannot be said for the CT side. It's a little bit heftier. You're going to have to make concessions in terms of the utility on some of the players. And that might not even a big factor, Vince. It's not even the nades that's really being necessary right now. It's just the entry pathing, right? Heavy God's going in. He's always got support. If he doesn't get the kill, someone else will.
Yeah, you saw Axel kind of get caught in this awkward spot when he pulls the smoke out, and it's like, oh, he's going to die, and then Heavy God just instantly pings the head. They got this perfect buddy system, watching each other's back constantly. And the point I was going to raise is, like, typically a CT team will want to get really aggressive in these kinds of positions and try and take the fight to the T's. But Cloud9 are so competently aggressive with Heavy God and Axile. You could just be walking into an earlier grave. So they're going to go back to somewhat standard play with Smay going into the app side, but a lot of the initial CT positions are over on that B side. They're not actually moving over Youngster again with the AWP. And pardon me, the MP9, I should say. The AWP's still on the B side.
You talk about 1 foot in the grave. If you lose this round, it'll be proving that Cloud9 want to bury him 2 foot shallow. I don't want this one to be 6 foot deep with how quickly they've been able to rack up a big buffer of rounds on the T side. Looking good individually as well. They could play a late round out of it. That's the benefit of them having far more money to work with. Sangal running dry. Head count on the utility. It's a single flashbang for the AWPer. Everyone else with nothing left. So if they go back to this late A hit, looking for the retake, it's going to be problematic. Boomich can set them up with a popper over the top. Icy's taking the fight out towards CT as well. Jump spot towards ticket booth. Info hasn't been given over yet. Now he's got the read on one, but there's one man on the bottom side, is Jota. He's been good for 2 frags previously. This time around, it's only the first. LNZ, he gets the opening pick back towards top mid, throws it into a 3v3. Heavy God punching in the digits for the bomb plant. Scope looking for the peek back out, though. Molly's on the site. Oh, he's seen him round towards Sandwich, wants to take a bite out of him with the AWP, but Heavy God, no reason to swing on this. Play the close part, work off one another. Youngster, that's your teammate. Uh-oh, it's all getting a bit scary. Hearing the voices in the back of their heads, and time's starting to tick away. They got the kit on their LNZ. The AWP strikes on one, but there's an instantaneous trade. He's walking out. The shots are missing. Time ticking away. They're going to overwhelm him, get up close and personal. No scope on the tag. 2 tags, but no frags. And it's Cloud9 with a 10th.
Yeah, missed too many shots on the approach, unfortunately, and I think time was too low anyway. That fuse was going to explode regardless. 10-1. One of the most one-sided halves we've seen so far at the RMRs. Jota tries again. He's had a lot, to be fair, he's had a lot of impact from the kind of shadow position. He's got a lot of double kills, a lot of opening jewels, but... Oh, he's absolutely loving it.
Oh, he's getting absolutely ballistic. Boomich. Good set of pipes on him. Always good to see in Inters. Delivering the killing blow instantly. And that's the man that has been able to find ways to slow down the push on the A site. He's been getting those shots off, 8 kills to his name, but silenced into the 12th round. You won't have any opportunity to assist the rest of Sangal here.
And Cloud9 have had such a mixed approach to how they've kind of came into these T rounds. Some really fast, aggressive ones on the B, mid, and A, respectively, and then slowing it way down. Constantly Sangal are second-guessing themselves, not sure what's around the corner. It looks like this final destination on this round will be on the B site, which will see LNZ pressured and tested. It's not had a great game so far either. Smoke thrown in, but there's going to be plenty of time after that smoke is dissipated for Cloud9 to get involved, and they may not respect this anyway, may just push through regardless. They're waiting it out, though. Once that smoke clears, it's all systems go. And Cloud9 surely will best LNZ and secure an 11-1. It's so hard to see how Sangal might make a comeback from this point, because they haven't sent a second player over there yet on the B side. There's no crossfire. This is all on the Swede.
The clouds are beginning to part, and in comes the rain of Cloud9 T's onto the bomb site. LNZ with one, shuts down the IGL, but Icy, quick shot back. Snipes him straight down. You're running through? Hello? That's the pick up on the Heavy Guard and a bit of peppering back on the close grouping. The nades good to slow him down with the tagging as well, and it's turning into a bit of a bare-knuckle brawl on the bomb site. Icy, combat AWPing, but no time to play with. Problematic stuff in the carnage of the round, and they will squeeze out a second. Barely though, Vince.
Okay, I stand corrected. They didn't cover the bomb planter twice, and they got punished for it. With such low time, you've got to make sure the bomb goes down. That is priority number one. But look, we can afford them that one mishap. They've had a fantastic half up until that point. 10 rounds. They will not care too much about that last one. Meanwhile, Sangal have got to try and compose themselves and figure out where to go from here on their T side. Looking at their Mirage stats as well. 43% T round win rate, and that's off 10 maps played. With teams like, they have played Heroic a couple of times, they've played MOUZ, obviously, where they got smashed 13-3. But that is pretty rough. So I'm not sure about their potential endeavors here, Jackie, but got to break that economy down as fast as possible and then hope for the best.
I think that MOUZ game is the one that shows the discrepancy. Obviously, back versus Rebels, you take that as a 13-8, closer affair between the two teams. MOUZ wanted that one dead and buried quick. So Sangal left here in the 1-1 pool. 10-2 being the scoreline at the half. Second half pistol going live, though. Smokes over the top, flashes to assist it, looking for the burst out onto the bomb site. But Heavy God, this is what he does. Any pistols in this man's hands are worth their weight in gold, and Icy sniping with the USP. Oh boy. The 11th could be so damn close, and it's Heavy Glod that gets them one step closer. 3 kills on that one.
Well, you can probably bag it, tag it. This one's looking like it may be a done deal. That is ridiculous from Heavy God. We didn't see both kills from his perspective. My goodness. How do you even play against that? They're even leaping in midair, and he's just plucking them out. No problems whatsoever. Oh boy, Sangal. No post plan. It's a pretty grim force buy. Couple Mac 10s, the Eagle, couple Tech 9s. They're going to get aggressive. Samaze, sick and tired of being sat around trying to save AWPs. He wants to take the fight to the CTs, but he's going to be put down immediately. And who else but Heavy God? Doubles up. 12-2 is going to be the score. It hasn't just been a comfortable victory here, Jackie. This has been a complete and utter demolition. Sangal have never been in this game at any point.
Pancake level plays, mate. It's been flat. It's rough for them. Anytime it did look like they had an opportunity, there was a reply back. And it shows the versatility of Icy as well. He hasn't really necessarily needed to only have the scope on him. It's not all been the AWP. It's been the rifles, it's been the pistols. And Heavy God continuing the streak of success he's had at the RMR so far. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a rapid BO1 with Cloud9 looking to put themselves into that 2-1 portion.
Just a dig. Galil's in play with a couple of AKs here for Sangal. Not much utility. They've gone for firepower for the most part. Flash out from Axile, just so confident. Flashes himself into the peak, gets his man and falls back on 12 HP. Con being aggressed on right now, but Heavy God perches up the one, neutralizing the push for the time being, but it feels like Sangal is still going to go ahead and try and get through that smoke. Has dwindled onto window. Icy can have a quick look. LNC's got an interesting position here, but he will need backup at some stage.
They get a bit of time to group up, walk back through Con. There's only the one smoke, though, on LNZ. And Boomich, he's looking for these fights. Able to take it for free. No room for the trade back with the spacing between them either. Swing wide onto him. You get the pickup, but with 6 HP left and a fast phase coming around from Icy, you could be dead before you even realize what's hit you. And Xfloud, he was good on the CT side towards the A side, knew his angles, great spray control. It's a different situation here. It's to stay in the game. 1 versus 3.
Bit of an off angle, maybe can neutralize Axel, who's low HP first, misses out on the spray. Position now compromised, goes back in for seconds, but Inters will seal the deal. 13-2 in favor of Cloud9.
Yes, another one-sided affair here, and a surprising one. Guys, I'm going to let you know a bit of thing. I don't know if you noticed, I've been in esports a long, long time, 2 decades now, nearly. And we have this term, it's called onliner. Have you ever heard this?
Kiss the ring, Rich. Kiss the ring. You got to kiss Boomich's ring because, yeah, he ain't an onliner, okay? No. Sangal, everybody's propping him up. Everybody's just looking at the HLTV ranking saying, hey, they're 30-somethings in the world. Cloud9 are 60-something. Come on. This is LAN we're talking about.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, they just didn't show up at all. And that's the second time Sangal have come up against, like these big teams where you're thinking, can they get an upset? Can they surprise people? And they don't even get 5 rounds,
Yeah, I mean, Heavy God took a heavy dump all over Sangal's dreams of getting into the major at this point. I mean, this is just embarrassing, Richard. I'm sorry. Look, I was a Sangal, kind of supporter in this. I was thinking, maybe...
I believe we use the term Sangal apologist.
Yeah, So. I thought of all the kind of tier 2 teams here that they were the team, based on what I had seen, that had one of the better chances to sneak in that 6 or 7 spots to get to the major. And I still think that's possible, but the fashion in which they lost is really the more problematic thing than the actual L itself. And that's because, Cloud9 weren't exactly who we said they were. Before we went to this game, I discussed Cloud9 is going to play a very fast-paced, execute-heavy style. Heavy God and Axile, they're going to be in your face. You're going to have to figure out a way to deal with that, and they simply couldn't. Axile and Heavy God had a field day with them, and if you're a Cloud9 fan, you should be getting really excited right now because everybody's already kind of known the potential of Heavy God and Icy, but the fact that Axile is starting to get back in fine form, this team gets so dangerous when you add that element into it.
And for all of the role cells out there, I am going to say, Rich, you were right. You were right. Heavy God has proven that despite the fact that he was an extremity lurker player on his previous team of OG, now that he's playing with Cloud9, he's part of the entry pack. He's playing a lot of the rotator positions like Connector on Mirage, for example. He makes it look good. If you're a good enough rifler, you can make it happen regardless of whatever position you're thrust in. And so I want to say right now, Rich, to all the role cells out there, they need to apologize to you. They need to apologize.
Listen, I am long overdue an apology about this. It was also criminally misrepresented what I believe because, I've got people out there like my good friend Duncan telling everyone that I don't believe in roles. Obviously I do. I'm not an idiot, but it's just
that's to be proven.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how we're doing by the end of the broadcast. All right. But the reality is, people like MOUZ and these phenomenal talents like Heavy God, you can play them in roles they're unfamiliar with, and they're going to get it very quickly and let their talent do a lot of the heavy lifting while they learn the role.
Well, I think it helps when you're playing a style like this where you're kind of just mobbing up, right? It's not like you're being relied upon to go in solo or with one partner to take one piece of map control while other players are just playing more supportive elements across the map. No, you're basically just deathballing your way into sites. And Heavy God, even if he's not the first guy in, he's probably the second or third just behind Axile and Boomich. And that's where he can really thrive, when he kind of already has a little bit of intel, maybe one other person's drawing a little bit of fire, and he can just kind of be in the pocket and be able to deliver with this.
I mean, what I love about Heavy God as well is he just looks like how he plays.
He's a beast.
Just a monster.
Just a serious whole ass unit.
He must wake up every day and just ask himself, am I a monster?
I am.
Crazy, just a crazy beast
and
of a player.
And it will never be answered, and that's why, Rich, many people need to apologize.
I mean, he also didn't really need 8 minutes to win this game either.
I mean, he's just out there, right? Just able to just stomp on these lesser teams. And now, I thought Cloud9 when I came in, I didn't have a lot of faith in Cloud9 to be able to actually go far in this tournament. I thought they were going to be one of the big names.
They were in my Natus Vincere. Did you not see that?
Yeah.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They were in mine. They were in mine. Rich, okay, people need to start...
There's no evidence. That's all I'm gonna say.
But people actually need to put some respect on Cloud9's name, because at the same time, like, we've used to say this all the time, that the teams that are out of, say, even the top 25 on HLTV's ranking, you don't even know what's happening over there anymore. Like, any team that's ranked 26 in the world through like 70th could all seemingly beat each other or even punch up on any given day.
People don't understand like the fundamental basics of rankings, and that is that the gulf between 1 and 2 is greater than the gulf between, say, 49 and 50.
Yeah.
The further you go down, the closer it all is. And so, yeah, a lot of these rankings, like once you get past 25, 30, it's just a number. It doesn't mean...
Because also another thing is that it's so much about, with HLTV ranking, it's about how often you're doing it, how often you're playing. And if you're taking some tournaments off because you're a well-rounded team with a good support structure like Cloud9, you're taking some of these CCTs off. You're not playing every single cup, every single weekend, and so you're not going to get as many ranking points like Sangal, who are just grinding out every single cup they possibly can.
It's also one of those things, too, when you're playing like these tournaments that you're talking about, you could play one best of 3 and be out.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not really a good representation, because you're not getting enough reps to really show who you are. And that's why with Cloud9, like, yeah, on paper, they have plenty of talent. Looks like they're starting to form up a bit of a map pool. But the issue is that the online results are so varied because they're so all over the place. And it's like, it's hard to keep track. And that's why you can't really know a team's true identity until they really get at least some type of consistent online play, or you finally get to see them under pressure, under the lights, on the big stage, in situations like this one. Yeah, exactly.
And we saw Sangal crumble. Like, there was round number 8. They were up 5 versus 3. They got opening picks, and they just lost their marbles. They had no idea how to get back or to even hold on to this sort of lead. Jota gets 2 kills towards A early on. Axel lurks out of B and kills the solo B defender. They're playing a 4-1, despite the fact they have a 5 versus 3. Icy locks them out by playing deep into the apartments. Jota right here himself actually just panics after this death on his teammate already towards the apartments. He tries to clear the angle, just shoots at absolutely nothing. He's shooting at Ghost. Xcloud, my bad. So Xcloud shooting at Ghost right there, and then the rest of the players on Sangal have to save. Like, they had a 5 versus 3, and they somehow still were able to lose this one. Cloud9, on the other hand, they know how to create win conditions. They're tenured veteran players at this point. They've been on big stages. They know what's at stake here, and that doesn't affect them. That's the big thing. For Sangal, clearly the lights were too bright.
Yeah, I mean, just some final thoughts about Sangal. I mean, look, it's tough when you're playing the big teams and the teams that have the experience and the tenure at events of, this kind of caliber. But I would say, if based on the seeding, the accurate seeding that we've lauded on the desk, those were potentially upsettable games in a best of 1, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I get exactly what you're saying, and you're totally spot on. But this was not one of those games for Cloud9. Yeah. That's a team that you should be close to, right? You are basically in the same boat. Essentially, the only real difference is the fact that you have a guy like Buchholz and Axel and Cloud9 who have loads of experience that really isn't going to be matched on the opposing side of Sangal. But outside of that, Heavy God's just kind of making his come up. Same with Icy. He's just kind of making his come up as well. And it's the same, story on the opposite end with Jota and xCloud. So, like, in reality, that should be one of those games you should be able to win, or at least make it competitive. Come on, guys. Like, barely doing anything on the CT side of Mirage, a map that's supposed to be kind of a 50-50, if we're honest, on how you should be able to play it. Yeah, that's just kind of unacceptable in my opinion. And look, I think Sangal still have a chance to make it out. They're going to get to play some weaker teams now in their next game. They're going to be best of 3s now going forward. So there's still a chance that they can get that outside 6-7 slot. But this is certainly not the trajectory I thought that they would be on at this tournament.
All right. Well, guys, as always, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to see if Saw can clip Falcon's wings. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, welcome back to the European RMR. We're about to get into the second best of one of the day. It's going to be between Falcons and Saw. Joining me on the desk, Maui, Dust. Let's start with Falcons, because why not, right? We've been talking about them a lot, and I'll explain the rationale behind that for people at home. They're going to be the best team in the world at some point, guys. You're going to have to make peace with that. They are going to assemble the super team. They're going to put together Voltron. They're going to get Nico and probably some other players. They're going to keep throwing money at it until they're number one. So let's enjoy the moments when they're not, right? That's what I'm saying. And certainly, guys, right now, they're not.
No. Yesterday, though, they almost went 2-0. They almost won both their games, actually. So they could be in a position to actually look very strong throughout this RMR. However, there's obviously going to be some adjustments made. They are going to change some players. And I feel like we're already starting to see the weaknesses arise with this team. People like Dupree, people like Modern, they're under the microscope right now because Simple is doing his job. Simple is actually showing that despite the fact he's only played sub 50 maps of officials in CS2, he's already a force to be reckoned with. He's a clutcher. He's already a difference maker on the AWP itself. And beyond that, though, I think there are still a lot of questions about who's going to be sticking around, who's even satisfying their role.
You say sub 50, it might be sub 20, honestly. Like, I think he played like one online match he stood in for. He played Katowice, and he's played this. I mean, he has not played very many maps officially in CS2 at all. They all have been with Falcons still. And yeah, the thing with Falcons is, I mean, they've been pretty much placing dead last at every event that they play. And the only saving grace that you could try to come up with to excuse it is at least they're losing usually to some of the best teams in the world, like a FaZe or a MOUZ or an Eternal Fire. You know, some of those types of squads are usually the ones that are knocking them out of events, but they also just haven't really gotten very many wins that would kind of offset those disappointments. But what I will say at this event, as the team is, as you said, slowly dying, the vibes seem really good. Like, they seem very positive even whenever they aren't playing well. Like,
some say too good.
Could be. But the thing to note is, yes, Simple's playing well. That's good, obviously. If you can keep, working the rust off and keep growing and building, he certainly could still be a big player. I will say, Dupree and Snappy have been overperforming so far this RMR.
Yes.
If they can somehow keep up that level, then they're in good shape because Magus is getting exactly what you want out of him.
Well, on that note as well, you saw him on the screen briefly. Madden had a rough day yesterday, and he's one of the players I think everybody is just assumed it's farewell, after Shanghai. But yesterday, certainly, there were question marks about whether there was something wrong with his sound at certain points, right? It was like really, really strange. I don't know if you saw that or picked up on that, Maui.
On Nuke, was it?
Yeah, it was like a very uncharacteristically poor performance.
I mean, I feel like with Modern right now, the way that the team has been just kind of moving around is just like something that is never going to behoove him when he's really a guy that to me has been a specialist in a good system. That's what he was for ENCE in the past. And with a puggier lineup, which this Falcons team pretty much is at this point, I feel like he can't really flex as much in some of those spots. Like, for example, on Nuke, when he's lurking out towards A, for example, on the old ENCE lineup, he was just so good at procedurally clearing, knowing what his teammates are covering. But now, in a looser system, or really I'd say less of a system right now that Falcons are working in, it just feels like he's not really aware of what is and what isn't available. And of anybody that's getting flustered and kind of surprised on the player cam, I feel like he's the guy that seems like everything's a jump scare.
Yeah, that's fair. Talking about Saw, obviously they're a team that a lot of people have kind of, their stock was rising. They had that Cinderella run at Cologne that we talked about yesterday, and everybody wants them to do well because, it's a nice feeling. You've got some veterans there that are getting their flowers very late in their career. I understand all of this, but it doesn't seem to be the Saw that attained that top 4 finish does.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's all that they've done. Like, I don't mean to belittle it, but I mean, that top 4 finish at Cologne was indeed a magical run where they were beating top teams like G2, FaZe, so on and so forth. But then outside of that, they struggled at the last season of EPL they played. They only had that one win against Eternal Fire. They lost to everyone else. Didn't do well at Challengers Atlanta. Yes, they did win Challengers Katowice, their debut event with Agile, who has just replaced their other star player, Eradoche, but they didn't really play anyone. They did play Falcons and beat them, by the way, 13-11 on Ancient, so maybe throw that in there. But my worry for them is that Aerodose was big shoes. And I still cannot believe that Saul thought it was the right decision to not bring this guy to the major. That is absurd, and they're going to look back on that and really regret it if they don't wind up making it through to the major. Because Agile, while he did play well at Katowice, so far at this RMR, he has been very absent. And they need him because it can't just be E-Jerks and Story carrying this team. I will say this, Muterus, crazily enough, is the one that's fragging out right now. So that's just not sustainable.
There's that LAN experience.
Yeah,
in again.
But I just can't see it being sustainable. And so you really need to see like Agile find his rhythm in this game.
I looked at a little bit of Agile's POV yesterday, just kind of like, why is he doing so badly? And I feel like one thing that is that when he's in these aggressive positions, this is something I get from sort of inexperienced entry fraggers where they just kind of swing out as wide as they can till they take a fight. And instead of envisioning like the best entry fraggers in the world, they're going to strafe out just wide enough to clear an angle, then move on to the next one with an intent to actually fight into that new angle. But sometimes Agile's almost just strafing with intent to react. Like he thinks he's going to counter strafe well enough, even without really envisioning that next fight, which to me says the game's moving a little bit too fast for him as he's trying to jump up to this level.
We have to understand too that like in the past with Aerodose and E-Jerks, they were like an entry duo. Like even when Aerodose was playing like extremity roles, when they finally did go for their set piece or their finish, it was that too as a tag team duo, E-Jerks and Aerodose. So the synergy there was incredible. They had been playing together a long time. They came up together. They knew what to do off of each other. How much time has E-Jerks really been able to work with Agile to get that same synergy? Probably not. And it kind of plays into what you're talking about, where that means the spacing is going to be a little bit off. Maybe things aren't going to be as optimal on how they're facing certain duels. And so that is something that, again, I just feel like it's unacceptable that you kind of ruin that synergy, which is your best chance of making the major.
And you were talking about Muterus, Dust. Maui, I believe you had a point that you wanted to make as well, because, you know, I've talked a lot about the veterans and the LAN experience and kind of, you know, how well they've been doing. I mean, people, you know, probably don't realize like how much he's kind of contributing here at these events.
Hey, I think there's a lot of things that are wonderful about Muterus and his journey, his story, the fact that he's been playing in this space for such a long time. But I will say that 1.35 rating as an in-game leader, unfortunately, not sustainable.
Yeah.
On the flip side, though, Snappy also overperformed on the side of Falcons, and so something's going to have to give here. And I feel like the fact that the IGLs on both of these teams are playing so strongly is actually a worrying sign. I actually just don't think that can sustain through the rest of this RMR. Or unless it's just some kind of just incredible stroke of faith.
Yeah, we've got the veto coming up.
Yep.
Dust, I'll throw
No
this over
Inferno,
to
by the
you.
way.
Yeah, where do you think it goes? Rematch on Ancient, maybe?
It could be. They both also are willing to play Anubis, so I could see that as well.
Okay. I felt like Nuke was possible here also, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they let it through, but yeah, okay, we got Anubis. So yesterday we saw Falcons play this one against Eclot. Obviously that one went to overtime, and throughout most of the game though, I mean, I guess they didn't really have a terrible single side. Like I'm pretty sure it was 7-5, 7-5. So that one, I mean, overall for this one, I did like how mobile Simple was on the defense for this one, and I feel like he's always going to be a focal point, a talking point. But I just think that sometimes even though he's doing well on this team, I've noticed that sometimes people just aren't sure of what it is that he's doing. Like the synergy between him and the Falcons players is still a work in progress, clearly, because he's calling his own number, but they don't know how to actually always play around him taking this new space.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see kind of the opposing side too with, you know, the guys over at Saul, because they play Anubis very differently than a lot of teams. A lot of teams like to just spread out, play default, mid-round their way into some type of B split. Maybe they throw in the occasional like set piece on A with a bunch of Molotovs and smokes. Maybe they throw in the occasional like 2 or 3 man push mid, fall back, you know, create plays from that. Whereas a team like Saul generally just likes to gather up and go. Like they're a team that's going to like load up 3 or 4 players outside long B and just attack it. Or they're going to go for the A set pieces. Or they're going to go 3 to 4 players pushing mid early. Like, and it's going to all be led by EU Jerks, obviously. That's what I'm kind of getting at. So all the weight is on this guy's shoulders in this game.
Right, well, I've heard your opinions. Now we can put the casters up on the big screen. There they are. It's Jackie and Vince. Hi, guys. This is the first time doing this with you. So what do you think? How do you see this one going?
Man, I think, Rich, it kind of paints a foreboding picture with the fact that both the games Falcons have played have gone to OT, right? This is a team that performed better in MR15 in terms of the individuals, and they're still kind of playing that way here in CS2.
Yeah, Vince?
Yeah, I'm also going alongside what Maui was talking about with both IGLs kind of performing, not being sustainable. I honestly don't see that much firepower apart from Simple on Falcons right now. You saw Dupree have a really rough start. Magisk wasn't that great yesterday as well. So I think Saw might actually have the edge in this game.
All right, guys, well, we're about to find out. I'll let you do your thing. Take it away. It's time for the game.
Well, here we go then. Let's strap in for this one. Anubis, back on your screens. If you missed the opening round of the RMR's very first game for Falcons, it was an uncomfortable way to start it, Vince. There was a backstab with the blade. It all went a bit wrong in spawn. It was a nightmare round, and there was a lot of those inside of that game. So they've already played a bit of Anubis. That was against Eclot, barely getting it over the finish line. The 5 HP soaring through the air, simple dive bomb that kept them in the game. And now we're here, of course, in the 1-1 pool. Saw on the CT side. Falcons will be your tease as we get into it. Story already taking map control on the walkout, down to 1 health. He's been seen, tagged, but still alive.
And Meteorus also forced out of his position, has to sit in Temple and wait for the rest of the troops to arrive. In the time being, the bomb already put down. No grenades on the T's to try and fend off the CTs, but only a flashbang for Roman. Muterus wants to go back out one more time, but they're losing Story, they're losing players. Roman gets one in return, an awkward fight between Muterus and Magisk, but it's Magisk that then goes in on Con. Down to Roman. No real hope of him clutching this out. Some nice shots being connected by him, but he's been forced and funneled away. And Falcons will claim first blood in this 1-1 matchup.
All roads lead to Roman as Madden will find that one. The Glock puts him to rest, and the pistol round is confirmed. So Falcons start it off on the best foot. That's what you want to see from them on the T side, at least. The bombardment into the site was clean. They win their duels. And last time around, when these two teams went head-to-head, like Dust mentioned, back at ESL Challenger Atlanta, that 13-11 that Saw won, that was a big performance from Dupree. He seems to be a bit of kryptonite against Saw. He sported 24-17 in that matchup, arguably is the reason it was as close as it was.
And interestingly, yesterday when he was playing Anubis, when we were casting him against Eclot, he started really poorly. He was 1-9 at one stage.
Oh, yeah.
And every time the camera went to him, he's a very emotive guy, you know, but he did not look happy at all. Obviously, the smiles did return when they went into OT. They ended up winning it. But there was a fair chunk of time, about 10 rounds or so, where he was just not having a good time whatsoever. So to see him kick off with a 3-0, I was talking about the lack of firepower maybe on this Falcons roster being a problem. That is definitely one way to find a remedy for that potential illness. And now Snappy coming in through on the A side. There's no one home. Going to be a clean, straight up take as the bomb is now traversing through in the hands of Madden. And Saw, who are fully committed to the save, barring Roman's Deagle, which was afforded to him really by those 2 picks he got in the opening round. So 2-0, as comfortable and as clean as you like.
Is this a bit of foreshadowing early on as well from Snappy? CT and T side, it was the SMGs where he was really thriving in the carnage, mate. Out towards mid with the MP9 on his CT half. He was going in for fights, picking up some big multi-kills. T side, he's running in with the MAC-10. He was entrying for Falcons and then being able to call from the safety of obviously having the perspective of all the monitors in front of him. It worked out well. A little bit more messy on the exit here, though. The fact they actually steal away a couple of weapons from this isn't the end of the world. I mean, actually, it's not too great for Falcons, obviously, right? You get out of that with the Galil in the back pocket for Agile and the MAC-10 for Roman. You'll take those.
100%, yeah. They came in with a Deagle. They come out of it with a rifle. And Roman, who maybe was going to dip down to an MP9 or something, now just has a little bit more money in his back pocket. So really, all things considered, Saw can take that as a little bit of a success story in round 2. But Falcons can quickly punish them if they're not careful here. And of course, one of the main draws and one of the main attractions of that performance yesterday that we casted was Snappy just going nuclear with mainly SMGs. He loves himself the MAC-10 on this T side, the MP9 on the CT side, and he's having so much success.
Weirdly, in that game as well, it was Forzy, the AWPer for Eclot, that felt like the star AWPer on the server.
Yeah.
Simple, he had some real rough misses with a weapon. Paranoia almost. He was very shaky with the gun, didn't look comfortable at all. It was his rifle, his pistols, and his SMGs that were doing the brunt of the footwork for them.
To be completely honest here, and this may sound bad, if he doesn't pick off that 1v2 jumping MP9 clutch, I honestly think people would have been underwhelmed with his performance yesterday. Yeah. There was a lot of missed AWP shots, as you say. The rifles were really where he was shining a little bit brighter. Meanwhile, Trade through on cams. It's Story and Madden that go back to 4th, and now Agile's stuck in an awkward spot. Precarious down to 61 already, and the hemorrhaging CTs, but Agile holds on for one more. Oh, it's such a good hold from the Portuguese man, the new recruit, and he goes in for another one. A 3K in the round, supplying Roman the backup he so desperately required, and Saw snatched this round away.
You love the way he's played it as well. Doesn't overface, takes the engagements when he feels comfortable, but more importantly, he's burning time off the clock. He's staying alive, giving his teammates opportunity to rotate into assist. Really nice round from him. And that's how you get your first. You answer back almost instantly. Obviously, off the back of the weapons you picked up from the previous round, puts him to great use, right? If he doesn't get those 2 exit frags and give himself the Galil, this might not have happened.
Surprising to see Muterus so upset. I guess that's when he died, not the end of the round. God damn it, we won the round.
I wanted to lose.
Well, Ujerks and Muterus both off to a 0-3 start. At very early days can easily be recovered. Tons of utility tossed into middle. Both teams given as good as they're getting. Not much left though for Falcons. You consider Simple and Madden already have expended theirs. They still have 3 smokes, which of course is more than enough, but just the one Molotov.
Slow starts have kind of been the expected moments for Saw throughout this RMR so far. Into their matchup versus Unity, they won 38 on Dust 2. It was a 6-6 half. They were losing the game 6-1 originally. So can they start to rev the engines a little bit more, pull ahead early on this one, and stop that from being an outcome? Oh, okay, they bait the crosshair on the jump across towards camera side. That works well, but they don't realize there's a man lurking in the shadows. Muterus with 2 as he replies back. Keep this clean and you'll be damn happy with the outcome. Snappy's the only one left trapped towards A main.
Oh, it's huge in so many different ways, not just the round, but they've also traded up to 2 AK-47s as well on the CT side. In fact, make that 3. Ujerk's just got his hands on 1. A huge boon, a huge boost to the arsenal weaponry, the money in the back pocket. And Snappy may not be long for this world either. Gonna try and hold on for 12 more seconds. He's about to get backstabbed. It's Roman that puts him down. And Saw with a clinical rebuttal from a 2-0 to a 2-2. But man, 4 AKs on the CT side with an AWP. Oof, doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, the dream, really, mate. And obviously, we were touching on the new man, right, in Agile coming in with the departure of Aros Dose. They said that he was not of the same mindset of the team. Obviously, you'd imagine that means maybe he's looking at other options. There's some conflicts there. So we'll see where he ends up. But they also replaced Berry around the same time. So now Golden, the ex-Fnatic man, he's at the helm in terms of the coaching. I feel like Berry did a lot for this team as well in terms of the tactical side of things being brought on. They always had the firepower, but then they got the extra element, 2 sides of the coin to play with in CS. So we'll see if Golden can fill those shoes as well. And what can Falcons get done into the 5th? Deagle for Simple, but already tagged down to 58. You want someone to swing on him. He's looking for an opportunity.
Well, we had the opportunity, but it was brief. Just a glimpse. And Ujerks, who saw multiple players pushing up the canal, is going to toss down that Molotov preemptively. And with mid-control, Muterus at any point can just die from above. Simple does find his man and forces away, but Saw doing their due diligence. They're not overextending for the time being, not getting too apprehensive. They know that the buy for Falcons is incredibly low. Hold on to these weapons, just get another clean, easy round. Replenishing the smokes as well, keeping Falcons at arm's reach. They've played really solidly so far here, Saw. Way more tempered.
Don't give them a look in. Those pistols up close when they swarm you, that's where it can become problematic. So keep it at arm's length. Play for the late round. Ujerks. Spray round the corner. A bit of a laboured one. Can't actually take him down. Roman at least with the spray. There's a bit of damage back, but they're still finding glimmers of success. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, though, so Snappy is forced to plant. And Magisk, he gets one, makes you believe maybe there's something coming out of this round, Vince. But the nade into the back, that's the end of the story.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a rough round, isn't it? Just across the board. I mean, Ujerks to get no kills from that position when you have an E-code, no armored up, full 5 pushing you in con. That's kind of unforgivable, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
And it affords them the luxury of bypassing a lot of those cross-angle crossfires and just getting onto the bomb. I mean, the fact they've lost 3 weapons there is so mind-blowing to me. They've lost 3 AKs. They have to replenish in their A1Ss. Significant downgrade. And it hasn't let their economy fully blossom. You've got 3 players still, just over $1,000. That should have been the easiest of rounds. And they played the first 90% of the round kind of perfectly.
It was the easy portion, right? You just need the spray down. Just got to hit your shots, connect it, and clean up. That went wrong for them. No mop and bucket. A lot of messy maneuvers. Tobias across either side going into the 6th. Utility to play with as well for the Falcon squad. And Simple with the spam. Nice tag there. Roman left on 17 HP. Information for Snappy as he peeks down towards the water side, but Story facing it with the AWP. Hits that one. Gives them the advantage early on.
The concern I also have for Falcons, coming into this game is against Eclot, their T side, it wasn't a tactical masterclass. It was hyper-aggressive pushes from Snappy in particular through mid, round after round. And Eclot were like, kind of like ice hockey, both throwing the gloves down and just exchanging haymakers straight on the jaw. So we're going to play a very different style of Counter-Strike. And I'm not sure if that's going to favor Falcons with how their T side was looking yesterday. They've already lost Snappy. They've been fended off on middle. 38 seconds. They have to start to try and exploit and make an incursion into the site, but they're being repelled. As Agile and Mutinous both lay down bodies. And although Magisk may get one in return, he finds himself in a 1-on-3 with a flash round the corner. And Saw dial in a 4th consecutive CT round.
And on the camera run out there, my eyes sort of lit up. I'm looking at Madden. I'm thinking back to yesterday. He was a demon in some of these key rounds for Falcons. It felt like he was the one that was giving them sort of, a way in, a pathway. It was his P250, his rifle. He was really clinical on the CT side. But like you touched on, right, that's still a whiles away. That's into the second half. At the minute, a round like that, instantly checked. Vincere is able to put him down. Doesn't find the trades that they wanted. Can't give them the advantage. We saw a lot of these fast plays as well, where they just go for the instantaneous hit towards the A site when they're on a low buy. You get the mollies over the top towards camera, burn out the back of heaven, sprint on in. But Agile's there. This has been his domain.
Molly's being tossed in. There's going to be smokes and flashes behind that as well. Watching for the backstab as well, though. They're very cognizant of the fact it could be a CT wrapping around the spray. A little bit dicey, but no real damage inflicted to Agile as he doubles up. Flashes are good, and Story pummeled and peppered by Simple's Tech 9. Stuck behind the pillar, though, are the T's. Flashbang up and over. Not doing a great deal to deter Ujerks and Mutinous from spraying them down where they stand. And Saw with yet another round. You are seeing a couple of nervy sprays, though. Like Agile there. If that was AKs, he's definitely dead.
It felt like a very sort of, host timescale 0.1 fight. Everything slowed down, went full max pain. And this was the rough part for Simple. He gets out, gets the kill. He's trying to find himself the AWP right behind the pillar. That's where I thought they'd find a bit of stock on the round. Maybe he could make a simple play, but it fell so far away, he couldn't get his hands on it. So he's still stuck with the Tech 9 with low HP, couldn't make a big impact. And they get it back, so they can give it straight back over. Story will wield it again. Sonic has an opportunity to chime in here. Figure out what's going wrong on the T side, where they need to adjust.
Yesterday, they managed to get 6 rounds on their T side in their first matchup, the opener. But most of those were when they broke the economy. They lost the pistol and then won the second round against Eclot and put 5 back-to-back. It was Eclot that made that comeback towards the end of the half when Falcons ran out of ideas. So starting this slow, I think that's exactly why Zonic felt like he had to get included and involved as fast as possible. Also, Roman, Agile, both chipping in for really strong starts to this map. Simple getting up close on A main, but there is a Molotov there to greet him.
And this means in this 1-1 BO1, we'll get to see Saw playing with confidence as well, because obviously, like I was saying, it's been a bit of a slower start. They've had to find comebacks off the back of rough openings into games. Here you're leading. And this is even with the reset, where Falcons took the pistols at the second round. The 2 exit frags made a world of difference. It brought Agile into the forefront of the game. Madam, he's on the push up towards the smoke, parks himself inside of mid. Majis looking for the run out again here as well. You've conditioned them to believe you're always peeking on the right-hand side of the pillar towards water. So a few flashes thrown in, re-smoke comes over. It's going to run the clock down.
Time almost becoming a 6th member of SAW. In fact, it's them that decide to take the initiative, and it's a trade back and forth. Madden elsewhere on the map through on middle. Threaded the headshot onto Story, but they've lost control over B main. Runs straight into Roman. And deals the death damage to him too. SAW, like, really picking up the pace, but it feels a bit strange at this kind of time on the clock for those players to be the engaging ones.
It means that for Falcons, they can fast drop out through mid and go for the run up through dark into the bomb site. Important kills there from Snappy and Madden. Agile, the star player. Will he shine bright in the 1v3? Runs out, still moving. Bullet slaps the face of Snappy, but Simple on the reply puts him down. And considering the start they had into that round, feels like it unraveled very quickly.
Yeah, it's a puzzling one, isn't it? Like, I almost feel like because they had a lack of utility, they felt a bit compelled and maybe pressured to try and make plays, but I mean, you had so many players left alive. You were in good positions. The time was starting to run dry. It's a bit of a head-scratcher. Either way, SAW not going to get too tilted about it. Call a tactical timeout. They have more than enough funds to go for another buy again. They're just making sure they're all on the same page. I mean, I suppose it's one of those kind of coin flips where if they come out and they get 2 or 3 clean kills, they look like geniuses. It's like, oh, they're conditioning Falcons and throwing them out of the comfort zone, but I think it's mainly confusing for me. Like pushing B main makes sense. You get the kill, you back off. When Roman then decides to go all the way around the back of middle, that's where I'm kind of confused. Maybe the call, maybe like there was a bad comm, like they're about to hit A, I heard footsteps outside of A main, and they try to go for a quick rotation and flank them, but whichever way you spin it, totally backfires.
Blew up in their face there. Falcons get another one on the board with actual rifles. First 2 were a bit of a different power struggle in terms of the buys between both sides. Story still has the scope in play though. AWP available for him. That's out towards mid early, but 2 smokes back over. Agile left as the sole defender deep on A main. It's Magisk on the receiving end potentially. Molly goes over the top. Ooh, spam in. Divine intervention. Doesn't take a single lick of damage. Even the flash whizzes by him. So he's getting a big read on this and has the confidence to start walking up. He could make a huge play late round in Story. He's stalling it. Finds one clean connection. There's the double up. Oh, into the triple as well. Agile.
Yeah, that was sick. For everything that was odd about the last call, when they got completely dismantled, that makes way more sense. So much noise was being pressured over on the B side, and Agile, he heard the footsteps of the play, throwing the flash, actually just backed away and followed him in. Really great spray transfer though on this 3rd kill, especially onto Magisk. 13 kills for Agile already. And this is kind of why I said in that pre-game segment, I am a bit nervous about Falcons. How much firepower do they have across the 5 players? I feel like SAW has just way more moving pieces that can tee off at any point.
Yeah, I mean, there was like 2 crazy rounds in their opening game versus Eclot that they should have lost realistically. That would have meant they went down 0-1 in regulation. They limped through it barely. Survived in the overtime, but here we're seeing shades of their T side once again. Or it feels like there's gaps. They can't quite convert certain rounds. You get the early opener on the push out towards the B side. Dupree's able to pick up the AK, so it's still in play. Ujax as well. So they take the fight to him on Dark. Very low HP. It's the MAC-10 of Snappy. Madden as well, sporting the same weapon. If they run on in, you could trade that kill so quickly.
Yeah, normally in a position like this, Ujax would be waiting for a pop flash to peek, but no one's in position to do that right now. Story is close with the flash, but he's mainly watching the main side with the AWP. 40 seconds. At some point, Falcons need to make a move, need to make a decision and follow through with it. Looks like B-side is going to be where the target is painted. They don't check the angles. Only the one kill. It could have been a lot worse. But out into the open they come, and Story is locking this one down with his AWP. 3 kills back to back, sending Falcons cartwheeling out of the round.
The end of Falcons on that one. The Story puts pen to paper, and the AWP is what collapses upon them. Technical timeout here into the 11th. Man, Snappy on the walkout, clearing towards the right-hand side, doesn't suspect the close angle in play. Ujax able to get one off the back of it, and then the AWP just sings all the way through the round.
Yeah, it's such a powerful position if you don't have the utility to block it out. You know, you want to throw a Molotov in there, a smoke for the cross. This is a moment where, I mean, it's maybe harsh to Simple to say this, but you kind of expect him to pick up both kills. They went 1-4 in trades back to back, but this really is the play here for Story. Agile doing a great job as well of fending them away and focusing their attention on Temple, which allowed Story to really fully flourish. Second timeout already called by Falcons. And when you consider as well that coming into this game, it's 7-3, but 2 of those 3 rounds were off the back of the pistol. There's been 1 rifle round won by Falcons this entire half. 7-3s may be a little bit favorable to them, really, and how things have been going overall.
Yeah, that's what puts it into perspective so much more. Difference in the vibe as well. Roman going absolutely ballistic, the energy's there, and I mean, fair play, right? Throughout history, for so many of these players on Saw, you've had heartbreak. You've had really rough near misses at RMRs. So many what-if moments. And then, of course, they finally found success. They were able to sink their teeth in, make it to their first major. And right now, with the 1-1 bracket, we know how important these games can be. Put you 2-1, you still got a damn good chance of making it to Shanghai for the perfect world major. The game's live again, though. Round 11 in play. Some concessions made for Falcons in terms of the buy off the back of the cash flow problems. So free Galil. But it does afford them the luxury of a few extra bells and whistles with the utility.
Another demoralizing element of this T-half as well is this entire half, they've only had 2 bomb plants, one of which was the second round they won. And then in round 5, they had a bomb plant which was defused. Apart from that, no plants even. It's not just a case of it's been super close 1v1, 2v2s. No, it's been a pretty open shot case for the bulk of these T rounds on Falcons. A map that typically lends itself towards T dominancy, but in this round it's Agile once again kicking things off. Good, a well-placed flash, and HG will get the better of Magisk. And they just have to back away. They've got a Molotov and a smoke. 45 seconds. Although Madden gets a kill, there's more where that came from. They nearly lined up for his spray. But they make amends for Ujax's life. And Story dips back in again. Simple gets caught. Will get the first kill fairly cleanly. I think faking as if he dropped down there on the bridge, trying to draw one of these other mid players out into the open. Molotov designated over on the corner area. Out into the open will come Roman, and he gets punished as a result, but it was never going to work in Simple's favor once he was tagged down. Agile is not missing right now with these rifles. 8-3 the score, and so have run away with this half.
Yeah, this has been a real blitzing. And it was nice with Agile as well. Knew he had slowed Magisk enough with the spam of the bullets slowing him down on the escape there, so he gets the deep HE in, commits to that one. And you saw Simple recoil in the player cams as well. Looked up in the air, the frustration of it.
Yeah, he did. That's the thing, they said this on their desk as well. Like, they looked in good spirits, like everyone's happy. Yeah, but when you start losing,
it's not the same, is it?
It's a different story, yeah. Especially with players like Simple, he's not a very happy man when he's losing.
He had some instant classics yesterday. There were some good one-liners coming out from him. He's been workshopping his material for his comedy shows. You know, you got to have it in the back pocket just in case, mate.
Molotov's down. Agile this time is plucked out. The invasion seems to be going swimmingly for Falcons finally. But that is only half of the test. Getting the bomb plant is one thing, but with 2 players pretty low. And 4 SOAR members that have to go in for this last round of the half, of course, with quite a bit of utility. They're going to be going in from heaven sooner rather than later.
Oh, 2-player peek on the stairs. Roman trying to edge around the corner. Him and Gutierrez might activate together, but there's no real room for the play, and it all goes wrong. Dupree, 3 clean connections there, brings himself up to a 7-9 individual score. And they do squeeze the 4th round out of it. Actually gives them a ton more to play with. Would have been a far worse for wear scoreline. You go through that 9-3, lose a pistol. Suddenly head in hand sort of rounds. So it means a lot they find that one. But still, in terms of the half, SOAR looking very, very clean. The rifle rounds were all theirs. It felt like there was only a couple of mishaps. Outside of that, Vince looking damn good.
100%. I think you kind of look at that half for SOAR and you're very happy. If you're in their camp, you're feeling very confident about how things went. Their aim seems on point, like Agile was popping off, but really 3 players come into that second half at double digits or better. Not a single player can say the same thing over on Falcons. Top fragger is Magisk on 8. Dupree and Snappy both down at 4 apiece. Now this is where we get to see how that entry duo of Ujerks and Agile is going to flourish or maybe fumble on this T side. This you feel is going to be a real test, but only having 4 rounds doesn't give Falcons much room for error. And they're going to go for dual Deagles, or dual Julies, I should say.
Julie watch enjoyers strap in for this one. Simple and snappy. We saw something similar in their opening game. Snappy was really crisp with it. They can be dominant weapons if you spam down, overwhelm the players. Dupree, he's going for the little jiggles out, bit of a read on the round, but they've got quite close. If they keep his attention in the back line, Ujerks could swing in. Crosshairs going wibbly wobbly. Down goes Dupree. Ujerks with the entry. They expect him to be close by, but do they realize about the flank? It's Agile that's holding for it. You come out the window, but straight down to your grave, and here's the pressure being thrown at them. Magisk struggling in the 1v1. Overwhelmed. And it's only Simple left, miles away at the barn.
1 on 5. This would have to be vintage Simple to even get close. Smokes in his eyes. Tons of enemies to contend with and no real idea as to which positions they've picked. And to make matters worse, he is being flanked as well. Ujerk's getting around the back after 3. Immediate goosh. Simple will go down without much of a fight. And the lifeline that Falcons potentially had has been ripped away. And drifts with the current. I love that play as well, by the way. Agile this here, just waiting and anticipating the windows drop. Completely cuts out any possibility of a flank. Hit him 15 times? What? Is that what he just said?
I think so.
I hit him 15 times. Well,
it's not enough. Need 100 to kill. Ooh, Story. Straight back in. The can opener of a Galil taking the head clean off a Simple. And this is SOAR. Already being able to find success going into the second half. You take the pistol, convert this one. You're dangerously close already here.
Hey, this is a declaration performance by SOAR. Like, Arisdose who? He got Agile. And he's popping off right now. He's making a point. You don't want to get too overconfident though. It's a rough spray from Dupree on the MP9, but finally gets his man. And seeing so many bodies over on B, they're going to fast track their way over onto the A side. But they still have to deal with Magisk on a Deagle and Snappy up close with a 5-7. Snappy Head removed immediately alongside Magisk. From a 3v4, suddenly only 2 players remain on Falcons, one of which is exceptionally low in the form of Madden. And it looks like they're already posting up for a save. It looked like they slipped over a banana peel and face planted, but Saw do recover.
It took some nice fights. Made you think there was room for Falcons in that round. But less snappy, more tappy as that one is picked up by Saw. The shot straight back onto Magisk and him. Clean up the defense towards the A site. And they get exactly what they wanted out of this. They're going to 10 now. Even with a 2-weapon save for Falcons, sure, you've got a bit of extra buy going into it. But you need rounds. That's the hot commodity. Saw are just being able to get them in droves. For contrast as well, right? You think about Saw. 4 of the 5 players have attended 1 major in their career. Agile is looking for his debut. That's against the 48 major appearances for the 5 players on Falcons.
That's a crazy stat, isn't it? It just goes to show that times move. Times are changing, and Saw looking to body bag Falcons. It would put them into a 1-2 bracket matchup. They're on the brink. Falcons shaking. Saw could just land the KO blow soon. This round should be a bit of a formality. I mean, there's 2 rifles in play with some deagles, but not much else in terms of utility. And Saw taking their sweet time. Uterus almost getting himself into a fight there on Con, but thinks better of the decision, just backs away for the time being. We saw they were very patient on their CT side when they knew they had the advantages. Just locking down middle. Looks like Story wants to get aggressive behind that with you, Jerks. And Falcons playing way more deep passive angles and hoping and praying that Saw make a mistake.
There's been a couple of them. One was irrecoverable in the first half. Madden. That's what I wanted to see, his CT side. It was a huge portion of Falcons' winnings against Eclot. Oh, Magisk looking a little bit shaky, but snappy right on target with a 5-7. Roman, however, has other ideas in mind for the 15th round. Out through mid-side, picks up a 2-piece already, armed with the AK. Throws the clip in. Can he slay from far away as time is starting to tick off the clock? He knows where the bomb is, but he's got to recover it. Snappy can play off it. And Simple, he's just got to stay alive on the back of the bomb site. Roman, he's seen the head, takes the engagement, wins it. 12 seconds now, time's ticking away. Snappy, he's holding for the info. Wants to hear the peak, go for the swing, tries to tuck in on the back of the site, tap the bomb, force the face, go for the swing, back out, but Snappy's ready. And by the skin of his teeth, the IGL of Falcons gives them a 5th round.
Again, though, it's a moment of individual brilliance from their IGL that digs them out of this hole. 5-7 up close, no flashes preceding the push, and that's what happens. He gets splattered by a 5-7. And Roman, it's a really valiant attempt. So 1v4 takes it down into a 1-on-1. So it doesn't allow Falcons to pick up that many rifles as a result. Their economy is okay to keep going forward, but they don't have an AWP in play. Not much money in reserve either. Hence Saw on that force buy, and they're just going to run and gun it straight across onto the B site. The Tech 9 is good, and Uterus dethrones Madden. Stop behind the smoke as well. Surely Falcons don't concede instantly into this round after picking a little bit of steam up. Simple's keeping himself activated in this round and needs the help as the Molotov straight in their eyes. Have to just hold fire for the time being. And enough time has elapsed off the defuse that they have to save. They get success. They snatch a round away and then taste defeat again.
And it goes to show, last round it really was the skin of his teeth, right? He gets through it. In those small instances, the 1v1 where time's tight, you've got to swing out, you hit the shot. It's already an 11th round. Coming into this one, they play with the pace, hit them heavy. And it's been the consistency for Saw that again rears its head. Another round to the greater, 11-5, forced into a save where you physically cannot afford for any of those weapons to be taken out of the CT's hands. It'll give them a way back in going in here. But it's been shaky, Vince. It's not looked clean whatsoever. It's been Saw dominating in a lot of these rounds. The individuals popping off, Agile giving a great case for himself, showing that he does wear those size 14 shoes.
Also, a quick shout out as well to Agile that's not just got the 18 kills, 5 multi-kill rounds and 102 ADR coming into this round, but a play that's gone under the radar just a tad because of how brightly the rest of his teammates are shining is Story. He's got 5 opening duels in his favor. He's cracked open the rounds 5 times so far. Everyone is pulling their weight on Saw. There's not one straggling member behind. Sure, maybe Mutrus isn't hitting the dizzying heights of the 1.35 ratings. He doesn't need to. He shouldn't be. He's calling a great game.
And with a ton of talent on his roster, set them up for success. Talking of which, this is where Snappy was able to do a ton of damage last time we saw him on Anubis. He plays very aggressive with the MP9, he'll take fights. And he was winning a ton of them previously. This time it's just delay tactics, chip damage, Molotovs, burn time off the clock, make it a bit more uncomfortable. Split push on the setup as well. Bomb going out towards the A site, Major's trying to defend, tons of damage but can't convert it. Meanwhile as well, Roman's finding the headshot onto Simple. And Snappy, this would be a round to show us what you can do.
He's got the MP9, he loves this weapon. Many a times yesterday, he thwarted pushes with this very gun. And this could be another time. He's forced him away from A at least. 23 seconds, Dupree. Oh, I was going to say, how's he not been spotted by Mutrus? He was hiding right underneath his nose, and Armadan comes in, but it's only the 1 kill. And Snappy's in no position to stop this plant. And ideally, as much as it sucks, probably should save. Their money is going to be garbage in the next round. This M4 would be worth a huge amount more. He does have a kit, though, that could bait him back into this, but already half of the timer is gone, and I think he's just made the realization of, no, I can't go for this. I have to save the M4, but that puts Saw onto 7 match points.
Coming into the Perfect World EU RMR, Saw's opening game against Sinners. They lost 13-11 on Vertigo. It was a rough start versus Unity that they converted into a 13-8 win. And now in the 1-1 pool, with one more round, Saw could shut down the Falcons, push themselves into the 2-1 portion, and make it far harder for Falcons to attempt to make the major, make them sweat for it. And they're looking good right now. Like you said as well, the cash is problematic. Reinvestment comes back out. Madden with the MP9. Same can be said for Snappy. Third of the tactical pause is used, so Zonic can get involved, but what can you really say? How do you fix this?
As bad as it is right now, imagine Snappy died.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it would be horrendous. Yeah, I don't envy Sonic's position right now. I don't know what the hell you'd be saying to the troops on the CT side. It's just been a complete catastrophe. And you got Simple bottom fragging. 7 kills. No big impact as you maybe expect. Only the 1 opening duel, but he's lost out 3 times in opening duels. I mean, Saw have just been levels above in this game. Levels.
You think about the AWP plays we've seen inside of this map, it's been all Story. He's the one that's been hitting the big connections, finding impact with a big green gun. It's just been green with envy for Falcons. And into the 18th, you've got a tall task ahead of you. No mistakes can be afforded. It's got to be a clean sheet the whole way through. They're thinking about overtime, and that's still so far away in terms of the round scoreline. Saw, grouping up, carpet side towards the A site. Tons of nades to play with. 27 seconds on the clock as the smokes are starting to go on over. Major, it's been rough for him on the defense, and he'll be tested again.
So many mollies and flashes thrown around. He's going to be fully blinded. And although he pops up for a couple moments to breathe, Story chokes him out with the AK. Could be the final play of this very map. And Falcons in so much trouble once more. Dupree and Madden against 4. And Dupree's position is going to be checked by Story. He's watching from heaven. In fact, there's 2 different angles, 3 now. They've got the agile position put into place. And there it is, the shutdown. One of the easiest games that Saw will probably play at the RMR. And they've got it done 13-5.
Well, Saw bouncing back, Falcons in the building, and, you know, the problems with Falcons just kind of continue. And it's like, you know, we've seen in the past where teams where it's like, look, we all know roster moves are coming. They go to that major, they have that last dance together, it energizes them, it gives them positive vibes. It's like, it just sort of isn't happening for Falcons at this event. It's been an absolute slog.
I feel like when I watch Falcons, they're sometimes trying to do a little bit too much too early. And I want to give Dust a lot of credit for the way that he characterized Saw's T side, how it's all about the grouping efforts, the way that they want to. It's almost like a shortcut. When you're a team that does that, when you just want to group 3 guys, 4 guys in a position, have 1 guy on an extremity, and then pinch a bomb site together, it's kind of a shortcut. You're not going through the layered default. You're not actually exercising all the stages of the round. But that's sometimes all you need to do. It's successful. It works well in CS2. G2 is right now a masterclass in that kind of way that you want to play. But Falcons, they like spread out a lot. They like try to do a little bit too much. And I think, Dust, you characterized Saw really well. And I think sometimes simple, stupid, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I will give them a little bit more credit than simple stupid. I mean, I think their utility usage is also just by far.
I'm not calling simple
anything.
stupid, by the way.
Yeah, I know you weren't. I was talking about the playstyle of Saw. To be very clear, no one's calling simple. Please don't call me a pig again, simple, please. Anyway, I just ruined that whole segment. But anyway, just to kind of get back to the game as best I can after that is just, first off, Agile. Fantastic job.
Yes.
Played really bad yesterday. He has big shoes to fill for Adose. He is a 1-for-1 role swap on this map, defending A and attacking A. He did both brilliantly this game. He was able to pair up with EU Jerks and have some great entries on both sides of the map as well. Obviously, Falcons, short of winning the pistol and the occasional round here and there, didn't get anything done. Then we swapped sides. Saw went to town. Again, that EU Jerks, Agile, you know, entry duo did fantastic with that fast-paced play. Agile just in general had a hell of a game. And this is more like the Agile we saw at Katowice that gave me some hope that maybe this guy can come in and still deliver in the fragging department. Yesterday scared me a bit. This looks a lot better.
Yeah, regarding Agile, I mean, yesterday, I mean, looking back at what he did, I just saw, like, it just felt like the game was moving too fast, like he was just going for too many wide swings.
Well, the good news is he got to play Falcons. So
yeah,
it does help.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, he can go for those now. But I also just want to say that his efforts on the CT side were much more composed. He was much better playing around cover, waiting for teammates to arrive when he was on that A bomb site, making sure that when Falcons, even putting him in a high pressure situation, wasn't overextending and was making sure that he was buying time for his teammates. And honestly, he hand delivered Saw some rounds that they otherwise would not have won. Yeah. So for Agile to play this well, this anchoring spot in particular around the pillar, never overswing. Like Jackie was really good commentating that one, just saying like he stayed so composed, and yeah, it's exactly what he did. So great day 1 to day 2 for Agile.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're like the A anchor and you're getting attacked through A main and people have made it camera and you're just dancing around the pillar trying your damnedest to stay alive, maybe grab a couple people with you. And he multi-fragged in a lot of those situations. Then yeah, you flip to the T side. This is what Aerodose was so good for Saw and Anubis, was those A entries, and Agile delivered it in spades in his own right. So this is a Saw we were hoping to see. You know, this is the Cologne version of Saw we were hoping to see as far as just them looking so cohesive. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. They have much tougher competition ahead of them now, going in the 2-1 game. But at least this is a good sign going forward.
Well, this is the problem for Falcons, right? I mean, you're now going into your next match. Obviously, it'll be a best of 3, which maybe it'll serve them a little bit better. But, you know, your tournament life's on the line. And it's like, I kind of feel, even with all of the narrative around this team, and even though we know Nico's going to come in, you know, like Gandalf at the Battle of Helm's Deep, and like, look for me, and he's going to save them all, right? It's like, I still feel they had to get to the next phase. Like, I kind of feel there's still a little bit of expectation. This is still a very expensively assembled team with Simple on the roster. I mean, it just feels like the expectation should maybe be a little bit higher.
I just want to point out the fact that Dupree and Magisk have now been part of 2 rosters, which you would say there's a lot on paper that makes sense here, but they take a long time to get up to speed. They both feel to me so ingrained in that slow, proddy, Astralis style back from 2018 and when they had their their era, that when Snappy wants to create a plan that's on the fly, if it doesn't work for them in their head or they're not used to it, it just takes too long adjusting. Like they are great players when they're in the right system, but I feel like in so many ways, so many of the guys from Astralis, and now that they've been all torn apart, have had a hard time finding that magic or even their own individual ability that lifts them and the team, their new teams that they're on, until you get like 6 months under their belts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they've had way more than that. They've had so much runway, and it's the same thing time and time again, where it's just, you know, nowhere near expectations. Obviously, some of these players, I think we kind of knew they were twilighting towards the end of their career, particularly Dupree. It's like, you know, he's not going to be that same star entry fragger he used to be. Magus is really the only one that I feel like still kind of maintains some presence on the server. And then Simple is just too soon to call. You know, I think that on the one hand, you get it one or two different ways. You're either overhyping them, which I think happens a lot because they see the flashes, they see those little moments, they see the number, and they think, oh, he's back. But then you have the complete opposite side where it's just like everyone's just like, man, did you see him whiff all those shots? Like he's looking terrible. He's not looking himself at all. I don't know what you guys expected. Like he is human at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, heavy is the head that wears the crown,
of course,
you know what I
but give it a little bit of time. You know, I think he's certainly moving in the right direction, but he's also not really in an environment that's set up for long-term thriving. Like we know this roster is going to change. We know his role might change depending on who Falcons picks up going forward. I mean, this is a guy who said he didn't want to op, but now he's the primary operator of this team. And so it's like, who really knows what the future is for him?
Yeah, anything to add to that before we go to break?
I feel like Simple, of all the people on this team, everyone seems expendable right now, actually except Simple. Like that's the scariest thing about any of their prospects. And I also think that's kind of actually in the back of the minds of a lot of the Falcons players, knowing that what is happening here at this RMR, yes, you have the goal in front of you to win, but it's also still a light tryout for that future iteration of where this team goes.
Fair point.
And by the way, for the next best of three, we will be talking about Zonic. We haven't done that yet, so that's one in the chamber for later. Thanks for your thoughts, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got a best of three, and it's going to be an absolute belter. We've got Na'Vi versus MOUZ. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
All right, welcome back. Good news. The best of ones, we're putting them to bed. We're going to get in some best of three, some good tactical Counter-Strike, and some absolutely amazing teams to play it, including the Fluke reigning champions, Na'Vi, and the young upstarts of MOUZ. It's always a classic encounter when these teams come together. It's always enjoyable to watch. I'm going to start with you, Maui. Set the stage for me with Na'Vi and where they're at coming into this tournament.
So Na'Vi obviously didn't have the best run at the Blast World Finals, ending in last place there. Big surprise. But with the commentary from people like Blade, JL, saying that it's more about peaking towards this tournament, towards the RMR, this is obviously their main focus. They're trying to establish an era, that of dominance and that of 2 majors in a row. And obviously the first stepping stone in doing so would be 3-0ing cleanly the RMR. They are the clear favorites to go undefeated through this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a Na'Vi team that, yes, fell off the Blast final, but prior to that was in 6 finals in a row and won 3 of them. They also are our major reigning champions, defeating some of the best teams in the world on their way to that victory. There was no easy team that they had to play against in that playoff bracket. They have established themselves as one of the best teams in the world on Dust 2, Mirage, and Ancient. So, I mean, they have quite the pool, quite the amount of talent in every single role. One of the other cool things about this team that I always like to mention is that everyone on this team can entry frag. Everyone. Except for maybe Wonderful, because he's an opera and not many operas go for big entries. But everyone else is like at that 20-ish% opening attempt rate. And that just means that they have JL and Emo who are like kind of the main entries. But then you have JL and other maps with Bit being like extremity players who can make a ton of plays happen on the edges of the map and kick start some type of execute. So they are just, I mean, everything you could want in a team.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk a little bit about Imma and his journey between the 2 majors. I think it's very interesting to see that, yes, I thought he was airlifted into real Tier 1 a little bit too soon, and you could see that it was really wearing him down. He went the longest time being perceived as a weak link. They win the major. Some say despite him, not because of him. There's still talk about him potentially being removed. Remember, Simple's on the bench the whole time Imma is underperforming. And I do believe, I mean, it might even have been a point that was made on the desk. Like, you know, if you put Simple in this team, they probably win the major at a canter and it's less laborious. And now here we are, and he's an integral part of the team, Maui.
That might have been my hot take.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's why I'm kind of sneaking it in.
Yes. And actually, yeah, for Ema's journey, I mean, he went from fraud to star in the matter of 8 months with this team, which is generally speaking more time than you would give anybody. If they are floundering in the way that he was for his first 6 months on Na'Vi, he's cut. Like, yeah, you're right. I mean, Simple was on the bench for them. He could have slotted in for Ema at that point. I said they should have just done it right when the playoffs started because Ema was playing so terribly. But now, by all means, in almost every metric, he's a top 20 player this year. And that is due to an incredible second half of the season. The fact that he actually won an MVP trophy through the grand final finishes that Na'Vi actually were able to accomplish. And when it comes to just entry duties, I mean, this guy on anti-ecos, I know it's kind of a joke. I know it's a running joke, but like, he's going to kill 3 pistols every time. And that's something it just safeguards those rounds, which can be so treacherous for teams that don't have people that are just mechanically superior to their opposition.
Yeah. What have you made of his meteoric rise?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things is he's playing one of the hardest roles in the game, right? I mean, when you're that entry fragger and you're taking like, you know, a very high percentage of the opening attempts on the T side, some things are going to go your way and some things aren't, you know, and he is right there. There's only like maybe a few players in the world that win like more than half their opening duels on the T side. It'd be like Nico, Malbs, Donk. Like there's a very small list, but I think Ema serves his role exceptionally well, creating space for some of the other playmakers like JL and Bit. And sometimes he will just get the clean entry and make the round easier for you. And so in a team that has a ton of different win conditions that could go their way, Ema has become one of them now. He is no longer holding the back in any sort of way. I've really, especially considering the amount of pressure that was put on from the community, from just the results. It's cool to see him kind of just break through that. And I think that's one of the X factors that has helped Na'Vi remain at the top.
Yeah, and we've seen him, you know, pop off already at this tournament, have some very good performances, and, you know, looking to continue that form here.
I think the thing with Ema, with JL, Bit, everybody, I want to just remind everybody that so much of this is by design. The fact that this team has been constructed by Blade as the overarching figure and really godfather now of this whole team and this project, that to me has really been the greater narrative throughout this, because you can wax lyrical about all of the players on Na'Vi at this point, but the guy who has held it together now for 3 years at the helm has been Blade, and he's elevated himself to this position where he's vying for the greatest coach of all time with every consecutive tournament grand final finish.
I think he's already there for me, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's talk about MOUZ, obviously Na'Vi's opponents. We talked about them yesterday, whether or not this was kind of a tournament that they were genuine contenders for, but the consensus we did arrive at, Dust, was that they're not going to flounder in a group stage, especially one where they're playing, kind of in a nice hotel, semi-studio environment, no crowd. This is their bread and butter.
Yeah, indeed it is. And they're coming to this. They also had kind of a rough Blast World Final coming into this event, losing to Astralis, which you would expect them to beat. And the other loss being the Vitality, which is kind of fair enough. But came second at Rio, has been a consistent top 5 team. Again, they also have an incredibly strong map pool, one of the best teams on Ancient, Inferno, and Mirage for my money. Also a pretty good nuke team. So very well balanced in where they can play the game. They too also have really good talent in pretty much every role on the squad. Also, Shue, I think, is one of the best IGLs in the world against Alexa B. Like, they're both top 3 IGLs, in my opinion. These are 2 of the best tactical teams in Counter-Strike. And that's what makes this matchup so fun, because these teams have met against each other 3 times throughout the course of the year. The semis of the Esports World Cup, the semis of Cologne, and then, of course, the Rio Finals. Now, Na'Vi won all 3 of those series, and they lead MOUZ Sports 7-2 in maps. But all the games were so close is kind of the point I want to get at, where any team could beat each other on Dust 2 or Mirage. And, they have a kind of a common map pool. So it makes their matches always very interesting and fun to watch.
Well, let's start talking about the map pool, because the veto is going to come in. Obviously, it's going to be a best of 3. Yep. So there's going to be some tactics and shenanigans at play.
Well, we know that MOUZ is going to ban Anubis. We know that Na'Vi is going to ban Vertigo. And then picks is going to be interesting. So we've seen MOUZ pick Nuke, Inferno on their previous 3 series. We've seen Na'Vi go Dust 2, Mirage, and Dust 2. So probably going to see Mirage or Dust 2, probably going to see Inferno. Nuke's possible as well. Your thoughts?
I mean, when we see the veto, I don't think there's going to be really any change for that. I feel like a Mirage decider or a pick is pretty likely for Na'Vi, and I feel like, I think you've pretty much encapsulated practically everything there is to say about the maps at this point. Like, the differences here are definitely in execution between these teams, as opposed to, there's not really a weak point, I would say, in this kind of situation. Typical bans come out, of course, for both these teams. Now, MOUZ, they actually go for Mirage, which is a bit curious given the fact that they've been kind of leaning on that Inferno, those nukes as their picks. And then, like you said, Dust, Na'Vi's picked Dust twice in their last 2 of their 3 series. Now they pick it again, so that's 3 for 4 at this point. And Decider, I think Ancient's a great middle ground for them. Or, okay, Inferno, which is, I think that's a little surprising, because Na'Vi could have just banned this out, given MOUZ have liked to pick it so much. But Na'Vi are no slouches on Inferno. They do love this map too. Like, Bitferno is
I don't hate Na'Vi for banning Nuke. They've lost their last 6 out of 7 games on it, so clearly not in good recent form. So kind of pivoting to a different third map at Inferno. Actually, it's pretty good news for Na'Vi. When you look at their Inferno, they've won their last 5 games in a row. So this to me looks like a pretty clear pick ban. I think MOUZ maybe could have tried to go for the nuke pick instead of Mirage to try to punish Na'Vi a little bit, but it's also not surprising to see them go for it. They normally have been the ones picking it, though, when they've played against them on Mirage. It's always been Na'Vi picking it. So that kind of changes the starting side, but ultimately this is an arena that they've traded licks on each other. Like, both of them have wins against each other on Mirage, and they are, next to Vitality, a couple of the best Mirage teams in the world.
I think if ever you were going to point to one map to be what is responsible for Na'Vi's potential era, you would have picked Mirage. They had, I think they had an 8-game win streak on it at one point in this year, and that was against the best competition in the world on a map that is so regularly regarded as being puggy. Blade has shown that there can be a method to the madness, and that is through the layering of mid utility, which now practically every team in the world has copied Na'Vi's own own mid take at this point. Top mid smoke, window smoke, just mauling the bottom kind of underpass position as well. Alexi B is going to be coming from top mid. Ema is going to be coming from the underpass. The thing that's confusing about this is the shoe's on the other foot now. Like, MOUZ are going to probably start on the T side, and Na'Vi, they're known for their T side Mirage. I'm almost curious in this case, do Na'Vi just start T side because they're so used to it at this point?
I mean, these two teams are both incredibly diverse on Mirage. These two might have, aside from Vitality, the deepest playbooks I've ever seen on this map. It's unreal how many different openings that they have, how good their executes are, and they want to change the pace. Again, it comes down to the Na'Vi side of things, JL and Bit being playmakers on the extremities, but Ema being kind of that main entry force with Lexi B, and Wonderful being a fantastic opera who can help support mid with the rifle. That's one of the great things about Wonderful, is this rifle is also pretty good. You flip the script, you got Jimmy and Brolin, good playmakers on the extremities, and then it's really going to come down to exertion. Exertion is going to be such a key factor in this map. And the other ones for me is like who plays Akon. Like, I think it's Shue on MOUZ Sports actually doing it these days, and he's going to be going up against Alexi B. And it's kind of interesting because usually you see kind of like the star players for a lot of teams play Akon, but both of these teams elect to use their IGL to play that spot, which is kind of interesting. But it also makes for a really cool dynamic CT sides on. I think it's so much information.
Yeah, Alexi will be targeting him when he's on the T side. Yeah, he's going to be going up con with Ema whenever possible.
I'm just going to bring in the commentators real quick. There they are. You've been listening to us, I hope.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah, we certainly have, sir. Yes,
so, what was that, Rich? Sorry.
What do you think? How do you feel about this matchup?
I think, again, you look at it on paper, right? This is like a semi-final matchup, grand final matchup, but it means so much more than that. And organizationally, Rich, if you look back to the past, right, Na'Vi, they've attended all of them. CSGO, CS2, they've always been there. You go down a few pegs, it's Fnatic and Nip that are tied. Then you've got MOUZ sitting there. I think it's like 14 major appearances. I think this is just going to be a cracking game. It's going to be a corker. There's going to be some tight fights. I think we get 3 maps out of it.
Yeah, Vince, a delectable feast for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this game. I think Na'Vi were probably the favorites for the major for me coming into this until that blast performance, and then everything kind of like was thrown in the air. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to perform today. If they can actually take the W here pretty convincingly, I think I'll have them as favorites for the major as well.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ, obviously, it's a huge hurdle that they've got to clear, you know, given the recent record. But this is the exact kind of environment I feel that plays to their strengths. You know, probably, you know, you're having to beat Na'Vi on a stage in front of a crowd is different right now when you're in one of those practice rooms. So maybe a shock. And could you perceive it to be a possibility?
Yeah, I'd come off the fence and say potentially I think there is a way they could do it. I think honestly it could be room for a bit of an upset. If they come out swinging, play some great CS, which you know they can individually, I think there's room for that to be the outcome.
Yeah, Vince?
I mean, I agree.
Oh, yeah, jump in, Maui.
No, I agree.
By the way, you guys can talk too. It's
with Jackie, I just agree.
It's a free-for-all.
The setting right now is just like they're sitting in a practice room, essentially. That's always going to make things a little bit easier for MOUZ to maintain composure in what has really been a series of arena losses. Like in studio environments, they're so rarely actually going to come out worse for wear.
All right, well, it is time for the game. Jackie, Vince, take it away. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm sure you are too.
Thanks, Rich. We are indeed. We should feast on this one, like you said. So let's sit down, get the knives and forks out, and see how the game's going to go, Vince. Na'Vi taking on MOUZ. Qualification to the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. CT side being Na'Vi. MOUZ over on the T side. We're getting to the pistol. We're here on Mirage.
Double Julies again. So many teams opting for this on Mirage right now. So many up close and personal angles where they're really going to thrive. And both of them actually playing on Balcony and Shadow respectively. 4 guns for 2 men, but no T's currently present. And Shui is watching for that rotation round the back through the T spawn. Slowing it down our MOUZ as well. Not giving anything away. No sound cues to play off either.
Flash over the top. Your one bit of information, but it's all smokes and mirrors. The real play is the smash and grab onto the B bomb site. JL firing out warnings, but that's all they are. The USP looking like a flare gun right now as the site is being claimed. Territory being taken by the T site. Snapshot from Alexi B though.
It's a beautiful shot. Does give them that little bit more to play with, especially as 2 of the 5 players now coming up through on the catwalk side. So need to keep as many bodies alive as possible. Send JL in first, who is weakened. Try and tank some of those bullets, be a bit of a sponge, but already half the timer is gone. And Exertion now pivots in, flashes through, but Jimmy's also going to connect with Wonderful and JL, picking up the pieces. And Ema with an instant, immediate headshot to Brolan. Na'Vi should have this under wraps. A 1-0 start for the CTs in fine fashion as well. It felt like they'd taken too much time on the approach. So surgical, removing all those threats.
How the round started, MOUZ expanding over the bomb site, hitting some nice shots. He's looking worrying for Na'Vi. But Alexi B, lovely snap with the USP up in towards the apartments, and the rest of the squad following by the example set by the in-game leader. And they pick that one up. A pistol round that you won't be forgetting soon. MOUZ though, reinvestment comes out from the bomb plant. You got some weaponry to play with.
Yeah, bits and pieces allocated to MOUZ here. I completely agree with what Dar said as well. For me, Exertion is probably the difference maker. He has the ability to switch up pace, be an entry, can play anchors, can play pretty much every weapon as well. For the longest time, Jimfat was probably the player that most people were excited about within this roster, but Exertion has really started to step out of the shadows this last sort of 6 to 8 months. JL, though, is going to get the freebie frag. Out into the open, they'll start to spill, but Ema helping bit alongside the MP9. Exertion, though, from strength to strength and frag to frag. Ema puts him down, but damage is being inflicted to the CTs now. Considering that Ema is low and JL's taking some damage, there is a way forward for MOUZ with 50 seconds still left on the clock.
Big Jimmy looking to get the bomb planted back of the site. Torji to assist in the 2 versus 3. But the health differential could be what matters most. If you can get those clean engagements off where you don't take much damage, you could convert this round. They're looking to bait out the face. They draw the peek from Jimmy at the back. Oh, but they activate stereo frags on the bomb site. JL's the only one left. And he will clean up. Response is good. Dive straight back on the bomb. Same situation once again. Another round for Na'Vi in the 1v1.
Oh, Jackie, I think we're on for a banger here, man. These first 2 rounds. I'm expecting it to be a whole lot more of these tense back and forth encounters. There was 2 or 3 times where it looked like Na'Vi were about to just shut the door in the face of the oncoming MOUZ, but they just managed to hang on in there, just get those extra couple of entry frags. Jimfat and Exertion already showing us why they are such a deadly dynamic duo. Sometimes Broland's been a bit off. He has his ups and downs, can be very inconsistent. Certainly a player to watch out for as well in this game. See how he does.
Oh, bit. Bites the bullet literally up against Exertion. Oh, the dink as well. And you're just going to commit to the spray. You know exactly where he is. Walking wounded, now down in the dirt. And this is a far cleaner start from MOUZ. They're taking space, getting the bomb planted, and they've got eyes on, visual contact back towards Wonderful. Alexi B, though, presented an opportunity, grabs it with both hands. Shuhei down and out, but Chorzi replies back onto the CT man. And suddenly there's just 2. They've been good for the clutches so far, but this is one that's too tall of a task.
Yeah, this is a whole different level. A 2v4, they've typically been in these sort of scrappy 2v2, 3v3s. JL and Alexi, because of how close these previous rounds have been, they don't have a ton of money. They need to hold on to these 2 weapons. So a save is the only choice they have. 2-1 the score. And, you know, we talked about Brolan, Jimmy, Exertion. The player at the very top of the stats after the first 2 games played was Torji. 2.01 in his first 2 maps. Played lights out. A 3 kill to death ratio was just straight up smurfing in those first 2 games.
Torji the terrifying when he's on form. Give him an opportunity. He'll take more than a mile. Round 4 live though. Broken by to contend with for the CT side of Na'Vi. Early smokes out on mid. Wonderful arm with a scout. Couple of weapons surrounding that as well. If he can tag them up, or vice versa with the pistols, you could look to convert a couple of kills. Nade set on the back of the B bomb site in case there's someone towards the bench. It's Wonderful. Scoped up, looking for the run out in case they give it on the bomb site. Timing though on the walk in through short. You're going to be able to bleed round the back, and winning his 1v1 versus Alexi B takes a lot of the potential stock they could have had in this round down quickly. And that's some nice footwork. Good shots back.
Roland clean on that double. Emo will have to save that 5-7 with the Kevlar on top of it, looking for an exit frag on Murder Hole, but yeah, MOUZ just really picking it up the pace. The one kit they have in market. And that now under the T's control. Kicking things off with a fast double. Did Na'Vi, but MOUZ right back into it. I love that they mixed up the pace as well. It felt like Na'Vi hadn't fully stabilized over on the B side of the map. It's maybe a weakness that they're looking to try and exploit. So you're talking about like Shui potentially playing in connector and Alexi trying to exploit that as much as possible. But when you know that Na'Vi are in a bit of a rough buy, lack of utility, maybe they don't throw in that early smoke, that early Molotov, and you can make the most of it.
And MOUZ doing their due diligence there pays off at the end of the round. Emma was looking for the wrap back in towards the market to grab himself the A1S that was on his teammate's dead body. But they had grabbed the gun and made out like bandits with a weapon. So nothing for him to recover. Not much to play with. Round 5 looking like a rundown fairground for Na'Vi. Not a lot to go on.
Now they got the Deagle, and JL, quite a monster with this weapon, tries to pierce through the smoke to open just a little bit of intel. 4 players in close proximity, make it 5 now. There's Shui, even trade back and forth. Exertion with the spray looking good, gets caught, but still spins around and takes the head of JL. And Ema actually mid-air, didn't see that kill. With a 5-7, shut down Jimfat. So MOUZ take the lead, but this was expected, Jackie. They had such bad economy. Now able to muster together a buy, but it's still not fantastic. For FAMAS for Bits, who's a 0-5, and he is one of the players for Na'Vi that you really expect to see at the top of the scoreboard. Like, he's normally top stats-wise, but he's on 13 ADR after 5 rounds played.
Damning scenes early. That's the nature of the game. If you can shake it off, reset. Ton of time to find your impact. Carve your name into the history books on this one. Do you realize Alexi B's lurking underneath the window, able to find the flick up? The hurty-burty's good. Oh, the second as well. And assisted by JL. Systematic dismantling of MOUZ's hit towards the site.
Consistent smokes also tossed in. It just doesn't look any way forward for MOUZ. 9K for Brolan. You can drop across here, whatever happens at this stage. MOUZ will have a buy, but obviously they're thinking about the big picture, the longer haul. Their endeavors for getting on the site, pretty much 0. Alexi, a really exquisite round as well, up close on the van, transitioning in for a double. Secured this round before it really got started, and there you can see, typically in this kind of a position, like MOUZ could maybe play a bit of a bait and switch, just hold fire, try and throw some rotations through where Na'Vi are worried about a potential plant on A, but because they have control of the bomb, it is just going to end in this stalemate, this 2v5. No reason for Na'Vi to get aggressive either. Their money still is in dire straits. So Torji and Shui will be able to hold on to their guns.
Given the luxury of carrying those weapons into the next. Cash in the coffers as well, so the rebuy can come out happily. Fair play to Alexi B. The 4 kills he's got to his name, he's finding impact with it. He's being able to shut down the sites. He's hitting some nice snaps from back in the pistol round as well. It was him that opened it up. Are those consistent rounds, though? Can you keep them cooking throughout the flow of this best of 3? All tied up here at the minute going into the 7th. Rebuy back out for MOUZ. And that AK in the hands of JL now.
Because of how close this back and forth has been as well. Like, you see Wonderful hasn't really had a chance to have any AWPs or really any impact, so to speak. Expect that's going to change sooner rather than later, but it's just been so scrappy, like constant economic game of chicken really for the CTs in particular. Getting aggro down into underpass, but Torji is already here. There is a smoke in his eyes, but he could be throwing a grenade to try and clear that one out. Just doesn't affect the smoke. Went too far.
Can't break it. Stonewall smoke. And spam shots. Seeds of doubt in the mind. But a slow play developing, posturing round towards the A ramp early. You've got the contingents out on mid side as well. You could potentially come in as the 2 prongs. It's wonderful looking for the jump spot right now, trying to garner some information with his life. He'll tuck back out. He's on the wraparound towards CT. Window smoke goes up. You get a little bit closer, group up close behind the smoke here. It's giving you some room to play with. They can get inside of it, burst out together. Look for the contact bit. Hits the first shot. They don't go for the instant burst though off the back of it. They want to wait for the timing on their teammates coming in through conside. Split the attention of the defense and Arvi.
That's Bit's first kill. That's where he is going to fall. Even with the off angle, anticipating the play, but Shui drops it. Oh, uncharacteristic whiff from Ema. And now Alexi, although 2 players are exceptionally low and he's going to get the backstab on one of them. Exertion and Jimfat are fully healthy and ready and ripping to go. How's he not been killed by Torji there? Timing must have been off on the peak. Regardless, MOUZ will take a 4th round. And what's really interesting about Mirage as well, Jackie, like obviously these teams have played each other a ton over the last year or so. But when it comes to Mirage, it's been a real back and forth engagement in terms of it's a 2-2. They traded back wins and losses. Last time they played was at Rio. MOUZ won 13-6, pretty convincing victory. A time before that, Na'Vi beat them 13-11 at Cologne. So no out-and-out winner when you look at the stats at least. Brolam entry once again as Shui gets traded back, but the man advantage remains in tow for MOUZ.
Oh, this is some carnage Counter-Strike. Everyone taking their individual fights and looking to see how far they can go with it. Wonderful. Shuts down the scope of Torji and puts them back into an equal situation though. Minute and 25 seconds on the clock. Wrap around for Zerjan. Link up with your boys, see if you can make a play together. You've still got some nades for this one. Smoke and Molly in the pockets. Oh, wonderful with 2 HP off the back of the peak. All on Zerjan. We know how much damage he can do, but this is a round where you've got to show it. Play your cards. Peeks out wonderful with the angle. Just waits for him to walk in. Puts him down in the dirt. Gets the upgrade onto the AWP as well back inside a Palace, so that's a freebie. We were saying he hasn't come alive with the AWP, but now he's got a chance to do that for free, and that's off the back of a round where he's feeding the hot hand. He's giving himself some confidence.
Yeah, exactly. His first AWP in 8 rounds. Now it's their 9th. He's going to be able to try and utilize that against the oncoming T's. Torji has another one. Seen him have a little bit of impact with it, but it's been so fast-paced on these executions that the AWPs just haven't really seen that much action. Another drop down for Ema. Onto the underpass. The flashes are good, but a little bit too late. He spots the pixel and makes the most of it onto Shui. And now Wonderful may be called upon to go above and beyond. Perhaps not. JL's going to alleviate some of the pressure that was building up on middle. Smokes himself into safety. And then Lexi barbecues Jimfat on the periphery of the map. An awkward 2v3. Out of nowhere. It's been so fast as well. Torji and Brolan, they do have a reprieve. Torji nails Wonderful. They got so much time left on the clock, and they do have control over the bomb.
And that one kill towards short from Torji. That could be the opener for the MOUZ Mandem to make a play here on the 9th. Still keep it competitive. Maybe convert this one. Information got to be gathered. They're split up. One towards either bomb site. It's an advanced angle from JL down towards the ramp. MOUZ cut noise. They slow it right down. Got the smoke and the HE for the late round. Connector open. JL getting suspicious about the backstab. You can see him turning his attention between both angles. Paranoid about a late round off the back of it. And Bit might be blessed on this one. Forward thinking angle. Right up on short. Time tight as well. If he slows them down, this could be a big round. He wants the raw frags though, and he's good for the instantaneous headshot. Oh, Torji scoped up round the corner, but Bit too quick.
Na'Vi regained the lead once more, finally breaking down the economy of MOUZ in the process. Well, feels like they've had cash for days. Now Deagles may be in play with some Tech-9s, but not much else. Na'Vi's opportunity to extend their lead maybe into an 8-4 scoreline. And when you consider that Dust 2 is coming up next, one that heavily leans in favor of Na'Vi, 90% win rate after 10 maps played in recent times. One of their only losses, though, it should be mentioned, was a 13-1 loss on Dust 2 against MOUZ. So it just goes to show when it comes to these two teams, you can kind of throw the stats out the window. Exertion, meanwhile, though, is positioned up close on the ramp, wants to put that deagle to use, crack open one of these sites and allow his teammates to flurry through, but yeah, Na'Vi are playing this way too patiently, way too passively to get any picks anytime soon.
There's a bit of a hidden benefit to the round, at least. Obviously, with the far weaker buy, you've just got the Glocks. Obviously not a buy at all, you don't really have anything to work with, but you can take this as a bit of an existence timeout, talk about it, figure out what you want to do going into the next if you play a slow round. And then just hope, maybe, get a little bit lucky, take a couple weapons out their hands, make it more costly. That's what you're going to be thinking about. Bombard out towards mid together. Eco bashing can occur.
Clean up. Only the one loss of life in the form of JL. Not that many kills really for MOUZ to play with, so again they're gonna have a buy, but it's nothing truly spectacular. Timeout has been also deployed at the same time. It's been so scrappy in middle, especially. Like, we've seen so many confrontations, like shimmying back and forth. Ema has tried to get into underpass a couple of times to varying degrees of success. I do wonder at what point we just say the good old-fashioned A execute. Dust talked about this on the desk. They got so many protocols, so many set plays. Their strat book is vast on this map. But most of the time, this has just been mid-engagements over and over again.
Yeah, they've been fast rounds. Everyone taking their own individual encounters. Then down to some tight 2v2s in the late rounds in the early portion. It's all rifles for MOUZ in the 11th. Wonderful. Still donning the scope. Smoke out on short. Early mid-control being established here. Berserker walking up into it. He can fade through the smoke. Potentially room for him to hit the shot, but it was got a good angle. Switched on about that prospect. And Wonderful. He needs that slight gap. Ooh, even the fadeaway shot was nearly a banger as well. So MOUZ down to 2. Vastly outnumbered here.
I mean, they're already into kind of safe territory. It's a weird thing to say with 1 minute and 15 on the clock, but they have very little money for the next round, this being the penultimate round of the half. 2v5, no real damage has been inflicted. They don't really have any control, and Ema takes a snapshot headshot, but missing out on the opportunity, although it was brief at best. It does surprise me. After the timeout, they kind of just run it back to the same tactics again. Like I called it before, Ema has been trying to get into underpass so many rounds. Did the exact same here. Nice Overwatch performed from Wonderful's AWP as well in con to allow him safe passage back onto the site. And MOUZ just didn't really have any foothold on this round whatsoever. Feels like they're running out of steam just a little bit. I was really expecting something different there, Jackie. Maybe that was the mind game they were playing. Like, we'll call a timeout, we'll chill, we'll just go back to default. Maybe they'll try something audacious or try and stack a site or something to counteract our strats coming up, but just hasn't worked out. Just a very flat round.
And it will result in the scoreline shifting massively in the favor of the Na'Vi camp. 7-4. Qualification on the line for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. A best of 3. 2 teams that have gone head-to-head 3 times in 2024 following the player break. Na'Vi, they were able to find victory all 3 times. A best of 5 and 2 BO3s in semi-finals and grand finals. Like we were setting up, it's a different environment here. There's the chance there's internal pressure. But in terms of where you're playing, how comfortable you should be individually, you should be able to ebb and flow into the game, show what you're made of. Broken by though, MOUZ contending with the cash flow. They adopt the Tech 9s, the Galils. Some nades to support a late play, but a deep incendiary. It fragments the squad and leaves Zerjan up close inside of the B apartments. Map control again being taken out towards mid. Na'Vi, they've been able to expand on these for free a lot. JL, short side. They wanted to go for the push in, but Molly buys them time and Bit wins out on the delay tactic of Torji. And this is the real hit being revved up for now. Pedal to the metal.
Alexi had a lot of impact on this very position early on in the half. That smoke's going to start to fade. The spray's labored, so he doesn't have any bullets left in the magazine to double up. But the information's been gathered. And Ema's collected onto Shui. Brolan and Jimmy, last two players left. Jimmy on 26. One bullet and he's dead. And Brolan taking a peppering. He continues to peek the same angle. And Ema now charging through and delivering for a 15th time in the first half. A dominant CT side in the end. Once they established their economy, MOUZ just didn't really get into those T sides.
I felt like it was super scrappy rounds, very close. Longer the half went on, more Na'Vi were able to divide and conquer again and again. So a big buffer of rounds at the halftime. They find themselves a pistol again as well. Already this one's looking pretty scary. Blade instilling his knowledge into the squad. Everyone checking the notes and getting ready.
Some of those plays, it kind of felt like desperation. I'm not sure if it was some kind of read there, you know, Torshi pushing through the smoke and getting punished for free. Ema's had a stellar half, though. 15 kills to his name. Well over 125 ADR. 7 multi-kill rounds. Unbelievable. Guy is straight up wrecking the server. And when you look across the MOUZ, like the Exertion and Gymfat, they started solidly. You saw glimpses of kind of where we expected them to be in terms of this powerful rifle duo. They just kind of petered off and faded away towards the end of that half. I'm really surprised how flat that T-side ended up being for MOUZ.
See if there's any more to the story here for Brolan. It's short-lived, runs out on mid, but the instant dink sends his crosshair off kilter, and Alexi B finds a snap back on Desertion. So already dents in the defense for the CT side of MOUZ, and you can slow it right down. You've got 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, a huge advantage. It's a round that they can wait for the opportunity on. Torji. Back out down through Con. Tucked in towards underpass. JL, ooh, gets a bit suspicious about it. Runs out, finds the pickup. The P2000 close range on Con. Can you deal some damage? Not this time, and it's all going wrong. Na'Vi in a great spot now to convert this one. It'll be another pistol, another round. And the second half looking grisly already.
Well, the lone Finn to take on the world. Has a Kevlar to potentially save, I guess, but don't feel like much of a prize to take out of this round, and he's going to go peeking a little bit more. Heard JL leaping up and down just outside a ladder room, and his spider senses tingling as he realized he's being flanked, but JL will devour with his 3rd kill in the round. And Na'Vi pick up both pistols on this map. And again, it just looked pretty straightforward. I mean, MOUZ, they had a couple of opportunities in middle, didn't really capitalize on it. Just got overwhelmed and swarmed. And let's be honest, this is kind of what we expected to see from Na'Vi coming into the RMRs. Like, they had a bit of a slippery performance against opposition in Blast, where they went out very early on. A disappointing result for sure. But it feels like they've come to this RMR and they've been reinvigorated.
Yeah, that was at the World Final not long ago. Obviously a 7th, 8th finish. First playoffs they've missed since IEM Katowice 2024. Outside of that, a ton of trophies, ton of Instagram posts for Blade. You're posting up good numbers here. For MOUZ, it's a rough round to deal with. You got no money. Just got to hope there's something in this one, some kind of boom to walk away with, but all in all so far it's going well. JL fast flicks. Torji snatches away 1 kill. Zersham runs in to grab the AK, wanted to put that to good use, but everyone honed in on his angle. And it's the same outcome for Torji. So there's the 10th dialed in off the back of the pistol.
All right, MOUZ, what have you got? It needs to be now. Na'Vi are building confidence with every passing moment, and MOUZ have looked super flat. Couple of glimpses from Brolan. Torji, Exertion, Jimmy. I mean, Shui's had not that many opportunities, typically trying to rotate in to save the day. It's just not been working out. But where do you go from here? Lack of utility already. 3 smokes left, no incendiaries. No nades on Shui or Brolan, and no kits across the board. MOUZ fully banking off firepower and winning out on their duels. And realistically, throughout the duration of this map, that's not been something that's been going in their way very often. Typically on the receiving end of a battering from Ema and JL in particular. I mean, Alexi's been dipping in for a ton of kills as well in 11.
It's a slower round. Na'Vi with a nade, set themselves up. Alexi B back towards Smawn, dashes those out towards midside. Block off connector, block off window. Rest of the squad waiting, eager to push out, seize the initiative round through ramp. And then the backup of Ima. Down inside of the underpass, Brolan. He takes the first fight, but the bullets, they go slightly skew if he's taken out by JL. Sui looks for his own entry, but it's not working. All of your attention consistently split between 2 angles. There's no room to take a clean fight for the CT side. And that's all they wanted going into this round. The sight's theirs, and Zersh could be a dead man walking. A fast peek out from JL, got the confirmation now again. Bit runs in, and they make it to 11 on the first map.
And again, just getting out-dueled. There's nothing particularly spectacular about the tactics on show here. Na'Vi just, they're light years ahead when it's coming to these opening picks. Bit, who started slow, has picked up pace. Everybody's pulling their weight. And MOUZ just can't win a duel. You prioritize firepower with the whole idea of being, we are going to outright win in those crossfire setups. And then you immediately lose 1 or 2 players on the site on A, and it's just over. You don't have the utility to supply and facilitate a retake. You don't have the kit. And they didn't even get the chance for that anyway. It was so clean and so crisp. The second that Na'Vi pushed through, without really a set play in tow, no smoke set wall or flashes or mollies to speak of, they just walk in, get the job done, and leave. I really thought after the start of this game it was going to be a super close one. It doesn't feel like MOUZ have shown up to the server yet.
It went quiet early. They've never found a way to get loud following that point. Consistently silenced at every turn. And with a mixed bag of weapons here, Zershon the only one on the rifle. You've got to find impact, and he can't quite do it. He tags him ashore, but you're not going to kill him. He's still alive on 16 HP. Jim Fat at least set up for success on the back of the site with a fairy tale. That's how it feels like this game is right now.
Have to be a miracle for them to get back into this, you have to feel, but Jimmy's not able to supply it. Torshi with a P250 does make short work of JL. There's going to need to be a lot more work done. And Bit just comes round with the 3K, all headshots all day. And Shui can do little but look on as all of his compadres fall around him, and he is bested by his opposite IGL. Na'Vi 12-4 in the lead. And with Dust 2 up next, this does not bode well for MOUZ.
They've entered the 36 chambers of death here on Mirage. Na'Vi running through them. Look at his speed run, the first map of the best of 3. There is weaponry once again. Torji on the AWP. CT sights go. Zhuang out towards mid early. Famas firing off the warnings. But he's getting so much space for free. He can peer onto the bomb site. Luckily enough, Brolan will win on that duel. Shuts him down. But they're already out, sprinting on in. The Barbarians aren't at the gate. They're on the bomb site, and it's Na'Vi looking to close the game here if they can convert the 4v2. Alexi B knows about Torji.
Oh, what a shot from Torji that is. Could be the catalyst for a comeback, but no, snatched away from Alexi. And now Jim Fat Last man standing, knows where Alexi is. No idea as to Wonderful's positioning right now. Time dwindling away. Of the essence for him to get back on the site. Try and eject these two Ts. Smoke down. Gonna try and play with the defusal. It draws out a HE. And Wonderful will not miss. Na'Vi completely slaughter MOUZ.
They certainly did slaughter the MOUZ. The MOUZ was in the Na'Vi MOUZ trap. And Na'Vi just looking so good to start this best of 3. Obviously, just incredibly one-sided performance there.
Yeah, just one of those moments where, you'd get like a Tom and Jerry, and Jerry's whiskers are just on fire, just like barely surviving with his life at this point, barely enough to get him to map 2. Yeah. That was they just slugged him. I mean, Ima Khan was pretty much, he couldn't even be stopped over there. Really, the site defenses in general for Na'Vi were so strong in that first half that I guess this is why you really just don't want to pick this. I mean, I'm not trying to even be like 2020 hindsight on these kinds of things, but again, like, prefaced it here in the pregame. Like,
you did say
this is Na'Vi's era-defining map, and you're picking into him on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only saving grace for MOUZ is they probably came into it thinking, okay, we've traded Mirage with this team before. We ourselves feel like a very good Mirage team, and they're not wrong. But in this particular matchup, they could get nothing going on the T side. You know, Zerch was not able to get engaged at all when he's normally able to in an underpass or connector position. They weren't really finding, you know, just a way to crack open into sites and comfortably get bomb plants. Meanwhile, the Na'Vi defense, you know, you name any player on this team and they held their position perfectly fine. I think the one that I want to talk about the most is probably Ima, who is playing that A composition, one of the most important defensive spots you can play in the game, and he teed off this game. Then he continued to tee off on the T side as an entryman. So yeah, they just had their way with MOUZ Sports here.
Yeah, I mean, very hard to even pick out any positives for MOUZ, right? No. There's just nothing there, is there?
Practically none, unfortunately. I guess the bright spot is that they tried something different in the veto. I think the one thing, if I'm even gonna just like really grasp right now for anything positive here about MOUZ, they went for a very curveball pick into Na'Vi, and that to me actually says we're pretty confident we're making it through this RMR, that even though we're picking into Na'Vi's best map of the year, we are in a position where we think even if we lose this BO3, we're probably going to go 3-1 at this RMR.
Yeah, which is, you know, look, it's not all doom and gloom. Sometimes you are just going to meet better opponents at the wrong time at a tournament, but I think the concern for me would be we're potentially staring at a 2-0 now, and maybe in retrospect they're going to go back and look at the veto and feel a little bit bad about it.
Well, you also have to understand that if you go 3-0, you are guaranteed skipping the opening stage of the major and straight to the elimination stage. If you go 3-1, you're not guaranteed. You have to play a 4th place decider match tomorrow to try to get that guaranteed spot to skip a stage. So in reality, 3-1's dangerous if you wanted to get that bye. So that's something to think about.
I mean, I always think that's a bit of a mixed blessing. Like sometimes skipping a stage means you aren't as sharp on game day as the people that have played more. So it can be hit or miss. But generally, you're right. I think marshalling your energy can be good. Anyway, look, we highlighted him at the start of the game, and you know, I talked about how he's just done a 180 where he was in his career. It looked like he was on the chopping block, and now he's indispensable.
Ima has made many people apologize to him this year. It was really looking so bad for him throughout the majority of his time with Na'Vi, but as he grew with this team, it really feels like he's found where in the system he can overextend or just kind of play within it, when he feels like he needs to actually go and just make an X factor play. And now he's just reading the game at such a high level so quickly. And fun reminder to everybody is that Ima was put on the map by Shuhei with that GamerLegion run at Blast Paris Major in 23. And for him to just now completely stomp him into the dust with his improved roster, like this MOUZ team is better than that GamerLegion team, it kind of shows him getting the little in the little like micro battle between those two of that one GamerLegion team. They are the only real remnants at this point.
Yeah, anything to add to that?
Not really. I mean, that's a pretty clear-cut game right there. I don't really know what else to say.
Well, I mean, look, we can talk. We can set up a little bit about Dust 2, right? You know, there's going to be some details to be paying specific attention to. There was something you were telling me about it.
Yeah. So I mean, they're even 1-1 against each other on Dust 2. Both games were blowouts, by the way, throughout the course of the year. But Na'Vi is in the better recent form, 13-3 record. They haven't lost a game since July. Meanwhile, MOUZ Sports are 3-6 in their last 9 games on Dust 2. They've been struggling, and in those struggles, they made a very key pivot on their defensive side. And that was that they took Xerxon, who was their mid and B rotator, and they put him as an A anchor, and they put Brolin in that B rotator position. Now, when they did that, they got absolutely bodied by Na'Vi. That defensive change did not work. Their old defensive change, that's when they stalked them. They got like 10 rounds on the CT side in the first half and wound up winning, or 11 actually, and they won 13-1. So it's like, what do you do here? Or do you pivot back to what used to work for you? Or do you stick with that change that you made thinking that Xerxon can handle that position? Because if we're honest, like long A is so critical on Dust 2 because it's a source of a lot of spawn-based plays, right? And Bit is very good at activating there for Na'Vi on the T side. So I kind of want to see how that plays out with that defensive swap.
Yeah, Maui.
I just feel like the swap initially would have happened because if it's Xerxon versus Brolin, I do think Brolin is a more cerebral player, and I would want him to be in the mid to B rotator spot. And so I think the new change kind of makes sense in theory, but that's why I think it's a really cool detail that Dust brings this up, because maybe in this matchup, it's specifically better when one of them is in one spot versus the other. Although I would just hope MOUZ stay the course, and even though they sure lost to Na'Vi once with this new positional swap, they do just keep Brolin at that mid to B spot.
I mean, also as well, let's be real. They're going to go through. I think it would be insane to think MOUZ wouldn't. Probably, you know, if you think, well, we might not win this series, you keep your cards close to your chest. You don't need to change anything or tinker around. And maybe you do it at a later stage when the games have a higher level of stakes. Anyway, guys, as always, thanks for your thoughts. Some good points there. We're going to take a break. When we come back from that break, we'll be straight into the action with Jackie and Vince. So make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
You had the rich, dusty snake on the desk, giving you all the setup you needed about this one. I've been workshopping these, Vince. I've got a whole load of these, mate. There's more to come. Don't worry.
Sounds so dodgy, man.
It's good, right? We'll work them in. There's a lot to come. And there's a lot to come potentially on the server as well. Obviously, they've set up the game. We're here to cover it. Second map, BO3. If you missed the first one, fair enough. It was over pretty quickly.
You didn't miss much, to be fair.
No.
Na'Vi destroyed MOUZ 13-4. It was incredibly one-sided. It is going to be a little bit of worries for Dust 2. But last time they met each other on Dust 2, it was 13-1. So maybe there's a game in this.
I'd hope so. I think we could still get a bit of an interesting series out of it. You know, coming into it, I was saying, I think there's a chance MOUZ could take this. We could get an interesting free mapper. That's the way I thought it would go. Obviously, reality was a stark contrast from that on Mirage. Now we move into Dust 2. What are you thinking about this one, Vince? What's on the tip of your tongue?
Well, they actually built up on the desk. Dust was talking about how on the CT side, it was a bit of a rough one the last time they played each other, obviously, as I mentioned before. And it's mainly down to this long kind of fight between MOUZ and Na'Vi with, would it be Brolan or Exertion, who is defending the CT side. Bit typically does do a lot of work on the long side with his entry fragging. He had a bit of a slow start on Mirage, though, I have to say.
That's fair, yeah.
Although didn't really end up mattering a great deal because everyone else was just going ham. Ema in particular was an absolute nightmare to play against. So that's going to be a key part of this map is long control. And is it going to be Exertion? Is it going to be Brolan? And can Bit get the better of them?
Can Bit get the better of them? Let's find out as we're into the action. Na'Vi, one map away from the perfect world major in Shanghai. Can they close it in two? T-side start for them. MOUZ playing defense on the CT side. And we're into the action here for the pistol. A lot of space taken down towards lower early. Close in the smoke, it's Jimfat tucked into position, holding the angle. They start to move their way up towards short. They've got all the nades on Alexi B. Smoke, flash, Molotov.
Well play Smoke, and well timed too. It keeps them at bay for the time being. And yeah, Torji up here on long for the time with that P2000. Expect that to change once weapons are afoot. Spaced off spawns perhaps this time. Jail in the meanwhile though gets forced back off the Xbox. Flashbang is good. And Ema's going to go ahead and press through that smoke. It's a really well-placed flashbang, but he still gets his man all the same alongside Bit. Getting aggro up on long. They sweep in, flank, and fully encircle the site on A for a post-plant. And although there is a bit of utility in the form of a smoke and healthy 3 players, they find themselves a player behind. And Bit's now going to tee off with Alexi, while Brolan comes out swinging with his Julies. There's going to have to be a lot more headshots forthcoming, and Wonderful says no. Closes him down, and Na'Vi with a pretty straightforward pistol.
Says goodbye to Brolan. And gets one step closer to saying hi to Shanghai if they can win this BO3. Another pistol to the greater for the Na'Vi squad.
Nice, boys, nice.
Good energy as well. JL fired up off the back of it, and you would be. It's an important round to win. For MOUZ, reinvestment onto the 2 SMGs of Jimfat and Brolan. And it's the Eagles surrounding that at 157 for Torji. Can always pack a hefty punch if you get up close. But of course, that's if. They've switched it up a little bit in terms of the setup. Take early short control from the self-boost box. See if there's anything to read down towards lower. Any ability to take a fight early, but nothing afforded that way.
MOUZ getting proactive in the meanwhile on Catwalk. They also have Brolan down at lower tunnels. So they actually got a lot of information early on here. As Brolan goes out and just cleans upper tunnels, it's allowing them to stack 4 players over on A instead, as they feel pretty confident about this being an A hit. Alexi tapping through the smoke to try and find out if anyone's hiding behind it. Bit of damage to Exertion, who is repelled off that peak. And although the flash is good, the follow-up damage is there too. They've cleaned out the lower tunnels, but they could be walking into a trap in the form of Torji, but they've dealt him the deathly blow, and now they go back in for more. The Ema spray is on point, but Jimmy holds the line.
Oh, allowed to farm with a Galil, but Jimfat with the AK trading hands. Is there something to be said that he can still step up in this round? Iron Will re-engages, 2 kills to his name. 1v1 now. The brains of the operation gets the plant in. Post up on the site, swing out, spray comes across. Jimfat with a connection, knocks the block off of Alexi B and snatches the round straight back. 1 for 1 early.
Cool, calm, and collected, and just what MOUZ desperately required after getting bodied on the first map. Make sure you strike early in the second. A 3K for GymFat. Money trading hands. A post plant will afford some luxuries though for Na'Vi. So not out of the woods just yet by any stretch of the imagination. Alexi will be disappointed. I mean, it was a bit of a prolonged duel. You don't normally expect to see that many bullets being rattled off without a kill. So Alexi had the opportunity but missed out. They come straight back in with a full-on investment though. A scout, a couple of rifles and a couple of deagles on top of it. Smoke is well placed. Wonderful, spotted very little on the approach there. And so far it's been exertion on that long control with the deagle and now with the M4.
And it very well could be an opportunity for Torji to make his debut in the game on this one. Yet to get off the starting block, but with a big green gun given on over. He's now ready to roll. Similar setup early. Get down towards mid, expand out on short. Smoke over, block off CT. Try and trick them into believing maybe there's a mid to B play afoot. When in reality, all of them want to burst out, draw the crosshair off. The AWP would have to flick. First one's nice though. Shuts down JL. Doesn't peek back in, turns the flash. Ooh, gets a little bit scary on the repeat, but now he knows he can just backpedal, buy time for the rest of the team. 1-for-1 trade with him surviving barely 2 HP.
Oh, Brolan's position is so important. If he can get a kill here onto the low EMA, there is a way back in. But if he shut down, it would become one-dimensional. He does have GymFat just behind him as well. They bait out the shot, and he gets two. Alexi sprayed down behind Bit. A phenomenal trade, and they just got a whole lot better as Torji and Exertion both hit in unison, allowing MOUZ the retake. It is another post plant. The Na'Vi go in again for a buy. Probably not, considering 3 players survived this time.
Surprised he got 2 of them on the fight towards short. Alexi B uncomfortable in that one, overwhelmed with the bullets straight into the back. It was a nice setup as well. Anti-flash jump out with the low HP player, draw the crosshair off, should have been the rapid trade. He gets away with 2, damage done. And a round converted. It felt like in the individual duels as well, it wasn't as warm for MOUZ. They were struggling a little bit. Weren't showing the firepower of Lanimals, it was very quiet, but here the beast comes out of the cage. Torji crouches low, pounces like an animal in beast mode. Instant headshot onto Alexi B. But you got to keep it clean. It's about the bigger picture of this one. You're up against a mishmash of pistols, the scout in the hands of Wonderful. It's all about the long con.
Yeah, getting the pick is one thing. You've got to make sure you don't hemorrhage casualties elsewhere. And so Shui goes in to fill in the gap of middle. Also has Brolan alongside him. Molly forces a tease back up onto Catwalk. There is a momentary weakness. Oh, Ema. The way he was playing on Mirage, you wouldn't have put it past him to nail the headshot straight away. But the grenade is good. Obliterating him. And Shui holding onto middle. Puts Bit and JL in an awkward spot. JL with the first though, with the Deeg. Perfectly trained into the head of Shui. But JL is now overwhelmed with positions, and Exertion from above will strike him down. A 3rd consecutive MOUZ round.
So they got the pistol, but nothing following that. The preceding rounds have been all MOUZ. But Na'Vi saving up the cash in the coffers. Don the AKs once again. Limited utility on a few players. You afford yourself a little bit more to work with off the back of the double Galil purchase. And fast out. Bit playing with the temper. Runs out long. Xertion caught whiff of him. Too little too late there. Tried to turn and hit the shot. But Bit's able to get the opener, so a lot of space early.
I think we've got the answer to our question about whether it be Exertion or Brolan. Bit has had a bit of success already. Torji, it's a one and done angle considering JL was so up close, and now he's trying to stalk his prey back onto the site, forcing off Shui, but he's able to muster the strength for one. Problem is, right now for Na'Vi, that they're taking casualties across the board. Down into a 2-on-2 with GymFat on 39, but he lands the spray all on Alexi.
Alexi, that's who he be, but can he step up in a clutch like this? 1v2, peeks out. Bullets go awry, and Jimfat survives. And fair play, Sui, I mean, on the back pedal towards the site, right? If he goes down towards JL, suddenly you've got 2 prongs. He can instantly engage, help out the rest of the squad. But the fact he not only gets away, but gets the pick up onto the car player, makes a world of difference on the outcome. It was looking scary. I mean, Torji, I don't know how on earth he got away with that one as well. The short peek out with the AWP. Beautiful frag. And the 1v2, too much for Alexi.
Oh, kneecap blown out. Exertion will be feeling worse for wear. Good news is there was no push behind it, and the double stack on B is good to stop the invaders. Upper tunnels will be BIT's final resting place here in round 6. And RB do have a fair bit of firepower here, even though it is a half buy. And with Exertion low on long, it has drawn away some backup. They had to send Shui and additionally Torji over here, so they've completely bypassed any catwalk control in doing so. And mid is pretty clean as well in terms of CT presence. There are way forwards here for Na'Vi should they choose. But they're slowly creeping their way up on catwalk, all 4 of them together.
Incendiary goes in, hot feet. Couple seconds, brought off the clock, and the nade is chunky as well. Torji, you can reset yourself. Calm down a sec, take the fight on your terms. Peeks back in, Emma's the only one that gets the shot off. Meanwhile, Torji farming more headshots than a photographer on the run out. Slows them right down with a utility. Nothing they could do. And MOUZ flipping the script. Showing us what they're made of here on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's more like the performances that we saw from Torji in their opening 2 games. That saw him top of the stats. A chef's kiss moment for Torji with the 3K. And Na'Vi already scrambling into their first tactical timeout. Spawns would be good for long. They got 2 very forward positions here, including a bomb carrier of Ema. Let's see what they go for, though.
We've seen the impact of Torji's AWP. Some crazy connections, up close, out mid, but wonderful. It was body shots with a scout, now he upgrades, boosted up, put on the pedestal. Spots the first man, but they won't give him a look in. So 2 players crossing towards the B bomb site, and the AWPer in Torji, he's round on short side. Smoke over the top, tucks in. Waiting for the walkout just in case it comes his way, but good time on the turn. He gets the look in down towards lower and backs out so they don't get the opening pick for free.
Love that play from Torji, by the way, because whoever crossed, I think it was Broland, did have a look up as well and saw that that boost was in play. So Torji makes a calculated guess. If there's 2 players over there at the top, they're not going to be able to push me on lower or on middle. And he's now nailed the landing, spots a second player, and strikes one more time. Big and wonderful, dealt with accordingly. And although the mid push was coming through, the Molotov is going to keep them at bay. 2 kills for free. Although Torji is low, he's able to just muster up a different position and watch middle. A great start to the round. A crippling one if you're Na'Vi.
And way back towards car. The A1S delivers again. Sue's been finding impact frags. And that's another one that you'll remember. For Na'Vi, it's quite the opposite. 2 players left alive. Alexi B grabs Wonderful's AWP that was dropped on short off the back of the early face. Links up with his brother in arms. 3 player set up on the B bomb site. Jimfat's got nades as well, and with 14 seconds, you can't run the risk of going for this one. You'd be throwing your weapons into the wind, losing all those nades, the armor. So again, concede the round, give it over. MOUZ moving on to 6, only losing 1 round. The opening pistol here on the second map.
Total reversal from our first game, really, isn't it? MOUZ from shambles They've now risen from the ashes. Na'Vi's turn to sweat this a little bit. Wonderful will have his hand on an AWP. He's only got the 1 kill thus far. JL, another slow start. And even though Bit's got a couple of entries over on long, they haven't really been able to do too much with it. 4 players to kick this round off, anticipating a long push. And now they back off, back onto the A site, allowing Shui to go back into middle. They're going to pick up the pace though here. Bit's actually getting hot and heavy. Does Sonic just run and got it down? They're going to get caught in the back though, and Shui plunges the knife between the shoulder blades for 2. And although Jimfat may go down, Ema was low. Hold on a second, he's got 2. Out of nowhere, there's a chance for Na'Vi, but the bomb is in such an awkward spot, and Brolan from above delivers. 1 kill and a ton of damage onto JL.
And that bomb still cold on the ground in no man's lands, with the CTs having angles that support this. Xerxon through the top of the smoke finishes off the low JL. And it's just down to Wonderful. 1v2. Backpedals his way through, grabs the bomb. Paranoid about the face from CT side. Smoke about to fade, now gone. Torji wrapped around towards short. Walking up, pre-scoped, going for the contact face. What's your read on the round here, Wonderful? 40 seconds, back through mid. Xerxon would be the first fight. Peeks in, hits the connection, low on health, but doesn't finish the man, and now you're going to open yourself up to Torji up on top, but it's all going wrong. He misses the shots. They're still away, but Wonderful can carve a path back in for Na'Vi. 23 seconds. Xerxon, 14 health tight left on the door. If you go for the cross, it'll be the last bullet in the AWP. He's got to deliver with it, and can't find it. Xerxon holds on.
Oh, Torji is going to be thanking Exertion for clutching that out. He had 3 or 4 Deagle bullets and nearly missed everything. Wonderful. A guardian angel watching over him, but it abandons him right at the end. He played it really well, though, to be fair, like perfectly utilizing every second of the time. Throwing MOUZ into a bit of confusion once he picked up the bomb. But it still wasn't enough. 7-1 lead. A far cry from Mirage. And Na'Vi, they tried to up the pace. They tried to get aggressive, and in the face of MOUZ, and it backfired. And now on the brink of going in one more time, this time onto B site. Alexi, that's an outrageous kill. Fully flashed on the approach. Jimfat gets nailed by that alongside Brolan. A lot of damage to Ema, but maybe Bit's gonna be able to get the drop onto Shui. And out of nowhere, Na'Vi looking good for their second. Unless Exertion can deny a couple of players, but he gets caught from below, and Ema putting that Tech-9 to use one more time.
Oh, mate, call that one the worldwide choppers play, because it's all Tech-9. Torji's the only man left. And you are trapped on an island. Situated at middle. Wonderful. Trying to find him. Stuck between the doors. Torji gets one. His sole focus, of course, is looking to keep the AWP alive, but the timing from the backstab with Bit set up for it. Can grab the gun as well. He's got enough time to run over there. It'll be close, but he's got it.
Man, that first shot for Alexi, he's got to be so tilted if you're on the receiving end of that Alexi drive-by Tech-9. He's fully flashed, eyes totally burnt out of his skull, hands over his face, and still nails you. And that opened the door. That allowed the Barbarians to fully invade in on the site and pillage and plunder. But it took something as crazy as that just straight up B rush to secure their second round. It doesn't feel like consistency is going to be backing it up.
But you break the streak at the very least. They go from 1 to 2 here on the T side. And with a saved AWP given over to Wonderful. He goes for the same play once again, the drop down boost, totem pole peak on mid side. Hasn't found any success from it early, but Bit certainly has out on long. He was good for the opening fight last time. This time they're supporting Pit. Even if you get the first man, you've got to be ready for the second. Insertion. Straight back in, equalizes, 1 for 1.
A Bit with the entry. Probably not a worthwhile trade, though. Shui going down for Bit is one that MOUZ will happily take. Ontoving the box angle, forcing away any CTs that are up on the ledge, especially Torji, who likes to use that angle with the AWP, of course. Gives them the opportunity to try and explode around the corner, but Torji is watching this one. A flashbang would be his nemesis. He'd be out in the open. It could facilitate a wide swing, but he also has Exertion right next to him, takes the shot and misses out. But not losing his life is so valuable. Ema takes the fight. There was a flashbang thrown in, but he can't make the most of it. JL and Alexi, though, in tandem get 2 and allow Na'Vi a fast track to the site.
Anything but clinical. Madness. And a rotate from Jimfat in the back line. An unsuspecting IGL, but he still wins the duel.
What?
Alexi B turns on him. Jimmy, what's going on?
I would have bet my house on Jimfat winning that trade. I'd be homeless right now. I can't understand how he's not got that.
I'm baffled.
Alexi's back was turned. That's Jimfat, like one of the best riflers on the planet. Total and utter whiff. And the difference that makes, by the way, that would be a 2v2. There'd be enough time for the retake. They have 2 separate angles of aggression because Brolan was posturing up on the catwalk. Oh, that's a horrible whiff. And if Na'Vi end up coming back and surpassing MOUZ and even take this at 2-0, you have to go back to that moment, potentially.
The MOUZ stickers on the ground. And that's how they're going to feel off the back of that one. You'd be pretty low. The Finn just could not finish him. I'm so surprised he lost that, man.
Yeah.
Look how long he had as well. The reset on it. Even over flicks at first.
That was like a good 10 bullets in his back. Like, yeah, that's a trade that Jimmy wants to forget as fast as possible. The good thing is he's so calm, I feel like it's not going to affect him that much on an individual level. He'll be that kind of person that can just basically pretend it never happened and focus on the fact it's 7-3. The problem is, though, the economy is kind of garbage. So Na'Vi have a real opportunity to get a 4th and maybe even 5th round on this half, which looked impossible just a few moments ago.
And your worst case scenario is giving Na'Vi confidence again, letting them find a way back into the game. You were manhandling them early. Oh, don't take your foot off the gas. Wonderful. 2 shots out, but look how close they've got. They can overwhelm him now. Switches to the tech. Tap's going back. Bersertion able to connect onto that one. Even worst case scenario, making out the round like bandits with the weapons they've been able to pick up would put them in good stead. And Torji on the wrap back around, looking down and towards CT, could be baited into a false sense of security with him waiting up on short.
Hey, they really want to hold on to this AWP. It would significantly boost their buy into the next rounds. Into the final round. So just bodyguard Torji, allow him to survive and then thrive in the next. Bit, though, is hungry. Although there's not much money in his back pocket, there is tons in surplus for the rest of the team, so he can justify going in for this. Problem is, you don't want to drop an extra rifle across to the CTs as well, so it's kind of a double-edged sword right now for Bit. JL spots the legs as they cross onto the long side. They're going to be posturing up with 2. Oh, Torji's missed a shot. May get punished for this if he goes for the repeat. Needs to be oh so careful. Only 1 bullet left in the magazine as well. If they can bait out another shot, he's down. And with Bit, there should be a rifle following suit. Ema and Bit cleaning up the round and denying multiple weapons. They'll be able to get another buy in here, but it's not going to be ideal. They really wanted to hold on to that AWP.
It's not what they wanted. But they had barely enough cash to piece it back together.
Exactly. No kits either, Jackie, and very little grenades on Torji. If they save those 2 weapons, this is a full house of everything you want. It makes a huge difference, especially considering how close some of these rounds have come down to.
It's been down to the wire so many times. And this opening gambit, again and again from Wonderful, looking to try and find success from the initial play. He lives to tell the tale, but with low HP. Ema phasing through the smoke, back turn and burn from Brolan up close with a headshot. Cloves lines him on contact. It's an opening duel this time that they've got to work with.
Okay, so MOUZ did get their hands on the one kit. That's in the hands of Exertion. So important that he doesn't fall prey in an awkward spot. They can't retrieve it. 3-player stack on A is the T starting to slowly snake their way up on long side. Wonderful, tagged already. No smoke on the cross, could allow a quick entry, and Exertion just dips down. He knows how important his life is right now. Bit takes a load of damage from that grenade. Small gap in the smoke could be exploited, but Torji misses his shot, and in doing so, he opens up the floodgates, and Bit will envelop the site with his AK. Although there's an incendiary toss back in, it's a 2v3. Low health bars on a couple of Na'Vi, but in come the CTs. Torji needs to hit the shot, and he misses again.
An uncomfortable miss and an even worse position to be left in, but Jimmy playing ruthlessly. Out through short, breaks the smoke himself, goes in with the M4, bombards bullets onto the first man. 1v2 to contend with, but the shots don't land. Alexi B with a flick up. The AK put to good use on a tempered Na'Vi. Find their way through the half. It was looking dire for them. Could have been an even worse scoreline. MOUZ absolutely dominating towards the early portion. They lose the pistol, and then they just go off on one. Finally, towards the end, there's something to root for Na'Vi.
Go back to that Jimmy play again, man. Could have been a 2v2. That was at, what, 7-3?
Yeah.
Allowed them a way back into the half. I also feel like Wonderful is such a more dangerous threat on the CT side with the AWP. His style of play, the more static approach. I'm expecting him to have a lot more impact here now that the roles have reversed. And you've got to say, Torji, he's had a great tournament so far in the 3 maps he's played. He missed a lot of AWP shots here, though. It had impact still, but think about at the end, the player crossing. If he nails that, I think it was Bit, who ended up getting 2 kills off the back of that and a whole bunch of damage. Those are the kind of shots, if you're an AWPer, that should be your bread and butter.
He was getting blinders after blinders, right? Like taking the close angles, combat AWPing, always getting the tags out towards mid. Good placement individually as well in terms of his map rotations, where he was taking the fights. But towards the end, you cool off a little bit. And like you say, if Wonderful comes alive late CT half, there could be a lot of damage. Still yet to be seen. 7-5 is what we got though, and we're into the second half pistol. MOUZ on their T side debut for Dust 2. Smoke out towards the site. Flash over the top. Alexi B wants to go in. Flash has absolutely ruined them. Everyone's turning tail. They will at least slip up. Gandalf uncleared. That could be the problem late round though if they don't expect the hit from Imma. Crosshairs honed in on it. Jimmy looked like he was ready for this one, but the shenanigans could be yet to come. Double dink. Deny that. Oh, you want to shut down the plant, do you? Not happening here. T side cleaning up.
Man, Brolance had a blinder. The first pick, once the Gandalf player shuts down the possibility of denying the bomb plant, and then I think his second shot must have been a crazy flick. So this is the first one, watching Gandalf. They got a second in amongst all of the chaos, and a couple of assists on top of it. Huge round if you are MOUZ though. It really allows you to put the CTs to the sword early on. And also, as we're discussing, like this whole Wonderful element of him not really being on the server so far or needing that AWP, this is going to deny him and stall him that luxury for even longer. Huge.
It's a major element that could assist MOUZ here in this qualification best of 3. Invest around the scout, the 5-7s, the Deagles. If you can find tags, maybe there's room to convert later on in the round, but they want to try and play with the pace. Fight out on long, just don't get up close towards the 5-7. Scout shot goes in, but does nothing. It's a moot point as Brolin and Xerxin handle that one with ease, and the last 3 players hold on to what you got on the back of B. This round is as dead and gone as any. This will be MOUZ's 9th.
Now the only question left to be answered is whether MOUZ want to try and hunt down the remaining stragglers. They know there's going to be Kevlar and some upgraded pistols in play. But because they've gone so heavy on rifles, there's no MAC-10s, no real expendable weaponry that you would be okay with trading out. They are kind of dipping their toe in the pool and seeing if there's anything there. Testing the temperature. It's about to heat up somewhat. JL Goes in for the peek and gets neutralized by Torji. So one set of Kevlar and pistol now being denied. Negate some more of those threats into the next round. And Bit, you can see that they're antsy. They know that they're potentially being flanked from the backside of upper tunnels right now, but it seems like both teams are going to be relatively happy with that outcome. 2 safe pistols with a couple of Kevlars thrown in, but MOUZ, they're looking so strong. And this is a hell of a bonus round as well, by the way. Assuming they win this pretty convincingly, you have a bonus round of 4 Galils and an AK, potentially. They're in such a good spot right now in this game.
A lot of positive signs. Just got to keep it sustainable, keep it coming. Fast hit out on long, 5-7s again, looking to try and deal damage. Jimmer with a spam shot through the smoke. Jimmy, though, good track and trace. First class post as he sends them down. And it's just JL and Wonderful left. Like you said, though, you're focusing on getting through this one cleanly. You want the round and you want to see how far you can take it. Don't give them opportunities, and they won't. 10th round for MOUZ. Only the 1 rebuy on Torji, and he's going to want the AWP anyway.
Also, look at how close the kill dispersal is on MOUZ. Everybody is chipping in. Everyone is pulling their weight. There's no dead weight, no stragglers here.
Nah.
From Shui all the way up to Jimmy, Exertion, everybody has had their moments. This is where MOUZ are absolutely terrifying. And Na'Vi are feeling that pinch. It's more like a punch, to be fair, straight to the jaw. They got a chance now, though. Their economy affords them an opportunity to try and bounce back, but they're running out of time. They're running out of rounds now.
And fair play, at least, it's the heads-up call to take the tactical. Talk about it going into your first buy on the CT side. And see if they look different. If this is where Na'Vi show us that Dust 2 isn't over. If it's just getting started. 5 rounds of difference between the 2 sides. Na'Vi, of course, with the first map already under the belt. If you win Dust 2, you go to the Major. For MOUZ, it's a fight for survival to give themselves that chance into the 3rd and final map. The bookend of Inferno waiting in the wings. Torji. He was looking for the fast pick on towards the B-bomb site. If you swing out, he would have been ready for you. But they smoke him off. Rest of the squad grouping up. The Wolfpack play down on mid. They've got a lot of options in this round. Wonderful. Close angle, playing towards Shoxy. Looking for the 1 frag, fall off, stay alive.
Double. Ema's playing anti-flash. The idea here is if the flashbang comes up, Wonderful takes his shot, falls off, they then get baited into Ema. Let's see if it works out. It will, perfectly, to perfection. He gets 2. Exquisite execution. But there is still a way forward. Wonderful's gonna try and put down as many T's as possible. Torji finally answers back, but the damage should have already been done. This is all about damage control now for Na'Vi. The round pretty much in your pocket. Make sure you don't lose any further players, and definitely don't beat Torji 1 by 1. There was a way forward there.
Oh, that second shot, mate. Yeah, I'd been thinking he was going to hit it. He was postured for it. He said that one with his chest. But it does not connect. And it's closed out in the favor of Na'Vi. Scary rounds, though. Not the cleanest of margins. Reinvestments there. MOUZ have money, and it's going to be sent straight back in the form of another AWP, AK surrounding that. And Torji, taking a page out the book of Wonderful, looks for the totem pole face down on mid-side. No joy for him. No early success in the round. Shui's already creeping on in. A lot of map control being stolen away early here for MOUZ.
Huge. Not just the play, but also the execution, like nailing the kill into Ema. He was consistently being the best player for Na'Vi over the duration of these 2 maps. And straight away divides and segregates the 2 peripheries of the map. Allowing them to divide and conquer here. Whichever site they push into would effectively be a 2v5. Now the smoke's starting to clear and fade. They're picking up the pace. They're going to be moving into Alexi on that MP9. Wonderful, still watching long. Will be called into action sooner rather than later. Alexi's able to trade up to the M4, playing anti-flash, but Exertion leaps up and tames him. Wonderful flashed. He's going to be forced to fall back onto long and play more of a deep passive angle. And although Bit did strike onto Shui, I don't think they want to go for this. I think it's going to be a save. A MOUZ up to an 11-6 lead.
Na'Vi thinking about the grand scheme of the game. Concede the round in the meanwhile, but you don't really have much of a look in at it. Hold on to the AWP, the M4, and that MP9. Tons of nades as well. Drag it into the next. But the pressure keeps on mounting. It'll be MOUZ moving up to 11, and an instantaneous response on that one. Sue out towards mid. It's a hell of a first pick. They find more success off the back of it as well, with Xerxin winning his duel. And now Dust 2 is one step closer to being theirs.
Maybe not as dominant as last time these two juggernauts played each other on Dust 2, which was a 13-1. But still pretty damn one-sided, and it could have been worse, considering it was 7-3 in that first half at one point, and Na'Vi somewhat saved the half as getting those last two back-to-back. Played now in deep thought conversation with the troops. It's not been working so far, so can he find the cure? It's this pretty rough Dust 2 performance. Do you love that mix-up of pace, though? Shui just straight out the middle. I mean, you saw as well when the roles were reversed, Na'Vi tried to do it, but they were a lot more aggressive and loud. They were throwing smokes and flashes. They were premeditating the push. That was just a straight-up walkout. And the free frag onto the long player rotating through on CT.
It's a really nice opener. And Torji. Again, the tempo could be what wins them around. It's the opening play off the back of the spawn. Warning shots there, smokes on target, waterfall out, block off his vision. Trail of bullets comes firing in through the smoke. JL tucks into the aggressive angle because of it, just in case there's a run out. A lot of info, but none of it's the full commit. Nice nade back down in towards lower as well. So the chip damage is there, few players walking wounded for MOUZ. Makes it easier for these lesser weapons to convert the kills.
It's very true, but with it being a lot of unconfirmed damage, it may not force Na'Vi into a higher confrontational sort of position. Also some really well-placed flashes. Like Wonderful wanted to start making a move up on Catwalk with Ema. The flash stops them, the Molotov is there to just keep them. Blockade. It's making Na'Vi feel a bit claustrophobic, a little bit choked out right now. As far as they're concerned, there are T's up close, knocking on the door. Alexi up close with the MP9 comes out second best, and him being put down on long is a problem. It allows the T's to pick up the pace, and Shui's gone in once again through this middle push and gets the reward he was looking for. Bit sent packing.
This rotate could still be spicy though. JL tucked in, hearing all of this, all the information. Do your due diligence, do they clear it? JL with the bulldozer, knocking them down and throwing the round into a bit of a chaotic outcome. 17 seconds. Oh, the lurk. He's got back to the right. Should be an easy 2K with the AK. And that's exactly what it is. Success again through mid. Some magnificent plays with the impact he's been finding on this T side. And that one is worth so much more, Vince. That's match point.
Shui got straight up manhandled on Mirage. 5 kills, 0.36 rating, barely over 40 ADR. But he's here now, he's arrived. So many impactful kills, entry frags, clutch moments, being able to anchor on the T side. Such a good read of the situation. Up to 16, Brolan, aggressive right out along, no respect shown for the smoke or HE. Bypassing it already, and almost daring Alexi to peek at long.
He's been the star of the show. Will he have more time in the sun here in the 19th round? Smokes up, shots whizzing by. Alexi B brought down low, 41 HP to his name. Meanwhile, the lurk of Jimmy. You'd have thought he'd caught him, but Bit's able to bypass, and this round's still going. Low health, JL. Debating how he wants to play this one. Tucks in towards the cubby side. Oh, it's getting a bit messy. The bloodlust for Sui comes back to haunt them as he shuts down Xerxin. There's still a way for Na'Vi to win this one. Brolan looking to brawl on the ramp, and JL living on borrowed time. Snapshot, a beautiful frag. Oh, you got to redeem yourself, but it's not going to work out. Torji, though, still in a winnable position in the 1v1.
Oh, he's in the smoke. He's going for the full defuse. Torji has no idea. 1 bullet left. The full 10-second defuse. The P2000, the P250, pardon me, trying to deal the damage. Not like this. The full 10-second defuse onto Torji's nose. A hail of AWP shots, a hail of P250, and he still stands. Ice in the veins of Ema. Egg on the face of MOUZ.
Oh, mate, add a H to his name because he's him. The balls of steel. A 10-second defuse with no kit in sight. Oh, the bullets just whizzing by. He just gets it, man. There's nothing that could be done. That's how you stay in the game. That's how you stay in the second map. Look how close these shots were. The outline.
18 HP. He's almost throwing a perfect circle around him with bullets. It's unbelievable. Na'Vi, by the skin of their teeth, are somehow still in this match. Dust 2 continues on. Could see a grimace on the face of Torji as well as he realized what was happening. Molly's through, Shui finding an island in amongst all of the liquid fire. And then backs away, knowing that quite a bit of utility was expended from the CTs on that one.
This game's not done yet. Na'Vi. No room for error. It's got to be a clean sheet to drag this back into an overtime if they want to win it here on the second map. MOUZ have still got weapons to work with, and this classic lurk out through mid that's been problematic. Wonderful. Surely you read this. You should expect the angle, and he will. Fine Zertion. It's been in play one too many times. Shui, though, this time on the lurk out through long. He's trying to sell the idea that this is an A play. He's drawing mass rotations. They're all wrapping off.
They're all wrapping off, and it's now down to JL. He needs some kills on the approach, and he gets one. That should be good enough. He's also delayed them, so even if he goes down, hold on, Jimmy just got 2? Bit somehow runs into his crosshair as well, and the Finn's going to put the bomb down on the deck. Torji also tagged, is being flanked as well, unbeknownst to him, Ema is in hot pursuit. He tries to listen for footsteps, nothing forthcoming. And Jimfat up close with the AK, knows he probably has to take the initiative. Roll the dice and see what comes up for you. Are the odds in your favor? Spotting Alexi dart back up again multiple times. If Jimmy can get this kill, there's every chance they can clutch this one, but Torji overwhelmed by CTs. MOUZ again nearly get the job done, but Na'Vi using their superior firepower and manpower to get the job in. 4 more to play with though, MOUZ. 4 more opportunities.
And that's even with the Jimmy double. Now, how on earth he was able to pull it off with the shots across. My, oh my, mate. MOUZ in a great position here. Match point to their name. Na'Vi, 8 rounds. They're bringing it back. They're keeping it going, but how far can they take it? Is this still one that they can carve a path into? Early on, it's the molly out on long, and Brolin taking a bit of damage from it. Wonderful. That AWP has been a talking point throughout the course of this game. This is a round where, again, you expect to see him show up, show what he's made of. Slow and steady so far, though. MOUZ not over-egging it, playing with the timing, the utility they've got available. A weaker buy with the cash flow they had available. Bit of a play down towards mid early. Wonderful on the wrap back around, wants to assist up towards short. A trade of positions and a trade of nades. That's what's given over to Wimmer for the short play, and that's what's coming. Incendiary could be good to buy time. You've got the HE for the follow-up as well on the engagement. And Wonderful hangs around. He knows about this, expecting the potential play. They cast in the deep HE, soften him up a little bit. They've got their own nade set for this one. Smokes over the top, Zertion with the AK entry. That's Immer down, wonderful. Gonna have a showstopper of a round here. He's waiting for the run out on the fallback. The blind shot, good. Wonderful. Is there more to be said? Is this a round where he goes absolutely ballistic? He's got the backup of Alexi B, but the bomb's planted.
May have had a slow start, but has a chance to make amends right here, right now. And Na'Vi need a hero. Jail with one, trade it out. Broline a bit of damage, but Alexi is there and he gets 2. Look how low the CTs are right now. And Shui nails them both. MOUZ take it 13-8.
Well, what can you say about that one? Ending in bombastic style for MOUZ. Just when you thought maybe the wheels would come off, they're able to do something exceptional. And now we have a best of 3 on our hands. Guys, what do you make of that?
Really competitive first half. Second half really did feel like MOUZ were actually just going to run away with it. They started really strong. At one point, they were up 11-6. And honestly, when it comes to Navi on this map, I just feel like they were kind of playing back on their heels. I saw them starting to reuse positions on the CT side. I feel like that's kind of what led them to crumbling a bit there. We saw, for example, Ema kind of going for like a jump up position, trying to snipe them towards Cat. And then the very next round, Alexi B finds himself in that exact same position. MOUZ are ready for it. And it just didn't feel like, to me, on the CT side, Navi were technically showing their entire hand. And that's kind of what I was prefacing with this series is, or just kind of thinking about in the back of my mind at least, is that are these teams going to bring everything to the table possible? Because, for example, in modern CS, I feel like Tier 1, you're going to see a lot of fights towards Cat, a lot of fights towards Underpass or bottom tunnels, and I feel like these teams were playing a more cookie-cutter style. But MOUZ, man, like, I mean, every time they were swarming together, they looked like they were good for a trade or 2, or maybe even just getting a clean entry.
I mean, it was one of those things where MOUZ just started also strong on the CT side, and I felt they just got so much out of it before Navi could find their footing and start to recover, which you do see them here in the highlights. Are able to put a few rounds on the board, put themselves within striking distance, and, you know, make it a game. But, I mean, when you have MOUZ Sports getting such hot starts in both halves and really firing on all cylinders, you know, I mean, I think at one point everybody on the team had 11 or 10 kills. Like, the distribution was insane, which means you're getting tons of value all across the map defensively. We talked about the whole CT position swap with Broline and Xerxes, seemed to work out just fine for them in that first half. Then second half, I mean, yes, there was a good stand from Navi in a couple occasions, but Shuek just called a great game. Some of the mid pressures he puts on, you know, just manipulating rotations, just playing the basics. Really, the only thing that was a nightmare was the whole Torzy situation at Long A on post plant. Right. That was really the only like mishap that they had.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's one of those where it was kind of like, I thought Navi might run away with this 2-0, but MOUZ like just really bolted out on that CT side. Were you surprised at how far ahead they were able to get?
Oh, definitely. I mean, given what happened on map number 1, it just felt like Navi were going to run away with this. But, I mean, MOUZ, they're here for a reason. Let's not forget. I mean, they are one of the best teams in the world, and the player quality, I think across the board, like, no one was bad. No one was bad for MOUZ, and they are in many ways a strength in numbers team. Like, we do talk about Yimpat as being their overall best, but the amount of times you see other people popping off for them, this time around though, it is Shuhei, which is a bit rarer for me. Like, I don't usually see a MOUZ game led by him in this sort of fashion. His calling, like you said, was excellent. The way that they're able to pivot on a dime, that's one thing I've always liked about Shuhei, is that it really does feel like he has such a strong command of his team, where he's able to just say at a moment's notice, guys, I know we have this sort of cat control, we need to pivot back and go towards lower B, do a B split off of that, and they listen so quickly. The protocols are in place, and I'm just gonna say, across the board, the spacing for trading for MOUZ is one of my favorites of any team, even compared to a team like Navi. I feel like MOUZ is the way they tether off of each other in tight situations. It's world class. I don't really see many better teams.
I think one of the prime examples of that was actually at the long A position, where, you know, Bit was really trying to challenge Xerxes, and even when he would win that duel, there's someone right there next to Xerxes to trade that right back and keep it, you know, a winnable position. So definitely key in on that as well. But yeah, Shuhei, I think just the impact he had at middle on the several different rounds was like what was so key, because he's just not really allowing Navi to freely rotate based on the information that they're gaining across the course of the round. And yeah, you can see there, like, Navi were never out of control of this game. Besides that little 4-round comeback at the end of the first half, they dominated this.
How much did the point we were talking about before the map with the swap around with Broline and Exertion, how did that play a part at all?
Clearly worked. I mean, look at the CT side they put together there in the middle after losing Pistol. They went on a run and played very, very well just in general. So yeah, I mean, I think it panned out great.
I think Brolin is actually just so tricky. He's kind of sneaky in that mid to B. Like sometimes he's doubled up with Yimpat. They're going for a double spray through smoke, and then the next second he's just almost at the bottom about to swing the mid double doors. Like he's very active, super mobile. I think he's one of the few players where I really watch him and I say, okay, he's putting himself into the shoes of his opponents to think about what's coming next before it happens. Like he's not a reactive player by any means.
Yeah. Here's where I was a bit worried. This is where I thought maybe Na'Vi were going to come back and win the map. It was this moment where they would had the full defuse, and it's just so crazy that it went down the way it did.
This is quite literally every opper's worst nightmare in a post plant at long A, illustrated perfectly. Just like you just keep swinging, you run out of bullets, you know that there's nothing you can do but just keep trying because you have no time to run up. And unfortunately for him, he hit everything but the dude's head.
Yeah, I mean, when you see it from like this angle and you sort of see the bullets like coming through, it's like Vince said in the cast. It's almost like he just drew an outline.
Yeah.
Like it's insane that one of these doesn't connect.
That's truly some Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner.
Like it is Looney Tunes.
Yeah,
like we're here. Yeah, no, I couldn't believe it. And it was like, I thought to myself, you know, MOUZ, sometimes they do have these like capitulations. Is that going to get in their head? But no, they were able to close it out. And now obviously we're staring down the barrel of Inferno as a decider. We've already talked about Na'Vi being very, very good in this map. Maybe a little bit surprised that it got through. I'll come to you here, Dust, just to talk about some of the characteristics of this map and how you think it might play out.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are solid Inferno teams. I think Navi's won their last 5 in a row. I think MOUZ are 6-2 in their last 8 games. And what's fun about this head-to-head is both times they've played it, Na'Vi have won, but they have been incredibly tight games. One was 13-11, one was in overtime. And in each of those games, it would pivot. You know, in one match was both teams had really good T sides, and the other game was both had really good CT sides. So kind of an even split there. I think the key thing that I'm going to look at is a similar thing that we talked about on Dust 2, which is this role swapping between Brawl and Exertion that MOUZ Sports have been experimenting with. This time it comes on the T side, Richard. So you're going to be seeing Exertion playing a lot of the B side of the map on T side, and Brolin's now more of the mid player on their default. So that's going to set up some interesting matchups with like kind of Exertion versus JL and Alexi B at the B side of the map. And then my other favorite thing about this matchup is Bit and Jimmy. They're both the apartments and pit players, but they are so incredibly different players. Jimmy, more of a lurker, more of going to slide out late. Bit, he's a playmaker. He will come out in entry for you, and they're both fantastic A anchors on their own right defensively. So I'm really going to enjoy seeing how that plays out.
Yeah.
And for the Brolin Exertion swap there, Brolin used to on many of his old teams take Banana, but again, this is a role that I think fits him a lot better. He's a little bit more cerebral than Exertion, who really just does want to send it up Banana. And in these high pressure games, not this one necessarily, but in a lot of the big arena ones, it's up to Exertion to try to exercise a little bit more caution. Well, a spot like Banana, he can kind of just send it. So Brolin, on the other hand, swinging out a boiler, that's a much more timing oriented peak. It's more about seeing what sort of misdirection has been created on the map to find an opportunity.
It's also completely changed MOUZ Sports' dynamic on this map. They used to be fine with straying away from early banana control and just going for mid pops and saying, okay, CT's pressuring Banana, fine, you guys can have it. But now that they have Xerxes in that spot, I have seen them more recently be willing to fight tooth and nail for Banana more often, which kind of opens up their options as far as what they can do in the mid to late round. So that'll be interesting for sure.
All right, well, things to look out for. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're straight into the action for the deciding map between Na'Vi and MOUZ, which will be Inferno, brought to you by Jackie and Vince. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
All the great BO3s start with a first map blowout and they end on Inferno, Vince. And look what we've gotten here.
It's just the way it goes. We don't make the rules.
No.
We just have to follow through with them.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Inferno for a third map between these two teams is a tantalizing prospect in among itself if it was a best of one. But also they traded back maps pretty convincingly. Yes, Dust 2 was maybe a bit closer than Mirage, which was a total blowout. But MOUZ now in a position where they could maybe take Na'Vi down and progress through. I mean, the winner of this game, they're 3-0. They're done.
Exactly, that's your RMR run completed already. You know that you stamped your tickets to the Shanghai Major and you've made it through the RMRs with a lightning fast qualification, right? 3-0 in good stead and two fantastic teams going head to head here for Na'Vi, reigning major champions. They've had an incredible run throughout the year, making CS2 look like it's their game, it's their bread and butter, event after event, right? Tail end of the season, you have a rough run at the World Finals, you get here, it looks like it was all said and done. Going to be a quick 2-0. Maybe now we see things start to change.
Yeah, and CS2, obviously, it's been around for about a year at this point. Kind of crazy to think how fast time has flown by. But we haven't really had one team at any point that has been completely dominant at the very top. It's been kind of this weird roller coaster yo-yo effect of like FaZe were up there at one point, and we saw Vitality, and now Na'Vi, and MOUZ even was up there as well. So I think if Na'Vi can get the 3-0 and go through to the major and win again, are we starting to talk about maybe an era developing?
Who knows, mate? Who knows? A lot on the line. A lot of tidbits, a lot of stories, a lot of devil in the details. And what sort of picture even is going to be painted here in the third and final map of Inferno? If you're just joining us, of course, first map, very dominant. Na'Vi look great. Imma, show-stopping performance. Going into the second, though, a change of fates. Imma still sporting good numbers in that map, but the help wasn't there. Feels like Wonderful has been relatively absent, Vince, for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the stats really don't lie on this one either. Imma, 34 kills over the two maps, just shy of 100 ADR. Even on that Dust 2 performance where they got beat, he was still showing up. 1.37 rating. Wonderful has 17 kills across two maps. He is rock bottom of both teams. He's the lowest stat performing player on both squads. And you can see there his last match, KDA, 9-17 and 5. That's on Dust 2, and he's obviously their primary AWP. He had the AWP a ton of times. It's not like he never had his hands on the weapon. On CT and T side, he had it multiple times and just didn't really have the impact that we expect to see from him.
Yeah, and you wonder if that 1v2 round went differently, right? Where he got the shot off onto Torji with the 5-7. He didn't commit to the kill. He finds that ridiculous flick back around. He even got the tag off onto Imma, I believe it was, who went on to win that one through the box. That would have been a big round for him. Would have allowed him to show what he can do with the AWP early. Maybe that changes their fate, but it didn't go down that way. Rest of the openers, it was Scouts and AWPs on the boost towards mid, and Torji was the one who had his number time and time again. Early into that map, he was a real force to be reckoned with.
He was, but I think it's also safe to say that he missed quite a lot of shots as well. You know, to put it in perspective, he had a couple of moments where he missed 2 or 3 and got punished, but it didn't feel as if Na'Vi had that killer instinct on Dust 2. We didn't see Bit have that same level of kind of entry fragging prowess out on long. Kind of a point that Dust was raising on the desk is this interesting matchup between him and potentially Exertion or Brolan. That completely went in MOUZ's favor throughout the entirety of Dust 2. And also, I think a player that we have to talk about is the brains behind the operation, Shui there that just flicked up on the screen. He went huge. 20 kills on Dust 2, and overall, he has himself a 0.92 rating because he got battered on Mirage, but his Dust 2 performance was stellar.
The quality of those kills as well. They were through the roof. Great timings, great lurks, good entries. And it's led us here, the bookend of the series. One map decides which one of these two teams will qualify for the Shanghai Major. 3-0 in the play at the RMRs for Europe. And we're into the pistol round. Na'Vi on that CT side start. Mid group up for MOUZ. A contact round with nades to support this. Torji, he's got the important pieces. The smoke over, the flashbang to allow him entry onto Bracket's bit. He turns it, but it's Imma that strikes in the back. Quick trades though, Vince, and they found 2.
Allowing that pillar to save him for a couple of extra seconds, and it has bought up enough time for Alexi now. to activate himself with that USP. Flashes around the corner, not really connecting. It's actually the T's that will strike in this endeavor. And JL stuck in the smoke. 3 separate angles to deal with, and players, the bomb's still yet to get planted. Maybe waiting to hear that tickle on the site before he makes a move, knowing it effectively comes down into a 1v2. It's really scrappy. But MOUZ capitalize, and Brolan on 2 HP and 2 kills to his name. Get MOUZ across first in our deciding map.
It looked a bit scary on the fight for brackets. Immo with an instant opener. Bit was able to live through the spam of damage. Looks even better from his perspective, but the longer the round went on, it went worse for wear. Alexi B, the clip ran dry on the fight towards the bomb site.
Nice! Let's fucking go! That was the craziest one.
An exertion, can't believe it. A crazy round indeed.
He died pretty early on in that one, so he was just sat there watching as the chaos unfolded. Smile on the face though, and the round win is all that matters. No force in from Na'Vi. They elect to go for a 5-7, and that's basically all. They're playing for that next round. Want to get their hands on as much utility and weaponry as possible, but this will allow MOUZ a pretty straightforward 2-0 unless something really goes horribly wrong. Alexi baiting out on the approach, almost baiting him into a sense of like, is the site stacked? Do I dare pressure forward? He has Torji as well here though, and now he's going to start to realize that the B site is, for the most part, vacant.
But this is where the squad grouped up on A. It looks to see if they can find the drop on someone. Brolan inside of the boiler, turning the heat up on the round. They want to swing together, but it's such a tight corridor. It's awkward to get the fight. As much as he goes down, that Galil won't be living for long because you've got the backstab of Jimmy. Mac 10 Murderer looking to make the moves, dives in. Up into the apartment, swing together, force the crosshair, but he is fast on the flicks. Makes some money, gets out of the round, and MOUZ take 2.
Was anticipated though with a lack of purchase, and now Na'Vi will have their hands on a slew of weaponry. Interestingly, they were going for mainly rifles to start off with, and then switched to a couple of MP9s at the end. So you can see that the reason why that is the case though. 4 incendiaries, such a key part of the utility belt on a map like Inferno. And 3 players to kick off. They all have HEs. Could be a carpet bomb landing its way onto Banana. Holding fire for the time being. Oh, Torji with the flick onto Bit up on middle. And that's going to open up their account. This puts a lot of pressure on Wonderful, and he can't withstand. Down straight away. Gets displaced, dismissed, and it allows MOUZ to just get straight on the A side.
How's Torji done that? Instant opener on mid, even whilst blind. Daredevil maneuvers. And they are climbing to daring heights already. It'll be 3 rounds off the back of this. And with a look in on the jump spot for Xertion, there's room to potentially squeeze these guns out of their hands. Re-smoke round. You're playing for the save. They want to keep these weapons alive and kicking, so they reset. Put him up on the boost. Oh, he sees the head, but Alexi B from a distance. Nice shot.
Exertion was low, gets finished off. Alexi Moon walks out of there with his MP9. He was anticipating that boost. He's seen it all before. And with that 1 kill, that is MOUZ saying, right, fair enough. Tip our hat so you can hold on to those 2 weapons because we have the 3-0. Decent amount of money as well. They can replenish Exertion, no problems. So MOUZ off with a bang on their T side, and I mean, you could scrape together another buy here, but it would put you into a really awkward spot. There would be no open play for Wonderful. But they are going to go for it. They fully invest again. 3 MP9s. Oh, the pressure on this round is so vast, though. Like, early on already, yes, a couple players have around 1,000. You got round loss bonus coming in. But you are hamstringing yourself economically if you go 4-0 down straight off the bat.
They want to avoid that outcome. In the Battle of Banana, they go for a quick swing towards the top. Oh, Xertion biding his time. Strikes in the fight versus JL. The living legend taken out of the server, and the rest of the squad forced to try and fix the damage. So far, the repairs are good, and Alexi B, one to the greater, resets it.
Uprooting Shui there on the retreat is going to give his teammates on A that little bit better opportunity with their lack of firepower, the MP9, the 5.7. The prospect of a low exertion. Currently down on the T steps is Wonderful, spots the shadow. He knows a player just around the corner, but doesn't get baited into it. Holds his angle, knows the importance that he stays alive on short. If he falls, the round could very well follow him. And now he has. Ema trying to activate himself into a bit of success and gets the one. Bit has to drop on Jimmy, completely caught unaware. Can't quite transition the 5-7 to the dome of the oncoming Torji. But now that the smokes are beginning to plume, it allows Ema to reposition and try and spray through and oust the incoming T's, and he gets both. Double spray is good for Na'Vi's first round. And the buy works out a charm.
Pays off massively. They went for the late wrap back around towards the site. Jimmy goes out from balcony, shot in the back. It all goes a bit wrong. This was the play from Bit that started it off, and then Imma able to tuck in towards the graveyard, and he was the Grim Reaper. Sets him up on a date with the Coroner. Down and out. Na'Vi back in the game. They get themselves around here. On the board early. Orbs to play with for either side. One for Wonderful, the other back on Torji.
And because they didn't fully invest and that round loss was building up nicely, they actually have a little bit of a buffer of money as well on top of it. Wonderful. Slowing things down, not getting too aggro. Exertion as well in the meanwhile puts down the smoke. This is to allow him to actually back out of there relatively safely. He knows he's alone, he's got no second set of eyes to watch his back. Allows him to keep presence in Banana without overextending. But it looks like MOUZ, they have their eyes trained on A.
Oh, Bit. Nice tag. Converts that one into a beautiful pickup onto Jimmy. And MOUZ, after losing that opening pick there, don't like the look of the late play towards A. Exertion had an advanced angle towards top Banana. Still two players on the bomb site. They've got nades. It's an incendiary for both of them. You could turn this into a B-site barbecue. Send them off to the Burns ward if they come running on in. JL trying to play anti-flash with the AK and a prime time angle for that bad boy to deal some damage. 20 seconds, running out of time. You're going to go for it, lads. They run in. JL with the first. And this round turning into a moot point. Bisui on the rotate, at least able to grab one of him, but it's all about the bomb site. That's the problem, Vince. They can't find a way in.
7 seconds. But they've just given this one up. They're going to have to save, but they're also being encircled. Bit's already up on the Banana. They're stuck at the top of Banana right now. Maybe have to survive by this thinnest of margins, man. I thought, honestly, they're going to get wrapped from the B site, but it never came to fruition. It was such a weird engagement, though, at the end. Like, they sent one player off to go coffins with the bomb in his hands, and the other two just sat at the top of Banana, not helping him. Basically dangling on the end of a fishing rod and hoping for the best.
Such a rough one to lose. All blows up in their face. They stall for too long. Even with a backstab, it gave them nothing to work with. They had no stock in the round. It was all about the bomb site. And just staying alive is what wins them that one. I mean, yeah, at least they don't go down in the last few moments. Should get reset with no cash to play with. Weapons taken out of your hands would have been even worse. But it's still not a pretty outcome. So Na'Vi, 2 rounds connected together. Going into this one with some AKs as well on JL and Alexi B. Round 6 is live. Jim Fat with only the Tech 9 for him to work with. And Torji straight in, looking for a fast pick. Oh, you love to see it, but the shot doesn't quite tag.
I'm missing out on the counter flash as well. Forces him to take that second shot and start to fade away a little bit. The flashes are really on point here from Na'Vi. And they got plenty more where that came from. Smoke pluming, allowing the luxury of the two Ts to bypass this one. And although they're peppering through the smoke and out of ammunition, they nearly lined up for a collapse shot. Wonderful. Nails the first, but misses the second, and now he's going to be under heavy duress, and he can't deal with the oncoming damage. All the pressure now on Bit, trying to hold the line while the rest of his teammates make moves through Library. And Archers respectively, it's an awkward engagement, but it goes in JL's favor, albeit at the cost of 90 HP. He dislodges the push. There is still 55 seconds left though, and that smoke's gonna start to clear. Torshi snatches life away of Alexi in front of Jimmy's eyes. They don't know that JL is still around here on the Archers, but he's just on the 10 HP. Volley lined up, but he so nearly gets both. But a 1v1 puts it down to JimFat up against Bit. Two of the star players of their respective teams, but JimFat will have the post plant in his advantage.
Digits punched in, bomb down. Smoke up. It's Incendiary rather back on CT side. See if he can buy a bit of time in the rotate, but Bit's coming on over. He's got the kit, so we can afford to play with the clock. There's a flashbang for him as well. You tuck back in towards Dark. He's going for the jiggle, looking for the face out of Banana. Close on the bottom side, finds it. Wins out in the 1v1. A dangerously close round though. And with Bit finding that opener on quad on the run out, and then perfect use of the utility to block off towards the app, smoke round, flashback to slow him down. I was thinking it was dead and buried, especially when JL gets the wrap in from Library. Somehow, some way though, they piece it back together. And even with this, looking to be the closer, he survives, lives to tell the tale, and takes that one.
I was a bit nervous for Jimmy there because he was on 10 bullets for an age. Bit was on 12. But he had the luxury of surprise. Now Brolan with MOUZ, knowing that Na'Vi are in economic trouble. This round they've mustered together a buy. They're not going to have much in Resurplus and Shui in Exertion, the former of which mid-air, capitalizing onto Bit, have opened up the A site nicely. It will be theirs, and Na'Vi can do little but save.
It's your round, and it's far cleaner. Those free weapons, incredibly important for the CT side defense, alongside the fact that it will buffer the cash somewhat. It would have been hellish if they lost this one with all of them going down. So tuck in, look for the save. The result, though, means that this will be a fifth round so far for MOUZ on their T-side campaign coming into the third map. Some good shots again from Sui as well, man. He's playing up to his name. Look great on Mirage here. 6 kills. And Jimmy winning out on the 1v1. Some good signs of life.
I think a lot of people after that first map on Mirage were fearing that this might be a quick 2-0. The way that MOUZ were just capitulated at every given turn, never got into the game. Flat across the board. For them to bounce back on Dust 2 and the nature which they did. And again, keep in mind that Na'Vi have an exceptionally high win rate. Their only loss coming to G2 on Dust 2 as of late. 90% with 10 maps played. And now here on Inferno, they kick things off in such fine form. Nima, once again, really one of the only shining lights of Na'Vi, the way he's played, the impact that he's had. Alexi's lining up the pop flash. Centralized are MOUZ, moving together as a united force. They've had a lot of success when it comes to these mid pushes, but this time they walk into Wonderful. And he will silence Shui for the time being.
And this is a round where he's got to burn bright. That AWP, it could do so much for them. He's already found the first. It's a contact scope up, walks round. Ready for the second as well, so 2 are clean. But Brolin does it straight back. Brawling on the brackets. And they're closing the distance, starting to get in their faces, make it uncomfortable. JL, though, arrives just in the nick of time. Unfortunately for Bit, he'll go down in the encounter. And Alexi B's the only one left round towards Library. Torshi's low, 12 HP. Trapped on the site. Fire at his feet, but the smoke puts it out, and Alexi B, he's extinguished.
His life extinguished, and Na'Vi on the receiving end for the 6th time already on their CT side. A lack of AWP in play. Once again for Wonderful. 136 ADR to Brolan. He often blows hot and cold. Well, he's hit a heater here just when it really counts. And of course, remember, the winner of this map, they've made it to the Major. They will go through 3-0. Bypass a lot of the extra games that will be played. No more pressure. They've made it to the promised land. But Na'Vi, we know they're such a tenacious bunch of players. Like, yes, they're down in a really rough spot. Like, make no mistake, they are struggling right now. But we know that Alexi and the rest of this team are capable of bouncing back at any given turn.
Yeah, it never feels like they're out of it. Always able to answer back. But this is a game where MOUZ are showing us a far better look than what we saw on the initial opener of Mirage. Their power level's been rising, their confidence has been there. And Xerxin, he's trying to show some of that. Looks to punish at the top of Banana early. But with the damage done onto him, leaving him on 41, he backs off. It might be an apartments opener though. Ooh, they set up. Flash over the top. I mean, it saves his teammates' life. Brolan's able to tuck back in. Spam shots, good. Diving all over the place. He just wants to stay alive at this point. It's a stalemate on the engagement. They back off. 3 players on the A bomb site. MOUZ, no overcommit into the round. They've still got nades and time.
I like Na'Vi wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to be proactive in the apps, but Brolan surviving has forced them back. And as far as they're concerned, MOUZ are already in apps, potentially about to burst out of balcony. It's going to keep multiple Na'Vi players interested over on this side of the map. We're already going through a lot of utility. That grenade could be a kill though, but Brolan, oh, he just backed off in time. 7 HP remains on him, 30 on Exertion. A much needed round for Na'Vi, and the flashes come in, and they are on point. 2 for 1 trade, as Na'Vi stumble and fall, and the bomb site sequestered one more time in favor of MOUZ.
Incendiary back in. Luckily enough, it doesn't burn enough to shut down Brolan, but Imma will hit a heavy shot straight back. Alexi B as well. Oh, the fadeaway. Suddenly it goes from looking impossible to being all but theirs. Alexi B, swinging the scepter, wants to rule and lead by example on the round, but you still got to shut down the young Jimmy. AK powerhouse back at the site, ripping him to pieces. He's out of ammunition. Alexi runs straight towards the bomb.
No kit. No kit. No time. Jimmy's done it. 7-2 scoreline. The 1v3 clutch. And Alexi goes down with a bomb. No saved AWP. Oh, and it rains, it pours. It's been torrential on this half for Na'Vi. I mean, they had no right to even get back on the site in the first place.
Nah.
But once they were there, you think it's theirs, but Jimmy one more time comes out clutch, cultivates the chaos from pit. He played the position perfectly. Oh man, Na'Vi have got to be devastated.
It was very good, Alex. You said you jump. Yeah.
Blade gets involved. Very emotive with the body language here. Frustrating round to lose. God damn though, Jimmy. 2 clutches, he's been able to get over the finish line for his team. And that was Alexi B just finding miraculous entries, right? Somehow connecting those shots, somehow making it look like it was a possibility for Na'Vi.
It's a worrying state of affairs when it's Alexi that's making the plays for your team. I mean, no disrespect to him. He's not there to be the powerhouse player. He's there to call the shots. And right now, Bit, absent. Wonderful, not really had much impact, and neither is JL. Somebody else has got to awaken from their slumber. Imma, Mr. Consistent in this series. He's given them the advantage. Deagle, slightly off. Aim punch, absolutely wrecked Wonderful there. But Imma's gone down as well. Deja vu creeping in. There is a flank from Bit using the smoke. as his shroud, as a sanctuary, but he walks straight into Torji, who's having none of it.
Could have been the bomb, cold on the ground. Instead, it's looking like it's almost guaranteed for MOUZ from this point forward. Bomb site secured, weapons looking to be held onto. And this man on your screens has been hitting some tasty shots. He's been finding so much impact in the previous map. And again here, 1-for-1 trade. Alexi gets a look in, but that's all he finds. And JL with a Deagle Blaze. I think this round's about to go up in a puff of smoke for him. It's a fadeaway, but only an MP9. That's all he can bring forward into the next. And the round, that's a big number 8 for MOUZ.
8 rounds on the T side of Inferno. It's hard to fully convey in words just how dangerous this is right now for Na'Vi. And JL may not even get the luxury of saving his MP9. It looks like he will with the smoke being put into play. Can throw that across and upgrade. I think it's safe to say, though, that the panic button has been pushed, Jackie, quite a few times already on this half. And the way that MOUZ are playing, you definitely wouldn't put it against them to pick up a 10-2 half-time scoreline right now.
The alarm bells are well and truly sounding. But the cavalry for Na'Vi just haven't been able to deliver. You've got weapons once again, rearmed. Their arsenal stronger into the 11th. Nades supporting it as well. They're looking for some chaotic openers towards the apartments. They've been expecting the close aggression that we've seen a couple of times from Na'Vi, so it slows it down. Means they have to clear their angles bit by bit. Grouping up towards the balcony. 3 players there, rolling on contact. Crouch peek in, gets it for free. Bit has been delivering, but this time he's down and out. Wonderful. It's a nice first kill, but that's all it is. Only one.
That's a delicious shot, isn't it? But there's just too much. There's too much to contend with. A bit of a famine for Na'Vi right now. They've been feeding off scraps. Sad state of affairs when we're getting hype about a flash flick. Because there's been nothing else that Na'Vi have offered. And I mean, the stats as well, by the way, it has turned into more of a T-sided map than classic Inferno was. Yeah. A lot of teams are getting a lot more success, but not this T-sided. To put it in perspective, a 60-round win percentage on T-half for MOUZ and a 52.3. When you consider this is about to go 9-3, and the buy into the next round is going to be pretty rough as well on a couple players. Assuming they can even save these 2 M4s. Because Alexi is having a bunch of Ts knocking on the gate, and they knock off the block of both of them. No save weapons. MOUZ in cruise control.
It's looking bleak right now. Na'Vi CT side coming apart at the seams. MOUZ are the ones that are being able to rip through them again and again. They've got claws and we're seeing them. You make the best of the cash that's available. XM10, the auto shot in the hands of Wonderful, playing close on the arch. If you play into it, it can be a beastly weapon. Big Papa Pump's made its appearance on the server. Let's see if he can blow them to bits. They need to clear the angle. The stab into the back could be ruthless. First kill's clean, but there's nothing more to it. It's only one again. Brackets control conceded, but Bit walking up through the smoke. He's found his window back in. He can get right in there. See if he can shut them down. Trigger discipline for the first. Oh, tags through the smoke. Bit somehow giving him a round out of absolutely nothing. Na'Vi, they squeeze a third. Felt like they had no right on that one, but they give themselves something to go on.
The narrowest of opportunities. Of course, the pistol is always important, Jackie. It goes without saying, but it's so vitally important right now. If Na'Vi are unable to connect the dots for this second pistol round, it would be a 10-3 lead and pretty much a done deal. What does Alexi have up his sleeve? What does Blade have up his sleeve? You see Shui checking his notes. Having a quick look. The job, for the most part, has been done, but they cannot take their eyes off the prize. They cannot get complacent. Na'Vi will punish you if you give them a chance. Finish them off while they're weak.
Well, here we go then. Qualification to the major on the line. A 1-1 scoreline. Here on the third and final map, it's MOUZ dominating. And if their CT side pistol keeps it going in that direction, they will be so close to finishing this, lopping the head off, snatch the crown from the Kings, and have a shot at the major.
And by the way, Na'Vi desperately need this round. 32% win rate on pistol rounds on Inferno after 11 maps played. They're going to have to turn their fortunes around here, and JL has done just that. Snaps back 2 domes, and there is a third where that came from. As JimFat gets too aggressive out of apps and gets punished for it. It's looking good for Na'Vi to start to get back on the trail. They still need to finish this one off, and Shui gets his 11th kill of the map. Is looking to try and twist the knife as a second kill comes through. And is waiting for Torji to make a move, who's in no man's land. He's miles away from the action. He anticipates that there's a flanking player around second mid. He still seems to have no idea as to what's going on. Torji, it's on B.
Has no read of the round and just has to tuck in and save the Kevlar. No way to recover this one. The stats might have painted a damning picture for the pistol round, but Na'Vi are living in the here and now, and it's the punishment. Pistol prowess from JL. His Glock fade makes them dissipate out of existence, and they confirm themselves a way back in. It's a small margin though, Vince. A lot to get done.
I totally understand the save at the end of the round. You keep the Kevlar, it allows you to upgrade to head armor if you're worried about Mac 10, so extra utility. Got you on that. But I don't understand why he's still second mid while Shui is trying to kill the entire planet by himself.
Yeah, I felt like he'd seen everyone as well on the peek out, right? At least 2 players on the face, so I guess he was worried about one man being close towards Boiler, arch side, something to catch him. Didn't happen though. He didn't have any backup. And try as he might, like it's a hell of a tap with the P2000 onto the first. Made it look like, yeah, you actually kind of believe in it. Maybe there is something to be said with this one. This is a classic throwback though. Mid-aggression coming out, you throw the nades down, you run it straight in. JL again, the savior of Na'Vi.
Admire the effort, keeping Na'Vi on their tiptoes. Exertion doesn't get peaked, and now he's got a Khalil. Molotov though could be his demise. Smoke tossed down. And he manages to jump across as well and reposition. It's the great escape from Exertion. How does he survive that? Houdini himself would be proud of that. It's disgusting.
Wait, that's madness. They wanted to split him in half like a bad magician, Vince, but he's the one doing the magic tricks. Escapes through the trapdoor and gets back. 37 HP and a Galil in his hands. 3 versus 3.
A kill, a Galil upgrade, and he's still alive.
It's madness.
Now, Torji did like to go for the scout after saving in that first round of the half. 45 seconds left, and they still need to push into Exertion. Wouldn't it just be poetic justice if he's able to put that Galil now against the T's and put them to the sword? It would entirely break Na'Vi in every sense of the word. But he's backing away. Facilitating the push for the T's, but he's luring them in to his trap. Finds the first. Spray is good for the kill onto Wonderful. And now we can watch on as JimFat and Torji try and clutch this 2v2 retake.
Torji's close by already. Inside the ruins with a scope. Scout in his hands. Back up from Jimmy arriving towards CT side. They're going to double up, play off one another. It's a close angle, 4-bit. That Galil could tear him to shreds, but the timing of it, he's a little bit paranoid about the banana face. They're coming out, getting themselves ready. They got the crossfire. He might not even need the assistance, but Torji, with time ticking away, that's the real problem for him. You might make the moves, but you can't really get this one over the finish line, and Bit just wants to waste all the time in the world, make him go down to the bomb and finish it off with a rifle instead. 3 kills for Bit. It felt like he was keeping them in it in so many rounds towards the CT side. Run out on the A side, Vince. He was good for the balcony frag. So smart with the utility as well. And again here, that's another round that could be attributed to him.
There were moments though, man. Exertion's great escape and then able to post up the Galil for the first kill into Wonderful. You started to believe. Instead though, Na'Vi have broken their funds back down to the base level. 3 grenades. Throwing them down onto Banana. Damage pretty good onto Alexi, but he is the expendable player with the MAC-10. And he'll happily trade his life as long as his team can get the W. He'll take that trade all day, every day. MOUZ out for 4 players, and with their upgraded pistols, there is a way forward, but Na'Vi are checking Banana. And they're about to get up close and personal with Exertion as the Eagle. And he puts out the welcome mat for them, dares them to push in. Taking a bunch of damage though and flashed out. There is a team kill thrown in the mix as well, as Alexi gets a bullet to the back of the dome. But Na'Vi still should be dialing in a 6th.
You can see what they were going for there. First 2 nades in. The third is delayed when the 2 CTs rotating around through Speedway are already so close towards the A site. Make them believe there's 3 players on B. You're hoping you force their hand to the stack towards the A site. But even if they did commit, it was Bit that's able to, again, live up to the score lines he's been posting. Another 3 kills versus the Pistols. There's a little bit skew if for Wonderful on the team kill, but you won't mind. You get the round, and that's what you're looking for.
So Na'Vi have brought that deficit back significantly from 9-3 to 9-6. There is still a bit of daylight, though, between the 2 teams. And MOUZ still have time. Curious if they're going to start to get aggressive into apps. We saw Na'Vi doing this quite a bit on their CT side to varying degrees of success. Grenade is good again, though. Softening up Alexian, Wonderful. $300 investment well spent. Puts them into headshot range of these A1Ss. We've seen this boost before. It was Alexi that ripped off the face with the MP9 at range on JL. Not JL, I think it was Torji, actually. Oh, Flash is so good, it's going to force them back. And now Broland goes in. A smoke tossed down just to keep themselves alive as a Molotov was burning their feet. And MOUZ take control back over of B once more.
Iron Mike Broland goes in for the uppercut, connects that one. Gives them something to work with here. 60 seconds on the timer. They've still got nades. They can set up for the play. Don't have to force the issue. They've got JL covering in case there's an info play back down towards Banana to take the control. And the flash baits out a re-smoke. So running a bit more dry towards the B bomb site. It's only 1 smoke left. Timing on it's good though. 37 seconds on the clock. That one goes up. You're running it down to the last few seconds. We saw MOUZ in this position on their T side. Now Na'Vi are the ones that have to contend with the same issue. Stalled at B. Unable to find a way in. Xertion close in the smoke. Is he ready to deal damage as it dissipates? They're going to break it early. Instant connection, it's Bit. He's been so damn good. And again here, finds major impact. Torji. He's up close, but he's got to wield this orb like a shotgun. Bit. Overconfident on the engage. He was looking to take the deep CT control. Runs into the barrel. Falls because of it. But they're looking scared about this one. If Torji gets another pick, maybe there's room to go back in. Okay, that could be the instigator. Now you're thinking about it. JL, though, quick snapshot onto Jimmy.
They do have a kit, but they have no grenades to supply this, to allow the re-engage. And so it looks like exit frags are on the menu, and that's about it. MOUZ have rounds to play with, but ever so quickly, Na'Vi are picking up pace, confidence, momentum. Some of those absent players on the first half are really coming alive. JL and Bit in particular have had a real upward trajectory on this second half. Warning signs on the horizon for MOUZ to deal with. And although there will be no survivors for Na'Vi, they don't care. Tons of cash to play with and a round on top of it. Do MOUZ want to buy behind these 2 save weapons? Yes, they will. Maybe not a full investment. It looks like more of a half buy alongside it. as an MP9 comes in for a couple players, but still more than enough threats to contend with. I guess though, Na'Vi, even with low time, as you call, like 20, 25 seconds on the clock, they're still grinding out these rounds. This is where Na'Vi are at their best, always managing to find a way to get a win.
And it's been brilliance from Bit, time and time again. Multi-kill after multi-kill. His T side, he's really been showing what he's made of, how much stock he can bring to this team when he's having a good performance, when he's able to just play his style of CS. And against a far weaker defense in terms of what MOUZ are working with, Na'Vi could be one step closer to tying this back up. And remember, going into the second half, it wasn't looking great for him. It was MOUZ on a heater, blowing them out of the water time and time again. And here in the 17th, it's all about the stall tactics. Restrict vision, make it uncomfortable, don't allow them to find a way to put these weapons to good use. Torji's Orb could be so powerful if he can make a play with it. Oh, up on top. The 1-for-1 trade, but Jimmy also picks one up with a 5-7 on the split on the run out. It's a 4v3, Vince. Wonderful's low.
That's a horrible trade if you're Na'Vi. Horrible. Wonderful down low. They've utilized most of their utility. They only have 2 smokes left with a flashbang, and you're behind. And yeah, sure, Wonderful's not typically going to be sort of the entry fragging contingent of these 3, but you're going to have to sacrifice himself to the CS gods here. Try and draw fire and allow JL and Bit to really shine. A ton of kills between the 2 of them in recent memory. But now Jimmy comes in and the AK drops favorably for him. Uses it against the oncoming T's, and although JL gets one, there's going to have to be a lot more behind that with 10 seconds. And Broland slaps him upside the face in midair with the MP9, spitting bullets in his direction. MOUZ hit 10 first.
That's Broland's 15th kill as well. Diving through the air with the MP9 and the carnage up close. JL, try as he might to find a way to get Na'Vi their 8th round. It's gone. First 4 of their T-side campaign. It's been all Na'Vi. The 5th round was a stretch too far, and it puts MOUZ on 10. And it's a stark contrast in terms of the weaponry that you can work with now.
Yeah, you're looking for a moment of brilliance from Wonderful or JL with these Deagles, realistically. A moment of magic. MOUZ are so close, within touching distance of qualifying for the major. Bypassing all the shenanigans. I mean, a great deal to every single one of these players, of course, but I think Na'Vi probably the favorites coming into this game. MOUZ bypassing a crushing defeat on Mirage, hanging in there, and now thriving. Good shot from Torji, no follow-up damage either afforded by Na'Vi, and no flashes. Shot did connect through the wall, but it's only 7 in total from Ima's Deagle. Looking good for that 11th round now.
And the thing is, not even a single flash to allow them to fight for the brackets. You've got to run out dry. It should be a shooting gallery. JL with the Deagle. A small prize, but the round itself, what you're looking for, that goes the way of MOUZ. No upsets, no shenanigans. But of course, it's just a formality to get Na'Vi to this position where you can afford a hefty buy. Take a timeout as well. So close to this one being a MOUZ victory. You've got to find answers, switch it up here.
I mentioned before how Wonderful has had a really rough series. Only 17 kills coming into the 3rd map. Well, he's only got 7 in this one. He's bottom again for his teammates. You felt like he was going to do most of his work on that CT side. We could play more static, but the economy was constantly shredded. Whereas Torji's kept up that flame. He's only died 6 times, by the way. We're moving into round 19. Shows how diligent he's been of not giving his life away for free. Makes the world a difference. But here we go. Round 19. Could be Na'Vi's last hurrah in this best of 3. Very little money left. And Torji peeks down middle. Haven't really seen him do this too often. Wonderful getting absolutely destroyed upon Banana. But JL is there. to evict Exertion from his hiding hole, and Alexi will deal with Brolan, who is spoilt for choice. Torji does answer back. A lot of damage though to Na'Vi. 3 of the 4 below 35 HP.
Reset on the round. You've drawn a rotate. Torji on the fade off. Goes back to assist towards the B site. Put the blockade up. But this means again, it's young Jimmy, the man that's been playing a masterclass in the 1v2s. He's already had some great rounds on the A bomb site. Will this be another one for him? Na'Vi, low on health on multiple players. Bit is the only man that's all the way up on 100. He's going out through the balcony, flanked round the back. Oh, the SMG, it looks uncomfortable. A Bit finds it. Torji, though, a window of opportunity, seizes it with both hands, fires up a quick shot as well. 2v2 here, bomb being planted. JL with 6 health to his name. He gets that one down. Is this retake gonna go the way of MOUZ? Torji's pre-scope, looking for the walk-up. It's a split push on the response, dives round. His elbow's been spotted from JL. Nade's gonna go in.
Doesn't hit the mark. And now Torji making moves through on the balcony side. He's got a flashbang. Gonna throw that in first. Shui lands the headshot. And now down to Bit. He's already been tagged and now finished off by Torji's Deagle. Time is gonna be close. With the kit, they should have enough on the clock for a 12-7 lead. Na'Vi nearly were able to brute force their way onto the site. But MOUZ have so often been clutch. In these 2v2, 3v3s, they have prevailed time after time.
They know their way around the clutch. And for Na'Vi, it's been anything but. Another opportunity there where it seemed like maybe they were going to get themselves into a bit of a groove, deny that match point, that series point, that major qualification point for MOUZ. But that's the reality that we're now living in. The 3 times these 2 teams have gone head-to-head following the player break, it's been Na'Vi taking the win each and every time. MOUZ, they want to break the streak, and a poetic way to do it, to give themselves qualification to the Shanghai Major. And coming into this one, you're playing with a far lesser buy. Spam shots early on, Xerxen battling for control of the banana.
Smoke is deployed just to slow down the pace. Let Na'Vi stew in that deficit. Push them back for a few more moments. 2 more smokes to play with. But the positions of MOUZ right now are looking good. 3-2 formation. Na'Vi trailing their way up on middle for the time being. Flash is good, but he was able to back away from the shadows his Bit, so he can keep himself in the action. Getting up close delivers. A smoke has been put into place, but that's not going to slow Na'Vi down. They're going to try and strike while the iron is hot and deal that fatal damage to these remaining defenders. Try and get on the site as fast as possible, but Jimmy, not for the first time, is locking it down with 4 kills. The Finn comes out clutch, and MOUZ have qualified for the Shanghai Major.
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Yeah, you can see the reactions there. We've got similar reactions over here. We wondered what universe you had to exist in for MOUZ to beat Na'Vi with the run they've had across this year. And of course, it's in a studio setup group stage RMR on a Monday. Perfect for MOUZ. So, wow, what a performance.
This is MOUZ's office. This is where they do their best work in these kinds of environments. What a brilliant last round from Yimpat right there. That 4K to send them to the major. I mean, that's exactly what you want from a player of his stature. Obviously, we preface this, though, with the fact that, you know, they're in a practice room. This is when Yimpat does his best work by far. And I will say also, MOUZ, their prep looked good in this one. The flashes were excellent. Every time they were nailing that A bomb site, it was a ferocious hit. Bit could never get activated. I was calling him the Prince of Pit yesterday. I have to take those words back on this match, at least.
Yeah, Jimmy, we talked about that matchup, like, you know, Jimmy versus Bit. That was going to be huge on the A side. Jimmy won that battle. He also won it on the B side in a clutch in 1v1. So I mean, he was doing a really good job just through and through. And I mean, this is big for MOUZ Sports because they have finally conquered Na'Vi. They have not beat them yet this year. They have played them in 3 other series throughout the course of 2024, and they have lost all of them. But now, whenever it's the major stakes, a chance to qualify, and not only qualify, but skip the opening stage, go straight to the elimination stage, be one of those top 8 European teams, these RMRs. I mean, just massive props to MOUZ Sports, who just look phenomenal this best of 3.
Yeah, and look, I want to just say, I mean, we kind of, I was saying it in the green room, I'll just say this. I never was confident at any point on both the maps that they won. When they had the lead, I was like, yeah, but it's MOUZ. It's never enough. It's never enough. They always need a bigger buffer. But honestly, I think they closed these both the maps they won out really well. And on this one, certainly impressed me because I was apprehensive about Inferno. As we've been calling it Bitferno. It's been very good for Na'Vi. So this, to me, even with the whole practice room narrative, I think it's a hugely impressive win.
Still, yeah, the way that MOUZ were able to find such a great lead on the T side to me is what was most impressive about this. Closing it on top of that, of course, getting it over the line, but they gave themselves such a huge buffer because I do agree, Rich, that when MOUZ are in a tight game like this, in a high-pressure moment, something like major qualifications on the line versus a team like Na'Vi that they've historically had trouble with, they usually will crumble. You just are asking when it's going to happen. And I feel like it actually was happening for a brief string of a couple rounds there, but it's just that they had such a large enough buffer that you are going to play yourself back into shape eventually. Eventually, one player will hopefully step up with some heroic moment, as Yimpat did in that final round.
Yeah, I mean, Yimpat was just incredible through and through throughout the entire game. I mean, I can't sing his praises enough. Now, we talked about how, usually he's a little bit more passive compared to Bit on how he plays the opponent's position, but you saw him swinging out and making huge entries, dropping down, taking pit for his lonesome. He not only did he win the 1v1 clutch against Bit on the B-bomb site, but he also won what was essentially a 1v3 post-plant inside pit. He didn't get the final frag, but he killed the clock. So, I mean, awesome stuff.
I got to interrupt you there because for the first time in the broadcast, we're throwing to an interview with James Banks there.
Even better?
Yeah, of course, it feels really nice. They are definitely the best team in the world right now. It's always tough to play against them. Yeah, I mean, it just feels good to maybe get a semi-revenge, as I said to you. Of course, that their final win in Rio probably means more, but yeah, I'm just happy we beat them because they are the best, so yeah.
And in terms of beating them, it was kind of a weird series because you pick into Mirage, which has been looking good for you, and it's been a struggle for them. Then they pick into Dust 2, which has been a bit of a struggle for you. But it seems like both you teams worked on these maps when it came to boot camp and then flipped it around. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think on Mirage they were shooting super hard. I think that we didn't really shoot that hard on that map, to be honest. I think that we did play well. I think that Shui called really well. We had a good game plan. And yeah, I mean, I think that we didn't really manage to win the duels. But yeah, I mean, on Dust 2, we were super comfortable. We had a boot camp. We really worked on it. So yeah, I mean, it's a map that I'm just looking forward to play. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy they picked it, and I'm happy that we could convert that map pick of theirs.
Now, normally when it comes to Na'Vi's playstyle, they love to dictate the pace, but that's what you guys were able to do the whole time around on Inferno. Was it all about your game plan here and just taking that control, taking that style away from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're doing prep super well now. I think that we kind of know what we have to do. We have really good connection between everyone that needs to. But yeah, I mean, I think that Camel called really well. I have to give him these flowers. And yeah, I mean, I think we're operating super well today. I think Lude played another good T-side on Inferno, which is nice to see. I mean, yeah, we're just playing super well that half.
And in terms of playing super well, I want to ask about what you did coming into this RMR and how you got to play super well, because you did have great games. Even in the best of ones, it was absolute dominance from you guys. So you left Singapore. Did you go straight into boot camp? How much boot camp time did you get? What happened?
Well, so basically we went home from Singapore. I think we had like 2 or 3 off days. We practiced one of those, so we were home for 3 days. One of them was practice. Instantly we traveled to bootcamp for around 5 days. We had like 4 practice days, I think. And yeah, I mean, I think it was super nice. We definitely regained a lot of form. It kind of felt like how we were in the last season, our level. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I hope this result kind of proves it. But yeah, I mean, obviously we still have a lot to grow, and hopefully we keep improving.
In terms of a lot to grow and also a lot of what to do, you're probably going to stay here in Shanghai, right?
Yeah, we are staying, yeah.
And it's going to be more grind time, more practice time. You've got a good amount of time to do that though, right? Because you're through to the elimination stage. So how do you think you're going to manage that? What are you going to try and do here?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of experience with a long break between tournaments. This time is a bit unique because we stay on our decision in a way. But I mean, we're gonna figure it out. We have a really good people to understand what we should do. Probably we're gonna have some off days. Probably gonna have a lot of practice days. And I mean, yeah, just make sure we are still hot when we enter the major, because I think that we are in a really good form right now.
Now, there's a lot of fans out there, especially for the Chinese fans in this region. They've been loving you guys from start to finish. You've experienced this before when you've been to China. Anything you want to say to all them right now?
Xixi. Thank you. I mean, yeah, it feels amazing. I love the Chinese fans. I think they're super respectful. They are really passionate. And yeah, I mean, it's just really nice to be here. And hopefully we can make you guys happy in the major as well.
And hopefully they continue to make themselves happy with good performances like that. 3-0 and through to the elimination stage. MOUZ, they've done it.
Awesome. Yeah, let's get a round of banks in the chat, of course. Our man, yeah, our man, our man's over there interviewing all the players. And apologies that we cut off the first question there. They're sort of being beamed at us, so just be used to that. But yeah, look, absolutely spot on from Exertion. What he said there is very true in what we saw in the game. He said we've been grinding, we had a boot camp, we were well drilled, we were regimented. That's exactly how they looked. It really showed.
I actually like, you brought up, how he felt like they were back to how they used to be last season. And then last season, remember, that's when they won the EPL season. They did well at Chengdu. They did well at Cologne. And then they were really on this growth, you thought. And then they had a couple of bumps in the road. But seemingly course correcting, again, finally toppling Na'Vi. Even if it is in this whole, not as much of a pressure in the rooms or whatever the case may be, I think it still says something to conquer a team that has eluded you all year. The top team in the world and the team that you haven't been able to beat, to finally get a beat in an offline environment, I think that still means something for MOUZ.
Well, the real question for both of you is, now that they've beaten Na'Vi, they've beaten them comfortably on 2 maps. As you said, they've conquered them for the first time this year. Does that change your opinion about how far they can go in the tournament?
I mean, yesterday we were talking about them being maybe like a semi-final, or at least I was saying a semi-finals finish for MOUZ. I would still pin them as a team they're playoff bound. They're looking for a major playoffs minimum. If they run into Na'Vi or G2 in that opening quarterfinal, that could end things a little bit prematurely. If they have a good draw, I think they could easily get top 4. I think there's a world they get to the grand finals if things go very favorably on the other side of the bracket. But all in all, we've just seen too many deficiencies on the biggest stages versus the best teams, even though they slightly changed that narrative with what happened at Rio, beating Vitality, beating a hostile Furia crowd, essentially. Not literally beating that crowd up, but they kind of put them away. They sent them away.
You got to be ready.
They actually sent ESL away from Rio, actually. I mean, MOUZ did a lot of good for themselves in terms of changing our opinion of them on big arenas at that event. They need to do it again in Shanghai.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the whole G2 bit, because that's a team that eliminated them from the Copenhagen Major in the quarterfinals. Exactly the situation that you set up in an 0-2 fashion. So that is very real in the cards, because G2 just has so much raw talent. But I think I was saying it yesterday that definitely I think they're a semifinals team depending on the bracket draw. And while they're not a favorite like a Na'Vi or a Vitality or maybe even a G2 in their recent form, they're a contender. And they do seem to show signs of growth each and every tournament. I think one of the things I like about MOUZ is they are willing to try new things. They are willing to change roles. They are willing to do whatever it takes to get better. And when you're constantly innovating, constantly going through trials, putting in the work of the boot camp, that speaks to me. That shows me that that's a team that is hungry and really just wants to win, and they're looking sharp right now.
And just real quick before break, how much of a setback is it for Na'Vi?
No, not at all. I'm not worried about Na'Vi. Sure, the World Finals didn't go as expected, but they're still playing great CS. We still see a lot of their individuals popping off at different moments. It felt a little bit top heavy today. I felt like Emo was online for all of this series, but the other players maybe getting caught off guard. But I almost feel like MOUZ might have showed their hand a little early here. Those execs on the A bomb site there were pretty devastating, and Bit's just going to go back in the demos and say, okay, I'm going to play spots that won't get flashed next time. Thanks, MOUZ.
Yeah.
No, certainly Na'Vi are going to be just fine in the next game. Probably we'll be moving on to that 3-1 spot, and they still will have a chance, perhaps in that 4th place decider that we have going on, to still automatically qualify to the elimination stage as well. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about them at all.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. I will let you take a break. You won't be back for the next one, which will be, hopefully, the game of the day. FaZe versus Vitality. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, welcome back. So if Na'Vi versus MOUZ was the starter, we're hopefully going to get the main course when FaZe take on Vitality. Cooking with me in the kitchen now, we've got Blair, we've got Yanko, and I'm going to start with you. Personally invested in this one, obviously. You spent 2 years as the coach at FaZe. Can you do the thing?
FaZe up, baby.
There it is. Okay, that kind of looks like, that's definitely not it. But anyway, talk me about where they are now, because they had a wonderful first half of the year. The second half of the year, not so much.
I mean, even the first half of the year, not wonderful by FaZe's standards, right? There was that thing with 5-6 grand finals in a row, but only one trophy to show for it from Chengdu. So when you're in FaZe Clan, it's #1 or bust. Like, that's the only thing that satisfies and meets the expectations from the org, but even more so from the players. And there's no doubt that FaZe Clan has the players that are championship caliber players. They've done it before in this iteration of the roster, even when, especially when Twists was there instead of Frozen. So that's been the big problem, is falling behind really from the first half of the year and not managing to find that spark again where they look like a proper contender team.
Yeah, I feel like they're stuck in this kind of a recursive loop. I think that's what the programmers call it, where, the worse they perform, again, as Yanko said, for a team like FaZe, it's about winning. The win or bust, that's it, right? And suddenly you're not winning. Suddenly you're going out in a group stages, for example, against teams you really should be going out against, and then it starts getting into your head. And then you start struggling, and then you start losing again. You start struggling. It's this infinite loop. It seems like they were kind of stuck on for a bit, it felt like.
But the worst loss hasn't been any of those. The worst loss to me was losing in the quarterfinal of Cologne to SAW in the Lanxess arena. We talk about FaZe, or I felt my job when I was the coach, my job is to get the team into the arena. If they get to the arena, they'll most of the time take care of business themselves, because relative to other players, their level goes so much high, and to lose to SAW, the thing that's first time in an arena like that, like that's your home ground. Like that really started, I started ringing the alarm bells right there, and haven't done much since that point to, prove anyone wrong. A couple of decent results here and there, but can't really break through, get into a grand final again, lift the trophy again.
And you can try, look, if you're a fanboy, you can be like, look, the last couple of events, even though, yes, it hasn't been any deep playoff runs, they've looked better. If you look at the matchups, it has been close. They have taken on some pretty big names here and there. But again, if you are these players, you can see right there in the cameras, they're not going to be satisfied with a 5th or 6th of Blast Worlds, or coming top 4 or something. They want to win. That's what they need, right? So hopefully they've managed to kind of hit their stride so far in the RMR. Coming in, I won't lie, even I was a little shaky about them. They've historically struggled initially early on, and they went up against okay opposition in the form of Cloud9 and Falcons, but so far they look okay. They look alright.
Look, there was a lot of people pushing that narrative that, if there was one big name that could crash out in the RMR, FaZe would probably be it. Obviously, they're sitting on 2-0. It could still happen, but I think I never subscribed to that. I think they've got problems, which I'll have time to touch upon before we get into the action. But I never really bought the narrative that they were going to be that bad. You wouldn't see them in the major for real.
Yeah, I think that's overdoing it. Really look at the level of some of these teams that we have at the RMR. No offense, but FaZe, on their worst day will make easy work of some of these teams in a best of 3, obviously, which is where they are right now. So yeah, I think for FaZe, they're just lacking that killer instinct, man. Like that's what's missing. I think it was fall finals. They're playing Na'Vi. They're 1-0 up. 8-4, win the pistol round, 10-4 up on Ancient on T side, and you can't close out that game. Navi comes back to win it, wins the third match. And that's a game that you didn't see FaZe lose. They wouldn't lose a game in that fashion. So it's stuff like that that's a little bit concerning, and some of the individual form at times, it's so crazy when you talk about it, because we can say, oh, Rain is having a bad time, then he has a good tournament, but that's when Brokey goes missing. The next time Brokey pops off, where is Drop? Where is Frozen? And now can we just get these pieces to sort of have a good time at the same time?
That's the problem that not a lot of people are really talking about online. The fans aren't really tuned into it, but I've talked a lot about it with Maui, and that is that even though the numbers look good for Ops, it does feel he's playing not to the level he was, at the start of CS2 specifically, but also even in the first half of the year. It feels like he's a much more passive kind of player now.
And it feels very symptomatic of, if you look at Robs and what he just said right there, Richards, I think it's very symptomatic of what FaZe is, because FaZe took that old Fnatic bullshit style of Counter-Strike. They took it, they refined it into a weapon of mass destruction, and that's what they brought to the table. You look at 2022, the way they played. You look at earlier this year or late last year, the way they were playing. The FaZe bullshit, that in-your-face FU Counter-Strike, where they know they're better, and it comes on intuition. And the players on this server are such good players. And you look at some of the plays that go up to, and you're wondering, how, is it just luck? Is it just them being random? It's not. It comes with years of experience, intuition, something you can't really quantify into numbers. That's what they possess in spades, and that's which really helps them thrive in that big arena moments. And when you see someone like Robs, who has been talismanic of this team in the past couple of years, starting to doubt himself, I feel that is very emblematic of the team doubting itself. And I really, really hope they fix this real quickly, or else I won't lie. I don't see this 5-man lineup continuing if they continue to fail like this.
I mean, on that point, I think probably it's asking too much for a full 2025 from this lineup. But we'll move on to Vitality. Let's talk about those guys. Obviously, among the favorites, among the contenders, Yanko, for this tournament, not without bad reason. But they are coming with, clouds, rumors circulating about rosters. Maybe people aren't having good interpersonal relations right now. Maybe some people on the chopping block. Just talk me through where Vitality you're at.
Yeah, I think for them, they're an interesting team, right? Obviously, Zai, one of the best players in the world for a couple of years now, and Apex, the seasoned veteran and the in-game leader. But you go after that, and the other three guys who are the riflers, it's a little bit of lack of experience. And I think with Vitality, you could definitely diagnose that the way they're playing sometimes is really a lot focused on playing as a team, and now you're thinking, well, that's a good thing, isn't it? But they're overdoing it in a sense that doesn't feel like they trust their players to play default a lot of the time, right? Even on the CT side sometimes, that's why you see on the CT side, Vitality is always aggressive, they're always dynamic, they're always doing something like that. And yes, everyone is doing it, that's the meta, but they're taking it up a notch, because if we just leave these guys hanging, I don't know how much trust I can put into Mezzi to just be the B anchor, and or just even he's like a cat player or his rotation player to know where to be at the right time.
All right, so I'm coming to you, Blair. We got the veto about to start. Where do you think this is going to go in terms of picks and bans?
Look, obviously, FaZe can always mess around a little bit, like floating Vertigo, for example, try to mess with the heads, but they're not going to waste any time here. This is a great opportunity to go straight in. Vertigo Ancient should be taken out of the picture here. And I think for FaZe, they have a couple of options here. Inferno or Mirage. I think both maps are decent options available for them. Mirage comes in. And for Vitality, I think Nuke would be the ideal pick. I think Anubis could still come into play here. Okay, Dust 2. All right, I thought Dust 2 would probably be a decider, but it is a map that Vitality have been going as a first pick recently as well. And perhaps a Nuke Handshake, I believe, should be the decider here. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, Yanko, your reactions to that?
I think it's a great veto for Vitality. The Nuke is one of their best maps, definitely in terms of win-loss, but they don't really pick it that often, Vitality, just let other teams pick it, or it's the decider, like in this case. And yeah, for FaZe, really, not too many places where they could go with it. Anubis, not great fans. As you can see, they veto it out in the second phase. That could have, if anything, been a potential pick for Vitality if they wanted to go there. But for Vitality, Mirage, in Cologne in that grand final, they go up against Navi, and at that point, Vitality is undefeated on Mirage, in their last 10 games. So if you look at it now, it's a 50% win rate last 3 months. 2 of those losses come at the World Finals where they're playing with a stand-in. So they're a very proficient Mirage team, right? This is not a punish pick from FaZe. This is just FaZe going, okay, this is what we feel comfortable on at the moment. Let's just go for that and try and outplay them.
All right, well, I can bring in our commentators. There they are. Harry, Hugo, I've been told I've got to be fast. Just your opinions quickly about this one.
I can't wait, Richard. We're jumping right in. We're
no, forget the opinions.
Get out of here. Bye. Leave me alone. We got Vitality phase. We've got a BO3. We got elimination stage on the line. Top 16 here. The perfect world Shanghai Major. Richard called this the main course. Well, I've been bloody fasting for days. I'm starving for some CS, Harry.
Oh, and we don't have to wait long for it to get going. Strong start for Mezzi. Oh, damn. Oh, Mezzi, what is that?
Who's your daddy?
1 round in, and Mezzi is already off to a blinder. Oh, FaZe Clan, their map pick, and this is how it starts. Mezzi, 3 bullets, 3 clean shots, and a pistol round is teed up for Vitality.
Oh, dear. We're into some top tier CS today. I can already tell.
No warm-up. No ramp up into that, you know, no foreplay from Mezzi, just straight in. The English way, here's Rops. Gonna try his hand at the clutch, but surely not. I mean, you know, the expectation's already very high thanks to Mezzi.
He's got the P2K though, Harry. I've seen this do some things. Apex can be a little bit tilted after knife out walking into Palace. It's Rops' domain. And now he's got to finish the job. 1v3, but Mezzi is still in the sight, and Spinks will take him instead. Vitality with a pistol, and that's a bit of a relief with what Mezzi gives us to kick it off.
Wow, so we have to come in at 11 there for this matchup. My God, look at this. It's just so clean. That second shot on a Carrigan, the follow-up, flick down onto Brokey. And so if this is what Vitality are going to bring to the table, Mezzi with a strong start to the RMRs already, just in behind Zywoo. In terms of the numbers he's been able to put up to secure this 2-0 start for Vitality. And it certainly seems like he's keen on keeping that going.
Explosion out ramp, and MP9 atop the rafters is going to find 3 kills with ease. Oh my God, Robs is absolutely cooking inside of that Molotov. It went down, but it climbed up. Robs hits another shot. Okay, if Robs is warmed up, this is a good day for FaZe. Can he find a third on 12 health? Big flank for Spinks coming in. Brokey trying to gain some space as well. But this is uncomfortable. Vitality are not giving any look into this site. They are simply waiting for Spinks to end the round. A nade would be great right now if he wants to reveal his position. Takes an easy kill and just looks to finish it off. Apex does so.
Okay, I feel like maybe we finally have a moment to kind of catch our breath here and talk a little bit about the matchup, because it has just been all systems go from the moment this one started. Oh, Vitality coming into this, I think it's safe to say, as the favorites. I think really when you look at like the 2 squads that you're expecting big things from at the major, where like just making it isn't enough, you want like a deep playoff run, is definitely Na'Vi, the defending champions, guys who have gone on to have a really good year, and this Vitality squad.
Yeah.
Most notably picking up that trophy back in Cologne, but reaching many a grand final have Vitality. Picked up trophies, one of the teams that would even best FaZe in their hot streak start to the year. FaZe, it feels like they've been wounded ever since Copenhagen, struggling to replicate, not even making it to those finals. Even when you look at someone like Frozen, it was very exciting when he joined this team, especially with the hot streak that FaZe were on. But since his joining of this roster, MOUZ have actually had better tournament results, lifted more trophies, which is crazy to think about.
Especially with the gamble they made on Brolin, right? Bringing him in after so long of irrelevance. But yeah, Copenhagen felt like a breaking point for FaZe. Sure, they pick up Chengdu right after, but we haven't seen them in a final since. We haven't seen them make a deep run to the same degree. The question for FaZe has been, have they run out of steam? Or can this star-studded roster return to fighting form? Right now, Apex seems to think no, churning them up with the MP9. And this eco round goes nowhere fast for FaZe. A team that can beat everyone, but hasn't really beaten anyone in a while.
I mean, already it's been a very commanding start for Vitality, from the big Mezzi 3K in the pistol to stopping Rops on his roll with the Deagle in the second round. But now you get those guns coming through. Brokey donning the AWP. Gonna want to leave an impression here. Gonna have to, as Carrigan takes the easy way out. And we throw this one into a quick pause. very interesting stuff on the horizon here. The idea that like FaZe Clan, you feel like this is kind of where they have to prove that this current roster is working, right? Like, I know that feels crazy for the you're always willing to give like FaZe Clan a chance and have them build back, but as was highlighted on the desk, it's like for this team, you have the expectation of being the best, right? And anything short of that feels like a disappointment. And I think for the longest time, you're almost willing to give them a pass because of how the start of the year, sure, weren't lifting many trophies in that time period, but you were always making the finals. You always had those chances, those opportunities, but now those have started to go away. And you haven't had that uptick. And even though you head into games saying, oh, well, FaZe, they can beat anyone. They're meant to do the best work
under pressure. How long till that runs out?
Exactly, right? And so I feel like for a lot of people, the cutoff point is this major. And so I think there are a lot of eyeballs on FaZe Clan right now. For the side of Vitality even, considering the success that this roster's been having, there's still rumors of potential changes coming out, right? You've heard the leaks of how Spinks is someone rumored to be considering their options in 2025.
I mean, we looked at FaZe ahead of Antwerp, the major they won, and we said, Rain, oh, maybe he's on his way out, lost legs, not playing great. Rain MVP'd a major win, had an incredible final. And so we're always, that's why we're willing to give this team, FaZe, the benefit of the doubt at times. But there has definitely got to be a timeline on that.
Yeah, I think it's just like in the past, every time you felt like they're done, they surprise you. Yeah. But now you're waiting for that surprise because it's become an expectation and it never arrives.
Maybe Shanghai's the place to do it, Harry. They've already had fantastic success in China at the end of last year.
Well, I think a win like this would just be very legitimizing to bring that faith back in. It still leaves them a long way away from the end goal of making the big run, but it certainly gets you off to a good start, and you would have had to have beaten one of the big favorites to do it.
One final point on this is we often say our FaZe, they take the longest route possible. They're always playing the last game of the group. Well, winning this matchup today would skip an entire stage of the major, so that's the goal, but Vitality will not make it easy. A flash brawl in middle, 4 players fight, and FaZe get absolutely turned inside out.
Oh, Carrigan catching Mezzi over in top mid.
Can't go further.
Rosen's trying to take space away, but Apex waiting patiently for it, and his patience is rewarded. There's the Zywoo AWP firing off for the close. And so right now, it's Apex leading the charge. Sat up 6-1, topping the charts. I mean, the captain of Vitality didn't even buy anything in the second round of this game. He's coming into this full confident as Apex.
There was the longest time where Apex in this team, and I can think of so many Mirage rounds when he moved into in-game leader. And even for a while after that, he would almost feel this necessity to be still involved in the opening fights and forcing kills and swinging out mid-window with a flashbang. He doesn't do that anywhere near as much anymore. He is far safer as a CT rifler and will make the moves when required. Doesn't require himself to make the moves, so it's nice to see his adaptation there. His improvement as an individual, it's been very clear. And when he has so much firepower around him, hopefully not feeling the necessity to be involved in so many opening kills. Vitality, they don't let you rest for long. They regroup in connector. They've got Spinks pushing short at the same time. And they'll take these fights every day of the week. Deagle v AK. Vitality do not fear FaZe.
Oh, Zywoo, one step ahead. Flash is perfect, but that's the effect of playing against this guy.
Yeah, Frozen climbs up a second too early. And this round goes nowhere. 5 alive as well for Vitality. They're starting to amass some economic stability. And FaZe got to break into this game right now. Still insane. I know he gets the spot before the flash comes in, but hit that shot full blind. Lizard brain.
I think, one of the other things that's so enticing about this matchup is like this is a potential, like major semi-final, grand final, quarter-final in time. I mean, literally lost. It was the semi-final matchup.
Sure.
And so you want to gauge, how FaZe Clan are feeling. If they are able to be competitive versus a Vitality that have come into, especially the latter half of the year, but really across the entire thing, just swinging for the fences, and finally kind of living up to the hype of this roster. ZywOo keen to get involved here, but punished by Brokey Zorp. Brokey finally finding a little bit of impact here with the big green. But it's Flames up and over the stairs with support from Apex back in the spawn. Sure, haven't got a kill yet, but a lot of damage. They've whittled these players down. Can Rain provide? Forced out of the open here, plays ahead of the molly. That's when Mezzi tries to sideswipe. Both remaining players are low.
Oh no.
And Mezzi is the daddy. 3 kills from him in that spray right there. 4 in the round as Mezzi puts his best foot forward. 8-1, 3K in the pistol, 4K in that rifle round. And it just feels like there isn't a weak link right now for Vitality. Scoreline is kept flawless. This is FaZe Clan's map pick, and the initial results are disastrous.
You could see that one coming a mile off. FaZe are on borrowed time after somehow both dodging that HE grenade from spawn, so it only felt right that Mezzi would finish both players. I don't think there's a great way to play that for FaZe. I think when they're in that 2v1, that even though they know where Mezzi is, you're kind of screwed. You just have to swing them together. You don't want to reset and drag it out. You just need the AWP to trade. So one missed shot costs everything for FaZe. 3-on-1. Maybe if Brokey hit that jump, but he baited the shot out. I don't know. I think that's a round that's almost unwinnable for FaZe if Mezzi plays it in the open and hits his shots. 6-0. Brutal beginning to this game for FaZe Clan. There was a period, during Cologne, I think it was, where Karrigan was talking about micromanaging and really moving his pieces around specifically. Obviously, you're going to take a big hit individually there, but trying to use his chess pieces. But the question was, how long can this continue? They had a good Cologne until they hit the playoffs. Remember that huge game back versus Liquid at the end of the group. But the question is, can you do that forever? It does sound draining. You've got to trust your players, and we've seen a lot of individual moves in this map already that have been punished. This one is already out-wrapped FaZe, grouping fully, playing as a unit, but it's not going much better. Apex in the site, Spink swinging in, and Vitality are just going for the throat. They do not relent in this map.
And you talk about that Cologne. The insane part is like, sure, that's that sick Liquid game in the groups to make it into the playoffs. But it's like, firstly, Frozen didn't join this team to essentially find himself in another MOUZ where suddenly your best games are in the group stage. The playoffs of that event were arguably the lowest point for FaZe Clan, where they fall out to Saw in the big arena. That's where FaZe are meant to do their best work. And now you're getting bested by guys where this is the biggest stage they've ever played on.
That's what Yanko was talking about, right? He said when he was coach of FaZe, you just need to get them in the arena. Then you can let them off the leash. They do the rest. FaZe crumbled in an arena game versus one of the biggest underdogs we've ever seen on the Cologne stage. So the identity of this team under question. 7-0. ZywOo, good for this. Easily done. And Rain, while he had deep space, he gets no further. Weather report comes up bright for Vitality in a 5-on-4. This is a good move. Karrigan has timing to take down the opposing in-game leader. What's he going to do with this? That's the question.
Trying to take the space away, but there's multiple eyeballs ready for that. Wasn't just Flames there poised to deal with it. Spink's also in position. And even now, getting aggressive through Connector. Going to control the spray, wrestles with that M4 and leaves it all on Robs. One-man army, but not today. Mezzi on the other side.
You just see so many, in this game, we've seen so many split fights for FaZe where they're just not even, they don't even have the option to trade the kill. They're relying on a clean entry, and this is what happens when you play that way, but you don't get those kills, right? Karrigan trying to play momentum off of his pick. Rain on an island on short. Sure, he wanted the quick B split, and then FaZe dribble into B one by one. It's lackluster. A style that looks incredible when it works, but nothing and no one is hitting right now for FaZe.
I mean, it's been 2 years since FaZe Clan were last able to make a clean run through the RMRs. And I think that was part of the allure of this, the idea that, well, if they can finally do it now, you know, maybe that's a reason to get hyped again. But there is a very real world where they get not just beat here, but destroyed. Like, we are fast approaching a flawless game from Vitality, one where FaZe haven't even made a dent. And this is the nightmare fuel of FaZe fans around the world.
Less than 2 minutes around right now for Vitality. They're
This
just
game feels like it just started.
17 minutes. 17 minutes of gameplay. That's with the pause.
Yeah, there was a tech pause in there.
Here we go. FaZe have got to make something stick right now. Vitality playing excellent CS, playing off each other so well. It's not just the ZywOo show, but he ain't missing a beat either. Molly falls short for Apex. ZywOo pushes through the smoke. He's got some ego to him now. And I'd be terrified to be on the other side. FaZe all split up. They have to group. God, I see some trades here on the A side, but Vitality are looking to play retake in this round. Flames playing his timings on top stairs. Mid window smoke missed for FaZe. Doesn't make your life any easier. Vitality clear middle, and they go back to stack the A site. They know this one's a fake, and Rob's coming out Palace early only makes it proof.
Apex already in position over at Spawn.
Oh dear, oh dear.
That's awkward for Apex, who otherwise has looked good.
Or is it?
There's still so many bodies where that came from, grouped up back at the spawn.
There's no lurker
Messi
here.
and Spinks, they hear the ZywOo scope and Carrigan finding him. That's something you're very happy about here if you're FaZe Clan. Trying to put your first round on the board, and you have to give it all you've got. Reloading out in the open, Frozen tries to swing out and put a stop to it, but Carrigan has to clutch up. FaZe have got to have faith in their captain. Can Carrigan stick the landing on this? It's awkward, but he deals with Spinks. And now just Messi left to beat. It has not been an easy task getting past Messi, but Carrigan finally walks that line, and FaZe Clan in round 10 put their first round on the board, and it comes down to their captain, Carrigan, having to deliver a 1v2 to find anything for FaZe Clan here before this first half is up.
And even that's not comfortable. They only just get it over the line. The timing of that Frozen swing, he had a huge window where both Vitality players are looking on. He waits till after the reload, then he comes out of Palace. Just felt like a bit of an off timing. They're really relying on Carrigan. He almost won them their first round with that window boost pick kill. But now it comes down to a clutch from the leader. Where are his stars? Can he rely on them in this round as FaZe 3 will be enough to keep this game going, but they need this A-pop desperately. Spacing's bad. Molly cuts him off. Out the Palace. Rob's flicks.
ZywOo trying to play through the smoke. Rops right there. His shot for ZywOo leaves it down a chance. Mezzi, no such thing. Chance not needed. Mezzi threads the needle round the smoke.
Okay.
Frozen tries to make the same play. They went for him, but Mezzi's just too fast. Oh man, this guy is having a hell of a day. Mezzi is hyped up right now. And double digits secured for Vitality. A swift bit of revenge for that last round, as now they're stopping these clutches coming through.
I love that Vitality feel the ability to just play through the smokes. A 10-1 or a 9-1. They have absolutely no fear. They know they can afford to lose rounds. They play very high risk. They come in all together. ZywOo goes first. If that no-scope lands, and that round is a complete catastrophe, but it comes down to a clutch for Mezzi to close it out in the 1v1. A brutal game for Vitality. Nothing has gone wrong for them. In a head-to-head that has been unproblematic for Vitality ever since Copenhagen.
I mean, that's the thing that's so wild. Like, even kind of before that, this is a provably good matchup for Vitality, and it kind of always has been.
Yeah.
But it was that one in Copenhagen that stung. That was kind of one of the only times, especially in a high-pressure game, that actually means a hell of a lot. That was the only time that FaZe had been able to best them.
And look at the price they paid for that win. Straight into the final with arguably the worst loss of their career. Maybe in a demented way, it would have been better for FaZe to lose in that semi-final. Looking for 2 on the half. FaZe go for a slower approach, a split towards middle. Great position for Spinks, but Frozen with a hefty clear. And now they have all the reason to find a second round as they box in Flames and Apex on this A site. Oh dear.
Mezzi's embarking on a really big flank right now. It's only just getting rolling, though, and so you're hoping that Vitality, Apex, going to be able to thin the herd, and he gets out with a double kill. Wow. That is a lovely transfer. ZywOo now holding this line in through the connector, and they've got a cross in front of that orb, but Frozen swings it wide. It's Mezzi again left up in this clutch.
Maybe.
But at 15-3, topping the charts, outperforming a line of legends in Vitality is Mezzi. Let's see what he can do. He's unaccounted for now, but as the time ticks away, they'll start to expect this more and more. No one is open to Mezzi, and Carrigan, holding that line, reads it well, puts a stop to Mezzi in the clutch, and secures FaZe Clan their second round. But I don't need to tell you, a 2-round T-side for FaZe might not be enough.
It's not gone to plan, that's for sure.
This is Vitality coming out the gates. This is them sending a message here. A chance to make it through into the elimination stage, and a damn near flawless game on FaZe's map pick. It was highlighted by the desk already. This is hardly a punish for FaZe. Vitality are proficient here on Mirage, but FaZe would have had the chance to prep, would have had the chance to come into this with a few tricks up their sleeve, and you've seen none of that here. It has been the Vitality show, and the few consolation rounds for FaZe spurred on by that clutch from Carrigan.
Yeah. I could delude you and say, hey, we've seen FaZe against Liquid get 1 round on the T side and win the game, but this does not feel like the Vitality that are willing to make that mistake, that are willing to give FaZe the respect, the way back in. This feels like a Vitality who want to skip an entire stage of the Major and do it in style. Put their name in the picture as one of the favorites. We know Na'Vi are in that conversation. We know G2 can do it. And Vitality, a consistent top 4 team, rather, who have taken the biggest trophies, are absolutely in the running now. Explosive A-pop, good flash, Rain tempered here. The second flash from his teammate, Ball blinds him, and Flames just clears him late. That couldn't have gone worse. Blinded by his teammate in a pivotal position. This pistol is as good as done, but Carrigan refuses to go down without a fight.
Clash of the captains. Apex comes out ahead. It's left on a Frozen, and he falls at the first hurdle.
My
Apex, another blinder of a start here, and a keen double to lock it in from Vitality's captain.
And any hopes of a comeback absolutely just melting in front of your eyes with that pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that, like, in these moments, you're relying on Carrigan, of all people, to try and be the difference maker. Like, you know, where is Rain? Meant to be the big game guy, meant to be the one who stands and delivers in these sorts of moments. Like, sure, in that pistol round, not really his fault. He gets full blind from his team.
Yeah, he's had
but it just feels like there's no hero, there's no hope, there's no synergy. And these are the type of teams you're going to be playing when you get to the Major. If you want to make that deep run, you have to be competitive against the Vitality. And sure, they've had your number in many a series gone by, but you wanted more than this.
Stars are absolutely burning out right now for FaZe.
Like, there is a very real world where the most dominant map that Vitality play at the RMR isn't GamerLegion, isn't Team BB, it's FaZe. They're about to do that. If they 13-2 this is their most dominant win.
Unbelievable. Too little and too late. Vitality are a million miles away right now. 10-round lead, 1 round required. And FaZe Clan never even field a full buy on the CT side. This is the best they can get. This is what happens when everything works out, when every clutch comes through, when every opening kill comes your way. FaZe have only had 2 in the entire map in 14 rounds of play. Rain is 0-6 in openers. The attempts were there, but they all came up for Flames. They all came up for ZywOo, and Vitality are here to shut this map down.
Lovely double from Rain. Don't know how he's managed to get away with that out on an island over towards Palace. FaZe Clan with really nothing to work with here might be able to put 1 more on the board. Spinks and ZywOo are the 2 left up in this. Well, it's apart right now, but they're going to try to link back up here. You've got Spinks down in lower, ZywOo on a lengthy rotate all the way through the apartments. And right now for FaZe Clan, it is just 1 player inside of that B site, Carrigan. Weirdly, being the most dependable piece.
Oh, saw him. It's fine.
See Spinks going up in a connector. But if anything, that's just going to keep this stack over towards
the
other side of the map.
You're calling the ZywOo 1v5 right now, Harry. What do you think?
Well, he has to clear Carrigan. I don't know. He's ZywOo, right? He kind of defies all expectation, all logic.
See. No.
But you feel, oh, never mind. Quick flick down on a Carrigan, but he does land the dink. He has really wounded ZywOo.
Surely not.
1v5 attempt, and the nade from short gets rid of him. So no crazy clutch today. FaZe Clan at least manage a 3rd.
It's just a tense atmosphere. I'm not even in the room. I wouldn't want to be at this point.
Counter-terrorists win.
How can you have any bravado, any energy, any sense of comfort at this scoreline? And Vitality, quite the inverse. Laughing off a solid A-hold for FaZe. They're going to need so many more.
I mean, that's one of those moments of Vitality where it's like, maybe you get ahead of yourself, you let your guard down, you think nothing of it. For FaZe Clan, in a weird way, you could say, like, well, at least that was the worst it could get. So maybe it's only upward from here. Brokey holds the cross, but smoke's down, going to obscure that vision from the 2 connector players. They blow the smokes open, they regain control for now. Brokey creeping through the smoke at the top of the stairs.
Cheeky.
Doesn't want to offer anything up to ZywOo here and suddenly make this a possible 2v4, especially not with this flank getting activated by Robs.
It's being held, but for how long?
Well, you still have a lot of time to work with here if you're Vitality. You could justify pumping the brakes for the next, 40 seconds or so, just waiting to see if they give you a reason to believe in this round, especially with the bomb having a cross in late. But Robs is really playing this one to the extremities. He's gone full silent on this flank, never made a drop of noise. They've got no idea he's here. Oh, God, fires off. Will recover, and ZywOo's picked up. For a moment, a little nerve-wracking. But a big 4K from Frozen seals the deal for FaZe Clan. as they pick up their second consecutive round here, finally starting to streak some rounds together, but it's really in the dying lights. They've picked their moment.
Yeah, until I see, a couple more gun rounds. It's just cosmetic for the time being. FaZe trying to warm in. Trying to wake up for Dust 2. And Vitality playing like this is not the team I want to be up against on Dust 2 as well. Carrigan got to be careful. He's called for Frozen back from the short side. So 2 players within the site to stop this flood of pistols. And in fairness, it's really just this Deagle. P250 on Spinks, but Glock should be relatively harmless. You'd like to think. Good grenade, and the spam comes in for Carrigan. So they can cycle the Deagle if they want, but there's no winning this round for Vitality. Even a bomb plant seeming unrealistic. Well handled for FaZe. They keep 5 alive.
Oh, it's just, it's like, it's really sick to see that they're winning these couple of rounds, but it's so late in the day, you've really waited till Vitality are on the finish line to show up in any shape or fashion. All it takes is one big moment from Mezzi, who's had many of them in this game, from Zaiwu, who's had many throughout his career. It's all taken away, but for now, FaZe still attempting to course correct here. Brokey on an island, and that will be his undoing. Carrigan swings out from the short side, seizing every opportunity he's given.
Carrigan's
aims look sharp. He's carving all the DMs. Flames swinging wide. Flames, what a transfer! Crazy display, and there's that one moment that Vitality were looking for. It takes that 3K from Flamesy. Vitality run away with Mirage.
Run away with it, indeed they have. Another one-sided map. It's kind of crazy, you get these teams that are so close together in terms of ability. We're doing all this narrative work, and it's like, we do need the other team to turn up and have a series for these things to actually pan out the way we say. Vitality, absolutely dominant here.
You know what they say, Rich, being from the UK and all of that, come with the king, you best not miss. And FaZe absolutely, completely went missing, and they missed in that first half. Mezzi was having a great time. Everyone is having a good time for Vitality. And look, it's really hard to break down what went wrong because they just weren't even winning just the basic duels. Every single opening duel, every fight, everything was going the way of Vitality, and it was going to require a miracle, and there were no miracles.
So, Yanko, get your FaZe coaching hat on. Talk me through the top 3 terrible things that they did.
FaZe fan here, when does FaZe play? Because that's how it felt early on. I mean, in the first half of FaZe Clan, just very, very limp.
Yeah.
Outside of drops in those first couple of rounds, like players couldn't really get anything going. Then it was, Carrigan, just Rain, Brokey, and Frozen, nowhere to be seen. And you could tell how Vitality, we talked about their CT side being dynamic, playing it as a team. We saw that coming to play early on, and it seemed like FaZe was just out of position to really react to that. Obviously couldn't win any of the fights when they did come their way, and it was just very, very disappointing.
What about the tactical aspects of it, though? Because I want to ask you about this, because remember, this was FaZe's pick, so they just didn't seem to pull off anything.
I think that's because none of the plans whatever setups they wanted to do was not really allowed by Vitality. Look at, for example, mid early on in this game, the way Vitality was just aggressive, nading the smokes, nading the crossing smoke, for example, just taking these fights at will. And I wouldn't say necessarily disrespectful CD side, but just being a little bit in your face. And it was surprising that FaZe didn't really have an answer. I won't lie. FaZe had a few ideas in mind, but the moment they weren't winning the duels, what much more can you do? You're not getting the kills you at least need to get in order to execute whatever you have in mind.
Yeah, and I'll say this. Look, one of the kind of traits of Apex as an IGL is when he knows that he's got the boot on your throat, he's going to press down. He squeezes and he changes up his calling style. And, you know, not many people do something like that to Karrigan on his map pick, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look on the tactical side of it, just seem FaZe like we're not aggressive really at all or applying much pressure. They played a bit of a slower style, but then got outmaneuvered every single time. I mean, felt like Vitality was always one step ahead. Then when you do try to change the pace, well, unfortunately, it's a little bit obvious, right? And today's day and age, like these anchor players are just doing such a good job of knowing how to play against some of those faster executes, faster strats, playing to buy time, getting the first kill, staying alive. And then you could see, you know, Vitality was just flying around the map. I mean, 5-6-0 up, you're going to be doing some over-rotating and playing with confidence, and FaZe just couldn't shut it down, right? No one showed up to have like one of those rounds to try to clutch one out. Even when they did have an opportunity real quick, that was when MOUZ got that quick triple kill.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you know,
haters look away now, right? Yeah, UK back on
No, I
top.
think it's even more impressive because, like, you know, you look at MOUZ's numbers so far this event, and it's been pretty impressive, right? But you look at the teams they played initially. He's got a dad buff. He's got a daddy buff. But it was in teams like BB Team, for example.
This is the one.
And you think he can't probably replicate this against a team like FaZe? He was able to do so. He was looking really solid. But just to add on to what Janko pointed out as well, whenever FaZe tried to mix things up, like a fast A execute, for example, what I love from Vitality, they were nuking the smoke. They were being so disruptive, not really allowing FaZe to get onto the bomb site unscathed, get the bomb done, maybe play a post plan. Is always so disruptive. And when you're dictating the fights that you want to take, FaZe are always going to be in the back foot, right? And you know, you can see the smokes getting naded in, pop flashes, pushing in, just making FaZe's life so uncomfortable.
So my worry here is, Janko, we go on to Vitality's pick of Dust 2. We know how good they are. Is there even a way back for FaZe? I mean,
there is. It's called Rain.
Right?
Yeah, this dude's a beast on Dust 2. I mean, when he plays well, when he gets going on that CT side, especially right around the cat area or where he's down going into CT spawn, defending a mid to B split, like he has a really good knack for the map. But to be honest, it has to be across the board. They just came in asleep. It felt like, you know, you're going, it's your map pick. You know you're probably going to start on the T side, and the first 6 rounds, I mean, I don't know how many kills they had, 7 kills in the first 6 rounds. I mean, it was just very, very disappointing from just that standpoint, and it has to be a complete 180. Otherwise, Vitality will stomp them on Dust 2 as well.
Listen, Karrigan was top fragging, man, and just putting it out there. It's never a good sign when Karrigan's top fragging in a server and you're losing in that fashion as well. And even one of the few rounds they won in that first half, and then one of the 2 rounds they won was Karrigan pulling off a 1v2 at the end over there, right? So, yeah, sure, Rain, absolutely player to watch, but it's everyone across the board. I'm looking at Rops, I'm looking at Brokey, I'm looking at everyone in that team to really just wake up. And even then, they still have a lot to do.
Karrigan, wake up. It's time. All right. I appreciate it, guys. We're going to go to a break. FaZe are down. They are parched and praying for rain. Dust 2 very soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
I'm sorry, I was just looking for FaZe Clan. Nowhere to be found, man, on that opening map. Nowhere to be found. It's all Vitality. A spot straight into the elimination stage on the line here. Vitality are gunning for it. They've come out swinging. No contest on the opener. Hugo, is it over?
No, there's another map, actually. It's going to be Dust 2. It's Vitality's pick. It's a map that FaZe have played 4 times back at Rio. They've even picked it a couple of times. They're comfortable. They're trying to get into this map. But at least in terms of head-to-head right now, Harry, it is night and day. FaZe being night and Vitality being day, I'm going to go with, because it is a dark day for FaZe. Not just to lose this series, but to lose it in the fashion of which Mirage just went. We've already talked about how this head-to-head is lopsided this year ever since Copenhagen. It's been all in favor of Vitality and even historically, but man, that was a dismal look from FaZe, and they absolutely need to shake off the ring rust and get into this game for themselves, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think, coming into this, Vitality, even into the entire RMR, they're one of the teams you want to see gunning for a top spot. You want to see them making playoff runs when we get to the major. Yeah, I think really you're kind of hoping to see them in towards grand final territory for this team, especially after they've been one of the squads that have been able to challenge the likes of Na'Vi, besting them in Cologne. So, this is fantastic stuff for Vitality in terms of living up to the hype and showing why there's so much attention on this team. But for FaZe, I think you just wanted more fight. Like, you almost could have forgiven them for losing this series if it was closer. It's the fashion in which it's gone down in so far. So let's see if FaZe are able to do anything extra here on Dust 2. Vitality's map pick, and it's Vitality sitting 1 map away from that qualification into the elimination stage at the Shanghai Major.
Yeah, skipping straight to top 16 would be just an immense feeling, give you extra time to prepare, to relax ahead of the last major of the year. Rain Gusht immediately said he was a requirement on this map, did the desk. We need him now more than ever. But not in this round. Vitality pop out mid. It's going to be a quick B split. Carrigan in the middle of the open. It's ugly, but Apex gets it done. This head-to-head rages on as Frozen sits inside of the B site, only good for 1. It's Apex trying to cut them down. He couldn't find Rain late through the smoke. Spinks will, though. Easy backstab. Oh, no, they're going to run the planter down. It's only Mezzy. He needs help.
Not able to withstand it. They find that lone player inside of the site, and now Spinks is to be the one to clutch up and deliver. They're coming out towards the window. Brokey looks to take this fight. Swinging on through is Spinks, but can't quite hit the shot. Tap on the bomb, not planted for him. He's going to have to go through the window to put a stop to this, and Brokey is just calling his bluff. Can Rain keep Spinks out? Yes, he can.
I said Rain was done in this round. I take it back. 2 huge kills in the 2v2. The saving grace of FaZe to actually give them a pistol in what felt like an opportunistic round for Vitality. They had their chances. Apex could have killed a player through the smoke. Spinks should have killed a player on that lurk. But Vitality come through with a beautiful force buy. Apex hitting the scout shot in mid. But 2 AKs without helmets, it's risky, but AKs hit different. The lack of helmets already apparent as the rifles reap rewards in middle.
My. That's a crazy double out of Spinks. Trying to make amends for that last round. Apex doesn't retrieve the AK.
He's a scouter.
Ooh. Surely someone grabs it.
Yeah, definitely should go back for it. Probably being called now by his teammate. Vitality pull the brakes. Oh, and FaZe going to recommit. Spinks could have found them all there. He knows Apex has all the info he needs. Both players in the mid doors. Going for the Galil. 1v2 for the captain of Vitality.
Well, the AK left behind. Apex going to try and do this with the Galil. Doesn't have armor to work with either, so aim punch is a factor here. Apex has got to be real slick with it if he wants to stand tall at the end of this clutch. Been given a lot of room at least, and he's picked right out towards the catwalk. Carrigan taking a lengthy flank all the way through the long doors, at least clears out top of middle, but this does mean a bomb plant should be guaranteed for Apex here. Doesn't waste his time over clearing. And that AK's been passed up time and time again. Apex.
Good smoke.
Gonna waste a lot of time here. Carrigan's trapped on the other side of that and doesn't want to get caught jumping the gun. Right now, the thing that really matters, Frozen can't afford to offer up a fight here. Needs to play this in tandem with Carrigan.
No kit, Harry. They're running out of time. Someone needs to make a move. It's going to be Frozen first. Apex now knows he's behind the smoke.
Footsteps heard. He knows where Carrigan is. Closing the gap is Carrigan, and Carrigan seals the deal, but no, there's no time. FaZe can't win this. Apex has done enough. That smoke on Cat, breaking the fight in two.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not even a mistake for Frozen. He can't walk the whole way and just wait for Carrigan on the smoke. They have to get the kill quickly enough that they can get on the bomb. Someone has to make a move. I'd say Carrigan should be going through the smoke while Frozen's coming up, but they don't know where he is. He could be Gandalf, he could be anywhere. And even though Apex chooses not to take the headshot angle, it doesn't even matter. That's just an awkward way to lose against the Force.
And you just felt like those aren't the type of rounds you used to see FaZe give up.
Yeah.
Aggression into the top of tunnels, Spinks holding for this. And so FaZe's attempt to take some map control early is denied just on that damage done.
Apex got a scout shot as well. For the longest time, ZywOo never played scout in mid on Dust 2, back when it used to be in the map pool. He didn't really like the scout, he said. Apex was always happy to get involved and do it for him. In recent times, we've seen far more scouting from ZywOo, but if there's an AK and there's a scout, give ZywOo the AK. So much damage done, and almost no util, and again, no kit for FaZe to long out this round. So Carrigan, the unlikely hero with the AK, finds that opening kill. They're out.
Flames. That's his spark extinguished by Rain over on long, but it is that Apex scout finding all the results right now. It's a matchup right now where we're just rolling back the years.
Again, the short smoke. It's a bit more time, but I don't know how FaZe win this. They have to go through both the smokes. That will help. Frozen again creeping up CT. Apex grabs a freebie, and Robs can't do anything about this.
That chance for the early fight, that early tussle for control of this game has fallen firmly in favor of Vitality. Apex with a big old hat trick there, 2 off the scout. Finds Frozen again, walking up through the spawn, and so plain sailing right now to open up.
It's a very different game with different stakes, but I'm getting like flashbacks to that Cologne match, if you remember, against Saw in the semi-finals, where Apex was the top performer on Dust 2, and he did that by just running down mid with AKs and finding multi-kills. It's getting a lot of impact right now. This is a classic French map.
I could have killed this guy with this turn.
And Vitality do not sound stressed. Why should they be? FaZe on full eco now with this save Galil.
I mean, anyone who's watched Apex knows that this guy isn't afraid to wear his heart on his sleeve. You feel like as Vitality have become a better unit, he's become a better piece, a better individual within this roster, which...
Okay.
Hang on a second.
Just run B, right?
A little awkward. Not really what Vitality wanted.
Another smoke push that Frozen unfortunately might just have to go for to try and grab a third kill. Boost is better.
They're trying to boost. They managed to get that boost up. It's deployed, but ZywOo ready for it. Rop's dead. Oh, ZywOo! Bloody hell, look at that. They all pour through the ace for ZywOo. Ready for the boost, ready for the smoke push, ready for the fast response out mid. You're just not shy of people to look to on this Vitality squad to to save the day.
Oh, it's beautiful. How's he ready? I want to see this, yeah. Dude just reads this is the one way they can get back into the round. And he's ready. All headshots. Despicable stuff for ZywOo.
Now he puts the AK down and dons the big green.
I'm glad FaZe smoked the cross because I think if we learn one thing, is ZywOo will hit this consistently. You need to be smoking the cross. The whole round is based on ZywOo finding this pick. They're giving him room and time to do so. Spinks with an awkward tunnels peek. It's caught by Rops on a tight angle, and now Vitality just put pressure on middle again. Apex going back upper. ZywOo supporting. And the rifle duo of Spinks and Flamesy, or rather Mezzy and Flamesy, look to find this opener. Apex has to bail. It's relied on the mid component.
Good timing on the window swing from Frozen. And it's right as ZywOo tries to get out through middle. Now, sure, he aced in that last round, but expecting him to do it again is wishful thinking.
Dead.
Won't be ready for the deep play up into the tunnels. And so a safe round for FaZe Clan. As the guns make a return here for FaZe, they find success with them. And keen stuff from Frozen to open up here on this second map. It took him way too long to ever get going on Mirage. He started to rise up a little bit right down the stretch, but it was way too late in the game. If it gets him firing off here, as we mentioned coming into this series, the idea that he left that MOUZ project to join this FaZe Clan squad felt like a blockbuster roster move at the time. Ended up looking more like a blockbuster investor. He fell just short. Switched away. The wrong moment.
Yeah, MOUZ have gotten better, FaZe have gotten worse. No ifs, ands, or buts, but Rob sits on the B site and they come his way one by one. He peeks in, he mows them down. 3 kills for Robs, 2 for Frozen. Doesn't get much better than that.
All right then, FaZe. You at least have a curiosity on this one. Chaining together a second round there, now breaking the money of Vitality. Considering how that last map went, they're actually in a spot now where they can look to have a bit of control over the early stages of Dust 2. First half of that first map took what? It was like 17 minutes? And it was Vitality just storming the board, so FaZe at least have more fight in them. Brokey Zorp, Punchel on the arrival to the mid-fight, and everyone else is there ready to support him. FaZe up 4.
Bit of deathmatch, nothing wrong with that. Get your wrists working, fingers clicking. As Vitality just send it out middle. And now it's a round of utmost importance and one that Vitality don't have everything they'd like. No AWP. Not even 2 flashes on a player, so just a bare bones full buy. Putting pressure on long seems to be the play. A delayed pop, gonna smoke the molly and go.
Straight through.
Wow.
Oh, Mezzy!
How? How?
That is unreal. Triple swung out round the long corner, flashes and everything to boot. And Mezzy makes it look easy. They line up for him.
Brokey's trying to do it all alone.
Still, like, there's no margin for error here, and it's only errors for Brokey. Caught out in the open. Nice and easy for ZywOo. Rops, a long way from home, won't be a part of this round. Vitality, when Mezzy hands you an opener like that, you know you're onto a winner.
What on earth can you do about that? I like the long take for Vitality as well. They don't play Spawn, and they throw not a corner smoke, but a deeper one that stops players playing on the corner. They won't be able to see. They're inside the smoke. And so it forces FaZe to kind of commit and fight together, and Mezzy just sprays them down with delayed flashbangs. To FaZe, it looks like, oh, it's not long. And then suddenly all of Vitality are out in the open. Just a little long pop to get 4 rounds and keep 4 alive in the process. They even get ZywOo's AWP off of Broky's body.
Well, not a single kill added to that stat track in this round for Robs, as he's forced to hold on to the AK. Also, he couldn't.
Can't I kill your opponent's stat track?
Would be cool.
But I get you.
Look at that. I mean, stars just alive for Mezzi. Still, it takes a tremendous deal of control to manage it. Vitality are immediately back to applying that pressure. Now, FaZe, little ways away from getting this money broken, right? This is why the intrigue's there off the top of this game.
Does already just feel like a more competitive game with ebbs and flows, with some back and forth, right? As I said, FaZe been recently playing this map and picking it as well. So while it's Vitality's choice in this series, it's something FaZe have tried to make a mainstay of their roster as well. Broky, eyes on middle, smoked out. Allowing Vitality to get catwalk control. Being very methodical this round. No just pop play. Spray grenade from Rain. But still it's a space afforded to Vitality. A kill would really sweeten the deal right now. We might have the AWP's duel in middle. If Broky goes any further, ZywOo gets off the angle. He realized that timing was not in his favor. Flash back on it. This is the back and forth you expect to see from two of the world's best AWPers on Dust 2. But Vitality rather play as a unit. They've got the space they desire, this short control. Reset for a long pop. Apex sets it up. And Vitality are going to try and strangle this A site. Broky making a very heads-up rotation right now. This is the move that puts the AWP in the right position.
Flames flashed over towards the short side, gets himself in, but there's that Broky AWP. They know about it at Car now. They know they've got him pinned in. Can they deal with the Broky AWP? A missed shot, and now he is boxed in. Vitality press ever closer. That Molotov. Oh, it falls short. Broky's given a little space to try and survive. Tucks himself in. Steals himself away. Allows support to come through from the site, and now it's just ZywOo.
TikTok.
5 seconds, no time to win this. Broky's valiant stand in at the car buys just enough time for the rest of FaZe Clan. And so that round is cut short. Gets away from Vitality. If that Molotov falls just a little further over, suddenly they've got that long control. Broky is a non-factor, and they're able to focus solely on those fights into the site.
It couldn't have been a closer Molotov that didn't connect, right? If Broky steps out, he's in it. If he stands still in the corner, he's fine. It doesn't get tighter margins. And what a perfect rotation for Broky that comes in at the last possible second that he could have made that play and still get to Car in time. Able to cover catwalk, help Karrigan out on the site hit, and then just tuck in to win the round. It's what we want to see from Broky. Right place, right time. FaZe find 5. Actually competing in this one. It's not just the Flames and Mezzi show. Flames, in fact, 1 and 8 in this game so far. That being said, I still liked how Vitality set up the round. Oh, no info. Smoke down, he legs him. The worst feeling for Robs. They're out long, and they get it done. Flames easy kill. They come through the smoke. Karrigan attempts to full send, and Frozen could save this round right here, right now, but it's ugly. A messy A1 spray. And Mezzi has just been so good for those trades. And when you factor in Rops' early tag, info that Vitality doesn't even have, it makes this round even more difficult for FaZe. I like that. Makes it look like there's a player spawn right now by dropping that smoke. They might not expect him on the site.
Broky's in a good spot to try and lend a helping hand, but there's still that Molotov, and yeah, that will try to cut down this sight line. Spinks and Mezzi Clean stuff. No chance for FaZe Clan in the 2-on-3. They don't even get a shot off.
Mezzi's just trying to speedrun this major right now. Unbelievable. Another multi-kill long. And Vitality get FaZe's money on the ropes. Can they deliver the knockout blow right now and put FaZe on pistols for the last round of the half? Another tag. Rops, there is simply no getting past.
Yeah. You smoke it, get tagged. Smoke it again this time with the jump thrown in for good measure. Wallbang. And you know that Rops likes to be a late round player. Having him get tagged up really does not help in that metric.
I will say there are definitely safer ways to cross, and Rops knows that, but you also don't want to get B-rushed when you're delayed. Vitality just take long again.
Just every time they've wanted it, they've got it. So when you're getting given this control, you kind of just keep pressing it home until FaZe have a solution.
Good anti-flash there.
Even as Rain gets out with that one, you need something for Brokey Zorp, and with that shot not connecting, I don't even think you're interested in giving this round a go. FaZe Clan up and leave. And now, heading into the last of this first half, they're poised with a rough question. It's like, do you expect that long play again, or is that what Apex wants you to think? They've run it so many times here. You're heading into this last round with limitations. You won't have everything. And so do you want to place those resources to try and stop the long push? It kind of feels like you have to if you're FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Dust 2 does feel like such a mind game in this sense when you're down on the CT side, because the Thesis have so many options. It's not a bad half of FaZe, even if it goes 7-5. It's really not the end of the world, but you can just feel the Vitality are warming into this map. With a few rounds traded here, they've now done enough to whittle this economy. FaZe just have to pinch pennies to afford utility and kits. Buy in bulk. I mean, they're a beast spawns. If Vitality really wanted to mess with them, they could do that. Boost up, of course, a prerequisite for the round. And Zaiwu covering lower. Now has to call they could be in. That smoke is a bit deceiving in mid. Flames is still cautious. I don't know. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, great first step bait as well.
Yeah, Carrigan's going to hear this, think it's clear. Apex, we were talking about the mind games, expecting something to happen over at long, and Apex is waiting for Carrigan's arrival. Now, the bomb's still back in spawn, and Apex does have to be the guy to go and get that. So temporarily, there's a gap at long. Still a minute left to play with. Spinks turns his attention back around to this side of the map while the rest of Vitality are out and in towards middle. Apex is going to go join up with them.
So cautious, Vitality, not looking to make a mistake. Spinks is now going to late lurk long. He's got util. I wouldn't expect him to use it in this position, so shadow advantage for Carrigan unless he pushes at the worst possible second.
That's rage-inducing for Carrigan, but Vitality fully expected that path. Brokey dead and Frozen left up in the clutch. 1-on-3, the site is lost. Vitality have overran it. And so one step ahead from Apex and the rest of the gang throughout this round. Frozen off and left on these desperate rotates down through CT. Takes a different path this time out on the short side, but with a re-smoke in and all the time ticked off this bomb already, Frozen knows that this one is unwinnable. And in the crosshairs of 3, Vitality managed to lock in 3 down the stretch to find 7 on the half. Winning it out on their T side. For FaZe, 5 on the CT half certainly could be enough to work with, but in times gone by when they faced Vitality on this very map, 5 has not been enough. It's always just been shy of what's required. Because you touched upon it earlier on, even though you've seen more of FaZe Clan on Dust 2, there are certain teams that have caused them nothing but problems, and Vitality are one of them. They are yet to win up against them on this map.
Certainly not a good sign. I mean, even from just the dawn of this series, it's felt like Vitality were the shoe-in to keep up their near-flawless streak against FaZe and take us to the elimination stage. Can FaZe put that under question? Pistol round now, T-side start. But impeccable form from ZywOo, from Mezzi in this series has made banking on FaZe a hard bet to take.
Only Flames over here at long. Oh, Carrigan.
He has been the MVP, it feels like, individually, which is not a good sign for the stars of this team. This should be FaZe's pistol, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. Perfect smoke, no kit. You could save 4 Kevlars here. I think that's what they'll do.
I mean, you know, up until now, it's felt like Apex has had their number, right? So when he calls for that pistol, Vitality are very stubborn in their approach. They never chopped down on that long control. The only player that was actually seen there by Flamesy was Carrigan. You know, if that fight was like a little more drawn out and Flames is able to extract a bit more info from it, that there's 3-4 players marching out long, suddenly I think you see that rotate happen far earlier. So FaZe in with the pistol. And a chance to be the one setting the tone here in this second half.
Unless
that heavy save from Vitality is allowed for some interesting purchases here. Coming into their second on the CT side, you've got double scout ZywOo and Apex. Famas is on Mezzi and Spinks. And some util to boot, so this is not a weak buy by any margin.
Yeah, FaZe are not going to be silly though. They know what's coming through. They know Famases and Scouts will definitely be in play. They've gone for 4 rifles to counter that. Well, misjump for Apex means mid-doors smoke is up, and that's very annoying when you're playing double scout middle. They have no HE to break it. FaZe need to make hay while the sun shines and use this mid-smoke now to get control, but they're clearing lower first. Cautious that Vitality have been aggressive, and they will be on long instead, making no surprise about it. Another flash all the way. They don't like what they see. Meanwhile, FaZe just set up for mid to B.
Considering how telegraphed that is, you've done well to not lose anyone there with Frozen holding it. And now FaZe try to explode quickly out into middle. As a result of that flash over the long doors, they hear 2 players there. One guy setting up the flashbang. They know this B side is the weaker of the 2, but it might not matter because it leaves them right in the maws of ZywOo and Spinks. Chewed up by that B side defense. Rops can't do a thing. As a tag rallies off, Rops has spent most of this game sitting around 30 points at health, and the T side is no exception. This is one that's just sailed past him for the most part. And so saving an AK as Vitality force buy up and get immediate results.
I think Flames heard him and they're making the call. He's trapped, let's kill him after time. I think there's a good chance they're all just going to come through after the clock expires. And maybe Rops is realizing that now, hence why he's going for the kills. He doesn't want to be hunted and give away an AK and get no loss bonus, so he'd just rather die. And if that's the option you're taking, that speaks volumes about the game that you're playing right now. Vitality, full control, off of a force. The game is back in the palm of their hand.
Timeout for FaZe as they try and fix it under 30 seconds, what they've struggled with for months. There's a lot going wrong here. And having all that momentum removed, losing up against the, admittedly, very well put together force from Vitality. Even the idea behind that round was super sick. Like, they're really loud on the long take. I thought at first the double flashes was really overkill from Apex, but it always felt like the end goal there was to see if there's space at long. And once that info's given up, FaZe are going to be quick to react to it, because instantly those players from long, the guy who threw the flash, they were all back in middle, spamming that smoke, ready for the mid to be. FaZe felt like they knew where 3 of the 5 players were for Vitality, and they ended up being wrong in that because Vitality was so fast in the reaction.
Yeah, and also you force FaZe to go mid to B into ZywOo, Scout, and Spinks anchoring with a FAMAS. Like, it's not bad odds for Vitality on a force. It makes FaZe panic, most importantly. It makes FaZe do something that maybe they didn't want to do off of spawn, but that's just the reactive call. Let's go for this. Let's take this gap, and Vitality are set up for that move. My oh my. Scout Deegs into ZywOo.
Armed with an AK as well. Molotov might be about to split this push up. He spots on that jiggle. Frozen's been located. ZywOo tapping Brokey out of the round. FaZe come right through the Molotov. Dropping into the spawn. They're putting pressure on ZywOo, but there's no pressure in this guy. ZywOo on a tear. Very clean stuff, and that's after an awkward initial fight for him. Regains control. Teed up with flashes.
Even that recovery on the first spray is mechanically hard. Like, you're not going to do that at home. ZywOo, like, 12 bullets in, hits the headshot, and is able to reset to win the round. 4 kills from ZywOo, full eco, 4 FaZe. Just get it over with, boys. This is a Vitality that is pulling my eyes open for me. Making me stare at the screen. Clockwork Orange-esque. I can't look away. I don't have a choice. It's so brutal. And this is FaZe's really final shot in this series. And if they fall here, I can't say there's any good takeaways for FaZe Clan in this series.
Spinks getting activated down here in lower, plays ahead of the smoke. Now ZywOo will get hung out to dry. Brokey and Rain. Quick work to clear out the lower tons. Awkward timing there on ZywOo's sprint out through the doors.
Yeah, that does feel like a mistake. You get Spinks in lower. I guess he wants to cover him upper, but at that point, do you really need 2 players committed to middle? I would have liked to just see Spinks tucked in that corner. He knew he hit a timing where FaZe didn't see him get there, so there was clearly a plan, a call there for Vitality, but both players committing through the smoke feels like there's not room here for the 2 of us. Great flash regardless from spawn. And FaZe, yeah, this should be a compulsory round in a 4-on-1 on this B site.
Timing for Mezzi, just looks away right as they explode out through mid. And so FaZe, yeah, when they're given an opportunity like that, they're still able to seize it. They don't lose a single man in that round there. So at least they're able to capitalize when Vitality give them a bit of a helping hand. But will that be the one that breaks you back in? Vitality not broken yet. Come through with another buy. They field that AWP again on ZywOo. where Vitality were doing a lot of these fast, long takes, really keen to fight for that control for FaZe, it's more about middle. I want to try and cut this map down in half, catch Vitality in some of these aggressive moves. ZywOo, right position, right place, and the collateral connects. But Brokey, the one that got away, is able to get that trade. Second man tagged on the collateral.
Yeah.
Frozen, dealing with Apex on the jump up. Vitality, the rest of them are just too far removed, too far away in this round to even justify giving it a look in.
I like the hunt.
Still have Rops on the extremities here to try and take more out of the round.
Hunt is high impact if FaZe can get away with it. Killing even one gun here could stifle the money completely of Vitality.
If you're able to find two, you make it so like...
There's no buy.
Yeah, you don't buy.
Nice.
There's one. Mezzy dead. Spinks living on borrowed time here. They are all around him, and Carrigan, quick work made of those two saving players. Flames gets out. You could still put something in here with ZywOo on a scout, but it feels needlessly desperate. I really want to see what Vitality decide to do here, because FaZe building up banks now, closing the gap on this T side. Trying to make something of this game after all.
Yeah, we'll see how desperate Vitality feel right now, because like you said, 4 rifles, a pistol on B, I mean, it's viable, but do Vitality feel the need to take that risk at this point in the game? It isn't as clear-cut now with FaZe getting that damage, and I like the Vitality make the reserved call and just keep some for later.
This one's starting to heat up a hell of a lot. Like, Vitality felt surefire to make it through 2-0 over FaZe Clan, secure that spot to the elimination stage here and now on Dust 2. FaZe showing they've still got fight left in them.
Oh dear. Smoke block is nice. It does change how that smoke blooms. It's meant to cover all the way up in the top of the doors. Instead, it only blooms in the center. ZywOo had a chance to, or Apex rather, scout in middle and pick players over the top, but FaZe able to spam him out. And they go back for another mid crunch as well. Catwalk take. And M4 for Flames in this site. So this is kind of best case scenario for Vitality, but Rops is still lurking up a B. At any point they could change their mind. I don't think they will though.
Spinks plays in the smoke. If Flames can draw enough attention away, this could be a pretty potent 1-2 punch between the two of them. But Flames can't just die at the first turn. Instead, he nearly mops up 3. Can ZywOo finish the job?
Way.
That UFP climbs up and over into the face of Brain. Mezzy dead from the B leg. ZywOo can't control Carrigan. One more shot connects, and suddenly that round is up in the air. You've got ZywOo in a 1v1. Low time for Rops coming in from the backstab on B. But Carrigan just manages to keep ZywOo in check. A 1-round game now.
Yeah.
In a series that felt done with how it all started.
It looked like Rain saw the silencer of Flames on that bomb site when he was checking long, and that's why he started spamming that. I mean, Flames still gets 2 kills, but you wonder, without that info, could Flames win the entire round right there? He had the hero gun in the power position. Ultimately, it was only a half buy for Vitality, and they made it very interesting. So now we can see if they can do right by the damage. No AWP. And FaZe slowly but steadily are making this map a reality right now. Orp on long. Brokey eats the flash, doesn't bulk, and still takes the shot on the check. Oh, I don't know how ZywOo gets that kill. 4-on-4 now. What a play for Frozen. He's going to tell his team to wait, to kick up a bit of fuss on short and then take his timing on long because they've left it entirely. Frozen has a round in the palm of his hand. They can slow down. They can wait for the lurk. It should win everything, but ZywOo takes the kill. An ugly whiff for Frozen. And suddenly it looked so good, but it has gone so wrong for FaZe.
Oh. Managed to get in, sure, but you've still got to worry about ZywOo over on long. 3 kills to his name already, and the only reason this round is competitive for Vitality. Bomb now planted. Second man moves in to join ZywOo on the long side. For the time being, Mezzi, relegated down into CT spawn, is slow on the approach. You want Spinks to try and play into this first. He's got cover from ZywOo's AWP. Kit dropped over there on ramp. Carrigan out on an island, out at Gandalf. They're already past him. They're already up the ramp. Tries to get that one fight, and he will lock it in. But with Robs' reposition down here, he's going to get his running shoes on. Trying to close the gap, but the defuse being held. Robson's going to have to come down a chance. Going to have to come down in the jump shot, and it won't connect. Spinks just steals it away.
One more bullet. One more bullet would have won the round for FaZe. But chance is not on his side. That's a 10-second stick as well. He didn't even get the kit on long side. Oh, that's a devastating way to lose a round. Would it have been quicker to take the boxes? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he thinks there's a kit. He wants that first bullet. Questions we won't have answers to.
That's wild.
It's the heat of the moment. And it's FaZe who get burned.
For a player who loves his movement so much, I'm sad that Rops didn't try and take the quick jump up onto the boxes. But in another vein, it's the safer check in a sense, right? What if there is that kit in play? Spinks is going for a tap. What if he gets off the bomb and tries to fight you? Like,
it's a hindsight
It's such a thin margin there on that round, and it might be the one that decides the outcome of this game. A 10-second stick for Spinks. A rushing through Robs' mind might be the 1,000 other ways he could have looked to play that.
At the same time, he could have first bulleted him. It's not far away. And now neither are Vitality from the elimination stage. 2 rounds will do it. Corridor smokes in middle. FaZe get out. It's actually only Mezzi at this site. He's not got the weapon for the job. He's not got any support. This is a perfect call for FaZe.
Mezzi will have to do something miraculous. Molly at his feet. Back turned on Rain, but a flick back round and Frozen controlling these rotates in middle. Vitality are not out of the woods yet. Not as Rain and Frozen continue to apply the pressure. A hailstorm here over Vitality as the guns are robbed and the round with it. FaZe keep this a 1-round match.
Just when you're ready to write them off and put it away, FaZe give you another reason to get invested. Without a doubt, one of the most entertaining teams. But is that enough to take the reins of this game right now? Chasing these guns at the end. Again, the impact of damage is consequential, and they'll find every single one. We're looking at all 24 rounds.
Mirage might have fallen flat, but Dust 2 has certainly lived up to the hype between these two teams. Often these are close games. These are the full rounds in regulation. These are the overtime matches between Vitality and FaZe Clan. And with an eco looming for Vitality, while they've been able to keep that lead, while they've been able to keep that 1-round buffer, it's about to be taken away. Rain, fast out the long side, swings into the fights, springs to action. And the rest of Vitality there to try and pad the line, try and get away with anything here, but FaZe are more than ready to respond to this. They've got 4 leaning long, ready to meet Vitality there, and it's no contest as the rifles maul the USPs. 11 all, tie game now, FaZe Clan Can they pick up their first Dust 2 win over this Vitality squad to keep the series alive?
Oh, you would put your money on them at this point, right? Vitality have not had the AWP on this CT side in a hot minute. Even their buys have come pretty lackluster because of all phases damage, denying the saves at every single step on this game. There's no kit, there's limited flashbangs, and all up against Brokey's AWP as well. Definitely feels like we've had a lot more impact from players like Rain and Brokey in this T side. Frozen's score is good, but it came from majority CT. 14 or 15 kills in the first half. It's gone a little bit quieter here. None of that matters if FaZe can finish the job and take us to nuke. Vitality have already burnt essentially all of their util.
Well, in that first half, we were giving Apex credit for the mind games he's playing. Karrigan's now playing them right back. This entire game is hinged around the mid control, but over the last few rounds, as we've approached the end of Dust 2, FaZe have spread their wings. Now they look elsewhere. They put a lot of pressure on B with the util. There's a lot of footsteps heard there. Vitality, for a moment, had repositioned everyone, and so now they have to try and make up for that. Boost up onto the cat. Mezzi making a big play, clearing out the tunnels, while ZywOo wins his fight over on long. Now, he never saw Frozen up close, but it's Mezzi making a play to try and win you the round. Try and keep Dust 2 in your pocket. Frozen. Opener on to Apex, but they've got to follow through. They've got to get past Flames. Out on an island, Frozen catches him, but it's ZywOo from the short side. Brokey moves in, sails past, and Spinks on the smoke push leaves it all on Karrigan. Out in the middle he goes, and Mezzi cuts him down. Vitality pick it up. Match point locked in, and now just one away from that elimination stage.
And the fake is so nice because it gets every single bit of utility out of Vitality, Harry. What's the one piece of util Vitality hold on to? It is a singular flashbang, and it re-clears long, finds the bomb, and essentially sets Vitality up for the round. They have all the info. They know that where FaZe are going. They know this is a B fake. Mezzi makes a high-risk play as well. He is tired of sitting back at B and getting nothing done. He pushes through the smoke, and Vitality play balls to the wall Counter-Strike at 11-all. FaZe can still suffer the loss. They can still buy again, but Vitality have absolutely saved themselves from a tight-knit L here on their map pick. B has definitely been the way for FaZe. The mid-B splits have been solid. Avoiding the orb for the most part. It does start long and set Flames up deep in the long side. ZywOo takes cat with Apex.
Something to note here, though, is Vitality get the long control. Compared to in rounds gone by, pretty much for free, right? They only had to play 2 players there early. That's now freed up ZywOo to be far more active on this orb. And with Apex finding the opener on a Brokey down in the tons, it's not a bad start here for Vitality. You find Apex on the short side, but that ZywOo orb still lurks there. Over in mid, Rain tries to take the space. Edged his way out for a moment, but won't see Spinks up here on the boost. Gonna be able to play around the util, get ahead of that smoke. Spinks drops in, Frozen with the reply. FaZe have been teed up for this B split, and the only one who can stop them is Mezzi. Even one kill here would feel monumental in helping Vitality out. What is Mezzi capable of? It's a lot of responsibility. Can he deal with it? First shot connects. Frozen, instant response. The trade work has been key for Frozen here. Molly in the window allows that plant. It comes down to this, a B-side retake, 2v2. Can Rops and Frozen keep this in check for FaZe to take us to overtime? ZywOo plays it first, shot sails past. Flames versus Frozen, and the Flames engulf. Frozen melts away. Vitality lock in the elimination stage and keep their flawless track record over FaZe on Dust 2 in check. No comeback today, FaZe Clan.
Unbelievable series from a dominant opening map to a tight, close as it comes. Dust 2, Vitality have not faltered against FaZe since the last major. They go to the top 16, and uncertainty still showers over this FaZe roster.
Yeah, well, another crazy one. I was so geared up for overtime. I was kind of like distracted. I literally ran out here. I'm getting my headset back on.
Are your knees fine?
Yeah. Well, let's not.
Deep breaths.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to calm
Take
down.
your time.
Get some water.
At the sprint. Well, anyway, while I have a rest, why don't you talk me through what happened there?
I think, look, the first half especially, it looked like could have been a little bit back and forth. Vitality still had the edge, but then the second half, finally a little bit of fight coming out of the FaZe side. Yanko said, Rain, the boy, he's the guy who's going to be delivering. On the T side, he was the one opening it up. We spoke about the opening duels, none of them going the way of FaZe in the first map. This time around, they're able to wrest it back. That could easily have an overtime, if not for the 1v1 being won by Flames. But man, Vitality, even when it looks like things are slipping out of their hands, even when it looks like FaZe, they started to just roll and take us to map number 3. They're tenacious, and it just don't give up.
And I think also for this one, sure, Rain played good in the second half. Frozen finally showed up compared to that first map. But man, if you're FaZe Clan, you win both pistols and lose the second round both times. We're saying, MR12, if you lose both pistols, you're in a tough spot. You know what makes it worse? To win them and lose the second round both times.
Yeah,
that is literally the only worst option, and that's what happened to FaZe Clan. So I guess on one side, props to them for making it competitive despite that, but you just need to do better in those rounds, especially on the T side where Vitality does an aggro play, tries to flash out long tunnels to fight, so there's 3 guys there and you're walking out mid. Just run out mid. If that's what you want to do, either fully reset, or if you want to speed up into a mid to B split, do it together, because they did sort of neither. Vitality had time to rotate back, and it was just not great.
And even couple of rounds, I think they overcooked it a little bit too much. We saw Robs trying his best Kaylee ability to land a jumping shot with the diffuser right there. I think he really overcooked it. It was planned for short. He was trying to come in from CT, but then it's a 1v2. There's so much on the line there. I don't think that was a right call, especially from a player like Rob. So as Yanko pointed out, some of the decisions, the mid-rounding when you have the information, and also some of the individual decision making was a bit suspect from FaZe in that game. And if it hadn't been that case, could have been map 3 coming up here.
All right, well, I'm going to stop you there, Blair, because we're now going over to Banks.
An elimination stage spot. What's that feeling? Because you skip an event, you were kind of practicing with the team, but then they were in Singapore. You had a child, and then you just come back and have the best ever performance in a Vitality jersey.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, of course, you never know how it's going to go, and I had missed an event and not played an official in about a month or something. We just had a bit of practice before when they went to Singapore, but yeah, I'm feeling confident, of course, and put a lot of work in even before this event, trying to play as much as I can individually and stay focused. And we always know how the RMR can be. It's a stressful event for all the teams, but I'm just happy that we've managed to go 3-0.
In terms of going through, though, and just your practice into it, how much more was it like individual practice when the team was in Singapore? What were you doing during that stage? Because obviously you still had to balance it between being a new dad and also trying to stay sharp.
Yeah, I think my partner's definitely very understanding. I think she's definitely been very helpful for me. But I think it's been being a dad and just CS. That's all I've been doing at home. So a lot of deathmatch whilst they were in Singapore, just trying to make sure I stay sharp individually, because of course it's a big change in my life, but also CS is also a big part of my life as well. And we have the biggest tournament coming up in the RMR and now the major. So I think that was my main focus, making sure I can stay sharp individually as well.
You definitely were sharp, but the whole teams looked sharp because you guys were dominating in each and every game. You played 4 different maps. You qualified 3-0. The first 2 games, I expect you guys to dominate the way you did. But against FaZe, you guys came in with the same attitude, the same strength. Can you explain to me what it was like and how you managed to do that, especially on Mirage?
Yeah, I think it's just the confidence, and also I think the main thing for us is always making sure we come with good communication and the energy in our communication, because I think today, in all our games, I think that's why it's looked a bit easier, or we've looked a lot better as Vitality, or as we usually should look, is just because everyone's coming with ideas, everyone's talking at every moment in the round. There's never a quiet point, apart from when everyone's in a clutch, of course, but even then, everyone's coming with ideas, everyone's talking, and it's not like low communication or low energy. It's like everyone says what they mean and means what they say, and doing it with confidence and taking initiative, and that's what's important for us as Vitality, is our identity and our DNA. So I think that's why we looked so sharp, in not only individually but as a team. We played well together as a team.
Now, I heard that you guys are going to be staying here in Shanghai after qualifying through. So what's that going to look like for you guys? How are you going to balance it? Are you going to try and get some rest in between? Because you had like an online boot camp right before you came here as well. So you have been grinding it out.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as I think the staff behind the team always do a great job in making sure they include us as players and also balance it out in terms of having some rest, but also making sure we still focus on the game, because, like I say, it's not it's the most important tournament, and I think even still, all of us as individuals want to be playing and want to be practicing and individually playing. So I think it's definitely going to be a mix, but I think we definitely could still do with some reps in terms of practice, because, like I say, if I'm missing a tournament and we're coming into this, we didn't have like tons of practice, but we had enough. And I think for us, it's just make sure we get the balance, and like I say, we have the best staff behind us being able to do that as well.
So you said you didn't have tons of practice, but you had enough. So if you get even more practice, we're going to see an even stronger Vitality at the elimination stage?
I mean, there's always space for improvement, I think for sure. So I'm looking forward to playing at the Major.
I'm looking forward to see it, because that was one hell of a way to do it. Vitality are through 3-0. Big congrats to them.
What I loved about that interview there, guys, was actually it shows the disparity of British accents. Because, like, Mezzy and James Banks, like, live just down the road from each other on a tiny island. And it's like, yes, how are you doing then? And Mezzy's like, oh, well, actually, we have found a way to beat our opponents in an incredibly sophisticated manner. Oh, that's great, mate. It's brilliant. Britain, what a crazy place. Anyway, I'm going to come to you, first of all, Janko. I know there's something you noticed in the game that you wanted to point out.
Yeah, I think Mezzy was talking also about how sharp they were individually and as a team, and I think for FaZe on the CT side, the problem was in this mid portion is the long control, and this is Vitality not rushing long but doing a long pop, right? You see how all three players are sort of caught off guard because they're like, oh, they're not rushing long, but that's when they just explode. You can see Carrigan fully blind in sort of middle of nowhere, as that was a 6 spray transfer, right? So combination of both. Next gun round, they do rush it out now, and this time FaZe isn't ready for that either, right? And we talk about, you know, Inferno, banana control. I mean, long control, if you can't establish it and don't have a good approach to it on the CT side, you're going to have a nightmare if the T's can just keep having long control time and time again. Even if you don't lose players, like, you'll be forced to make a move somewhere else, either re-aggress or just gamble a bomb side. So Vitality didn't have to do too much sophisticated, fancy stuff. A little bit more brute force, but it was called at the right moment, executed really well, and enabled them to win the first half, just as FaZe was getting on a 3 or 4 round run.
And just to kind of like juxtapose how, you know, if you look at Vitality CD side, for example, we saw a couple of rounds from FaZe where when they tried to go for like a B fake, I think late in that game, they went for the B fake, and what Vitality did, but all right, we were going to relinquish long control right now. It's sex with counter, but they do it so well. They're going to be going for a little bit of a short prod. They're going to be pushing towards tunnels, figure out what's happening over there. And before the A hit even happens, you have a paw flash coming out. They're going to be peeking for information. Zybu gets a kill towards a long lurk. And just the way they're so mobile as a pack, not just individual on the CT side, just a stark difference in what we saw from FaZe.
And how important that is like you saw a round or two where Vitality was just also opening 4A to establish that long control, and then, you know, one time got outmaneuvered because FaZe was just going for a mid to B split and they were out of position. But that's how important it is that you're willing to make that risk just to make sure, hey, we got this under control, and played around from that point on.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, in terms of Vitality as contenders, I want to ask, I mean, they were right up there when everyone was talking about, you know, who could win the Shanghai Major. Obviously, they're there now. They get to relax, reset. We saw Na'Vi lose earlier today. I mean, do we have any change in opinions about who the favorites might be?
No, not really. I think what that Na'Vi MOUZ series tells you more than anything else is, you know, these guys have been in the lab, you know, cooking up stuff, and it's kind of hard after a boot camp or after, you know, you're practicing a lot to really know where your map pool is at too. Na'Vi and MOUZ traded their own map picks, right? So they're learning as they go, but I think still the field is there. I think despite the losses today, Navi and FaZe both make it out, no problem, and will be talked about when the major comes around. Well, Navi at least.
I mean, 100%. I think Navi's still for me a favorite despite the loss you had over here. It feels like for MOUZ, it was just trying to kind of exercise that particular demon, saying we can beat Navi, right? Of course, not the most highest of stakes, but they've managed to make it through over there. Again, I have no doubts about Navi making it through. For FaZe, look, if it was a different pool of teams, you know, playing in this group, I might have a little bit doubts here and there. But I was watching the Rebels game earlier. I'm like, that's a pool of the team. Most of the teams in this group, no doubts about FaZe making it through. And also the fact they showed signs of life in the map number 2, despite getting just absolutely smothered on their map pick. I think that's a good sign. Because for me, the struggles of FaZe have been just a mental game, so to speak, right? And considering they almost pushed us and pushed Vitality to map 3, it's just a good sign.
I think also not to be forgotten, I mean, MOUZ and Vitality with these wins secured themselves a spot in the elimination stage. So they also get to skip a stage of the major, right? Have some extra time to prepare while other teams have to play it. And you're thinking, if FaZe is going to make any sort of a run at the major, I think they actually might have to start from the opening stage. I think they might need like that extra stage to sort of get a couple of extra wins, get some more confidence under their belt. I mean, Rops and Brokey are two of the lowest rated players at this tournament so far. They're rated out below Carrigan, and the stats don't even matter. You just watch them play. They have no Brokey especially no impact so far.
Yeah, no
so
mojo.
In some of these close games, especially today. So they need to figure that out. Brokey is the key for this team, that when they go on to win a tournament, like that's when he has a great tournament. Like it's almost impossible for them to go on and win a tournament with him having just sort of an average performance. Like the other pieces can't really make up for that. So they have to figure it out.
Well, we had some other games going on our B stream. These are the results from those. I want to say, shout out one time, Nemiga Rebels, 4.5-hour face melter for Moses and Dinko. Absolutely exhausted in the green room. What troopers they were. We had Fnatic. I said it was going to be a close one against BB, but Fnatic were able to overcome, and Sinners comfortable against Eclot. You will, of course, notice that GamerLegion Unity, because of that epic game prior to it, that's started essentially now. So that's just ongoing with Machine and Sponge. Any of those results leap out to you? Anything you want to talk about there?
No, I think you know, I finally saw a little bit of facial hair in Dinko after that game of you know, the 4-hour marathon right there. So apart from that, I guess the results, the Sinners game, no, I actually expect Sinners to win that particular matchup. I think the GamerLegion game, if GamerLegion get knocked out here, I think I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. I think expected them to at least get a couple of wins. They look good on paper. They look good with some of the recent results, the online grind they've been on. But apart from that, I think it's pretty much par for course.
Yeah, Janko, anything for you?
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, we were watching on the second screen that Rebels Nemiga game, and that was just mental. I mean, the rounds that were going on, the clutches, the plays. It as the casters put it, it wasn't the prettiest CS, but it was entertaining, up and down. Unfortunately for Rebels, it does end up a little bit
entertaining for different reasons for us. We just like watching our colleagues suffer. That's kind of how it is. Like, we knew they were in.
I don't. Maybe you do.
Yeah, I do. I really do. You do it to me. You bully me, Janko. You're terrible. Anyway, you can see in the background the standings as well. You got confirmation that Rebels are out 0-3. Their journey at an end. A bridge too far. They gave it their all, left it out on the canvas. Best you can ask.
I think the 1-2 of Falcons, I think that's something you absolutely have to touch upon as well, you know, going out in this fashion, despite the fact that this is, as a lot of people are assuming, not the final version of the team, would still be a kick in the nuts.
Yeah, I mean, look, and one that would be hard to break down, like hard to explain, because I think we all agree they've looked better since they brought Simple in. A lot of expectations around the team, and yet realistically,
they got battered. They got just absolutely crapped on earlier by Saw today, and that's like a shocking
crazy
thing. Yeah, that's a big shocker, right? Sure, you have Simple coming in. You have you know, Simple coming in as the opera, but the fundamentals of a team which you've been working on for so long, it hasn't drastically changed. So something is absolutely failing for this team, and yeah, I kind of fear for them a little bit.
Your final thought, Janko?
Yeah, I thought they might make it through, but I thought they had to be like in that 2-1 bracket or the 2-0, like to get a couple of opportunities at the best of threes. From the 1-2, not looking too great. And I'm excited to see Cloud9 tomorrow, whoever they go up against. You know, dominant win today against the Sangal lineup. Can they be back at the major?
Yeah, we'll see. All right, guys, thanks for keeping me company, and thanks to all of you for tuning in. We don't have tomorrow's schedule ready for you yet because we've still got that best of 3 being finished and it all needs to be drawn. So what I recommend you do is you go over to the PGL B stream. That game's currently underway. Alex and Chad will keep you company there. They'll show you that at the end of it, but if you're impatient or you don't want to watch that game, you can also go to the PGL and Perfect World socials, and it will be posted as soon as it's available. Also, remember, we're here 2 hours earlier tomorrow. We've got 4 best of 3s. This is the real punishing day for everyone. We're going to find out more about who's going to be going home and who's going to be going through. We certainly hope you will tune in. It's 10 a.m. Shanghai time. Make sure you're there.